Idemo. Ju. A valjda neće bit. Ne znam kako će da bude. Ja se nadam da će da bude onako baš LAN. Ono kamere na sve. Na sve onako igrače i to. Evo. Baš me zanima, brate. Aj molim te, nemoj da bude replay. I da bude replay. Može da bude replay sad u openima, a u finalsima tek ono zovu ove naše i snimaju ih kamere i to. Aj molim te. Ja mislim da će biti replay.
Tournament since World Cup. Everyone's been working their hardest towards this. I think we're here to finish the story that we started last year.
A se Quizy promijenio, ali what the fuck? Ko je ovo? Ne znam ovo ne znam. Reason. Clicks. Epic fail. Savage, Vadal.
What do you want to do? You want to put NA on the map?
Bug ove ne znam. Dole ima i Middle East. Ovo je Brazilci.
We've got some of the best fighting ability in the world.
Vaske, Vaske, sa headom.
Now's the time to make a name for ourselves. For us, the way we're gonna win this is just by playing like ourselves. I really want to repeat winning on LAN. It feels like a destiny for me to win.
Mali buca
We've done it
Tomas.
at the invitation. We're here to do it again.
This is just what I was meant to do.
It would mean everything winning.
Bora.
Let's go.
Polska górą!
Fortnite fans around
Da
the
me sprdaš,
world,
što je to dobro,
welcome to the FNCS Global
Hoće biti kamera unutra, hoće
Championship.
sigurno koji je napolje, hoće
We've been
unutra.
doing this for a while, and now here we are.
To je to bre, ajmo.
Please give a warm welcome to Mini Miner and of course Kelly
brate,
Link
meni
will be
mnogo
your
dobro,
analyst for
majke.
this bit. That's right, crowd. Y'all can go crazy. That's okay. Man, to think, guys, we've been talking about globals all year. You know, globals. It's
Jedino mi krivo što ovo nisam osjetio u svojoj karijeri. Evo ovo. To mi je jedino krivo, eto.
we made it.
Što nisam se potrudio malo više da dođem ovdje. Znate kako ovo dobro ošće.
Major 1, 2, 3, the last chance major, but finally we have made it.
Hvala Sanjine, ljubite brat, nema ništa brat, evo, mnogo ću srećan kad gledam ovako. Ljudi, ja mislim da od Balkanaca, znači ne igraju Trulex i Čičo možda, ili? Ili ih samo možda nisu zvali. Kao na intervju, mislim kao na ono snimanje. Ili ih... Nije još kasno, braća.
Poz,
Yeah, I
brate,
mean, if we
šta
thought the
ima?
competition was kind of crazy before, this is just that very next step, right? Normally we have 2 days of competition, now it's 3. There's enough for a lower...
Znaš šta mislim? Trulex, Čičo, Ten i Miša, da možda ne igraju ovaj prvi kao krug, Day 1, da oni igraju posle. Ili samo nisu snimili, ne znam. Basta like ljudi, basta like, joj koliko mi je ovo hype, kunevam selo, vi niste već koliko meni je ovo hype. Doći tvoje vreme. Trudim se braću, sad moraju za weekend earnings i posle earningsa grind, brate.
The upper and the lower bracket, so I think it's going to be a little bit different here.
Yeah, I think that's something we haven't really seen before in Fortnite either, this upper and lower bracket. We're going to have 25 teams that we don't even get to see compete tomorrow as well. And also having it be 5 games.
Kako je Vaske na lanu, kvalo je sa Henom. Gdje je Trulex? Ne znam, možda on igra sutra.
It's going to be a bit unexpected, I think.
Jesam Radule, svi pišu, gle. Free bucke, zašto? Zašto je izbačen bucke? Šta da ima? Ovo je danas. 13. Do danas je petak 13. Do 10.
But here we are. I mean, guys, what are your expectations coming into the weekend? We've talked about the difficulty, but what are your thoughts?
I'm expecting drama.
Igre 7 sati, 7 dana, bit ćeš god. Ma ljudi, ovo mi daje motivaciju, meni ovo samo daje motivaciju.
So, I mean, on a grander scale, bigger prize pool, bigger event across the whole year. It's going to be amazing.
I mean, when you only have like a region-locked tournament in the FNCS, there's a lot of respect for where teams are going to be dropping. But obviously, by having 6 regions dropping all into each other, there's going to be a bit of contestation.
Onaj Vaski s kojim si bio duo, taj Vaski, brate. Sad igra sa Henom, koji je vino 3 FNCS-a, igraju sad ovdje, brate, igraju. Znaš ono, zamisli ono, svaka čast, brate. A najviše se trudio, on je čovjek koji se najviše trudio.
Why don't we give a warm welcome to your casters? Thank you so much, Zeke. It's Monster Deface here in the best taco, of course. The place is starting to fill up, and these are not jitters, it's excitement. As of course, we're all here brought together for the upper bracket where the top 25 duos will be moving on.
I'm just so happy to be here. I mean, you can already feel that little bit of tension in the air, but the energy is so alive inside the venue, and knowing that we are going to be witnessing gameplay from some of the strongest 50 duos, essentially, from their respective...
Da ja vidim, please da ima live, please da ima ko s kim igra. Brate, gdje da pogledam to? Kad nemam Twitter, možda neko da mi pošalje ko je tweetu igrača, ili Bup tweetu igrača. Ljudi, ja nemam Twitter, pa zato. Čekaj, ovako ćemo. Bup. Twitter. Accept. Nije ništa tweetu, budala. Šta je ovo? Jebi ga, oni će prikazat, nisu ludi da ne prikažu.
So many fans who've turned out early on a Friday to support their favorite players. I've met Mr. Savage fans.
Gled, Kopenhagen, to je Danska. Gled, dolazili su i Kinezi i to da podrže Aziju.
Everyone here has got a favorite duo, and everyone here absolutely loves.
Skin changer koristio, kakav kreten. Dobre, sprdaš. Lik je sebi sjebao ono par hiljada eura zbog... Ali on je budala, on je normalan. Kad počinju gameovi? Ne znam. Ne znam.
And speaking of players, they are nervously lining up behind the stage. They've had to split from their duo partner, that's a secret. You'll find out why later on as they walk onto the stage. And so it's almost like every man for himself.
Upiši na netu, šta da upišu na netu? Možeš malo pojačati.
They're so delighted to see each other in person. They're giving each other so much support, and that's all going to change once they board the battle bus. Now, someone who's been giving me a lot of support and taught me so much about Fortnite in the last year is my friend Vivid, and he is over in the Creator Lounge.
Doing the tour around the arena. Of course, the fans are funneling in. The players are hiding out backstage, ready to jump in. But we also have more special people here at the Royal Arena. It's going to be creators from around the globe. Very, very excited to talk to them throughout the weekend, kind of get some of their insight, how they are feeling about the event, and check out all of the content that they will be producing as the show goes on. So I am currently over at the Creator Lounge, and this is where we'll be getting some exclusive talks with some of those creators. Now, as far as expectations are concerned for the weekend, I mean, I'm going to be looking towards the NA guys that are going to be competing, right?
Ljudi, valjda će pokazat, valjda će oni pokazat. Čekat će da oni pokažu, okej? Pokazat će sigurno. Basta like, ljudi, basta like. Joj, koliko mi ovo daje motivaciju sve, majke mi. Kaj nisi išao u Copenhagen gledat? Jebi ga.
Action unfolds, just 5 games for the upper bracket today. And as far as that goes, it's going to be very, very exciting. Kelly talked about it. It's a brand new format. Can't wait to see what the players do with it. But for now, we got to go back to the desk. It's going to be Zeke and the crew.
Thank you so much, guys. We are getting closer to kicking off the competition. But what is at stake here? Well, there's quite a bit of prize money.
Yes.
Quite a bit.
That's right.
Just a little bit.
Good amount. Let's have a look.
Just a little bit. Of course, $1 million going to the duo that can walk away
Brate,
in
pa
that
ti da
#1
budeš...
spot on Sunday. But even just getting here will net
Ti ako ne kvalaš u finale, ti uzimaš 2000 i ideš kući. Gledao ljudi, znači uglavnom 50 timova će da igra. Finale, veliko finale igra 50 timova. A ovih 25 timova koji ne kvalaju, oni čisto da uzmu pare. Po 2000, što je okej. Jebi ga, nisi zaslužio više. A gleo, brate, ti da, gleo, uzmite 5 time i da budete zadnji u finalima, brate, boli vas kit.
At the Invitational, how close it was between Seti and Cammy and Queasy and Vino, how a quick decision changed their placement between first and second. And that today, this weekend, is going to be a $350,000 decision, as well as this incredible trophy that we're seeing right now.
Absolutely. Thanks. And big shout out to our friends over at Swarovski. I mean, it's like the Invitational trophy, but just that much crazier. Now, obviously, we have quite a bit of expectations, and I'm sure this crowd, viewers at home, all have their own. Is there people you...
Ilija, znaš šta je fazon? Što svi oni, brate, naprave, lupam, dajem primjer. Neko ko će biti 6. 7. uzme 100.000 evra, na primjer, ali on će opet uzme 20.000 za mjesec dana, lupam, od drugog efekta. Znaš kao, i to njima unlimited, to njima money glitch.
Wow, so and we're going to be breaking them down even more, but just looking at some of the duos that we have right now. The names of like Cooper,
Čičo, Trulex, Miša. O, igraju, nice! Igra Miša, Teni, Čičo, Trulex. Kviz igra danas. Tyson igra danas, ali ne igra Vaske danas. Ili igra, čekaj. Evropa. Ne igra. Ne igra Vaske danas, Sava. Dobro, onda je Vaske tu lakše zakvalat. Jer ko, ja mislim ovako da bi trebalo ići. Danas igra 50 timova. 25 prolazi u finale. 25 ide sutra sa novih 25. Znači, ima 75 timova. Danas igra 50, 25 gleda. I 25 koji danas ne prođu igraju s ovih 25 koji nisu danas igrali. Igraju sutra i to je 50. I od tih 50 opet gleda 25 i ovih 25 uzimaju 2000 i do kuće, ovi 25 koji su prošli idu dalje. Tako da na basketu je sutra, ništa nije lagano, kažem. Ništa nije lagano. Ali, ono.
They're also going to be coming out of Eclipse State, one of the new POIs we're seeing this season.
Stvarno znam svakoga, love ne znam jer nisam nikad gledao Aziju ni Middle East.
Potentially unconned as well. Not only are they going to have the rifts that are near them allowing them to rotate, but they're also going to have those 3 mythic podiums, kind of giving just a little bit more chance for that RNG of what mythic's going to be dropping there. Also, they had a great performance in Majors 1 and 2, getting that first place
75 timova.
and then a second place finish in Major 2.
Major 3 though, they actually split. They decided to play with different teams or different teammates. Didn't actually work out as well for them. So now they're back together, they're feeling good, and hopefully they'll get back to their winning ways.
That's right, we will definitely be focusing on them, but more duos to highlight across this entire lobby list of players. Let's take a look at Suns and Anon from OCE. What can you tell me about these guys?
These guys are the back-to-back Major 1 and Major 2 Grand Final winners. Coming from OCE, as you mentioned, they are a fantastic duo. They're one of only 3 duos that actually go back-to-back, winning each different major. So I'm excited to see what they can do today. A little stat from both of those winning majors. In all 24 games that they played of those Grand Finals, they only failed to pick up an elimination in 1 of those games.
Ljudi, pišite poza story, pišite poza story. Pišite poza story, ljudi. Če da obrišem kameru.
My only concern, though, is that they're landing naughty nets, which isn't the most beneficial.
To je to, spamajte, svi. Nemojte, brate, pišite samo poz, nemojte ništa dodati. Jebem ti Google, nek puši Google kurac, kogod ga je napravio. Jer buguje, brate, zakoči mi, brate. Ljudi, moramo da odbagamo YouTube. Napišite još jednom svi poz, okej? Svi još jednom poz, može? Svi još jednom, eto. Ko je sad napisao? Još jednom. Eto, sad. 3, 4, sad.
why Queasy and Vino didn't know that you couldn't build a wall there, and that's what separated them from success and failure. And I think they kind of got a little taste of their own medicine, because in Major 3, we saw them have a little, Major 1, they had a kind of a rough start, getting 23rd place right there. In Major 2, though, they got 5th place, and then in Major...
Kako šuri, jel? Ovo je prvi put ovako šuri čas, znaš. Mislim, nije bilo više, ali... Ovako smo, sad smo ga odbegali napokon. Vasilije, pozdrav, Aldin, pozdrav, Koni, pozdrav. To smo igrali na chapter 3. Ne, ovo je, pokazuju replay.
For them, they've been practicing a lot off spawn at the moment, and even they've actually been practicing their drops in Geocache Cups at Kenjutsu Crossing. At Kenjutsu Crossing. It's Queasy and Venom. Yeah, so I wonder why they could be practicing their drop at not their drop spot.
Probably no reason. There's probably no way that matters in any way, shape, or form. It's probably gonna happen. At least we hope, even just a single time. Now, the beauty of being here in this setting is that we have the players standing by. We can actually talk with them. And who better to do that than none other than Frankie, who is standing by right here, right now, with none other than the man himself, Seti.
Yes, I am. I'm very excited. To be honest, I'm quite nervous. He's cool as a cucumber, because this man is no stranger to success at an international LAN. Seti, is this bringing back memories of the Invitational?
This is definitely bringing back many memories, and we're here to make some more.
Was that the best moment of your life?
Gdje sam ostao ožiljak.
Yeah, 100%, and I'm ready to make another.
Igrao je fudbal I otvorio glavu nekako.
I guess we'll have to see.
So tell me about this year, because it feels like you guys have been on an upwards trajectory, and you've had to adapt your playstyle from just being low ground to sometimes actually challenging for high ground. What's that been like?
It's been great. It's been great adapting.
Ma neće vinat Seti. Neće vinat Seti.
So just great combination.
What about aggression? Because you're not necessarily a team that does go for
neće vinat, ne mogu vinat dva, sigurno.
Make the end game. Do you think that's going to be difficult for you to rack up those all-important points here?
I don't think it's going to be difficult at all. We're going to make end game, we're going to make some eliminations, win some games, and that's it.
Are there going to be any interesting off-spawn battles coming your way?
Oh yeah, obviously. And
what will happen if people do drop you?
Just be prepared.
I can't wait to see it. I imagine you and Cami will be incredibly prepared. Thank you so much, Seti. Polska Gorum!
Polska Gorum!
Thank you so much, Frankie, and of course, Seti. You can see...
Pa kreće game tad, Hazel, verovatno tad game kreće. Pojače malo. Ali neću čut sebe, ljudi, ja ne želim... Ljudi, oni ne pričaju sad ništa bitno, zato ja želim da smanjim malo, da mogu pričati sa chatom. Samo mi koji ćete završiti rodi si čića, dobro ću odirati. Mi navijemo za naše, boli me kita za Setija, brate.
Very cool. You saw it in that interview. Very cool. Very calm and collected. It's a duo you got to look out for.
Without a doubt.
Absolutely. Well, let's keep this ball rolling, because we know we want games. Let's talk about the format. What does this look like? So we kind of talked about it. We have an upper bracket, a lower bracket, but let's break that down. So today and tomorrow we have 5 games lined up. Then the top 25 from straight to day 3 in the grand finals. The players that in that bottom 25 will go to day number 2, where players from the last chance major are waiting. Then in day 2, that lower bracket, the top 25 from there, will move on to day number 3. That will give us the top 50 best duos from around the world.
Yeah, this is going to be very exciting. I mean, this is something that we haven't seen too much before. I think a lot of players might be thinking, oh, you know what? Day number 1, upper bracket, is just a good sort of day to have an extra one in the bank, right? You might see day number 2 as kind of like a backup in case things...
Smišva dal Savage. Pa ne verujem da će vinat, nema šanse. Ne znaš što, brate, ja uvijek tako imam. Jesu oni bolji, oni su najbolji, stvarno, ali leko, brate, nemaš ti pored Kvizija, Vena, pored Kamija, Setija, pored ono, znaš, da kažeš je vinat će Vadal. Ako je Vadal I vino FNCS I, znaš, I oni nekad znaju iznenaditi u finalsima I sve. A kažem ljudi, svi su najbolji, nikad se ne zna. Hvala.
Yeah, and I like that you kind of talk about this day 2, 25 new teams. There's just so much to track of, especially...
Sa Venom je uzu 50.000 na zero buildu.
65 points for the victory royale. Every elimination is worth 4 points, and we cannot forget those all-important mid-match objective points.
Rift daje 15! Ljudi, Island, dajte dole! Island daje 15, Forky Staver 3. Na FNCS-u I kill je 4.
actually a huge sum. A lot of players will actually sort of dictate their playstyle around those mid-match objectives, particularly with that island. We see teams going for that and making it almost their gameplay personality, going for that island every single game. And even the drop spot choice for the forecast towers, for some teams, that's absolutely vital.
Yeah, and it's not just the points they're going for. The forecast tower gives you forecast. It is an absolutely incredible thing to have in the game, knowing where every zone is going to be, getting those early rotations, putting yourself in a high advantage position and grabbing those storm surge tags. I can't wait to see how these teams utilize it.
I cannot wait. You guys have got me hyped. Now, of course, we're talking about what this looks like, these off-spawn fights. Well, let's hear from the players themselves. Check this out.
Ma ne, Dario, ne.
Being contested just means that at the spot you land, you have another team with you.
It's kind of like 50% chance like that you survive. You need to be lucky, get the right guns, get in the right position.
If you want to have good loot, you're going to have to fight for a spot.
Canada
Often
nice.
it's seen to be a bad thing, but sometimes it can be good as well.
We're dropping on the racetrack. Currently,
Ovo je Ken,
contested
a nije, ovo je
by
Tomas.
Aegis and Canada. I wouldn't say that I'm scared of them.
Neće Ken ništa da priča, ne igra Ken danas.
For sure.
We're landing pink split, so it's like in the middle of almost like all the good POIs. And we're contested by Acorn and Cold. And we're probably just going to try eliminate them as fast as possible.
They're good fighters, but I think that me and Acorn are just better.
Evo ga King je, on živ.
No tenemos ningún plan, solo que si ellos van a querer fightear, vamos a tener que terminar peleando y nosotros no tenemos miedo.
King mora da iznenadi. Ja ne znam, on nije igrao toliko aktivno, nije toliko aktivno igrao, ali brate, ili ne znam, ali ja ga ne viđam više, ono, znao je vinat FNCS 11 gameova u Grencu. Pa je bio drugi jedan LAN. Ali King može iznenaditi, King može iznenaditi opasno. Da, Pink je Nugato. To je Pink.
If you're thinking of landing on us, good luck.
We've had teams contested, they got last place. They can try again.
If I eliminate Thomas and Melby 6 games in a row, I'm 100% winning this tournament.
Oh, Canada contesta Thomas.
It's gonna get eliminated. They're finished. They're finished.
Well, this is kind of interesting because I've just heard you two talking about each other in the video that we recorded on Media Day. And Thomas, you said
Zašto oni njih intervjušu kad se konaju?
Against better players than Canada before. Can you look him in the eyes now and just reiterate that statement, please?
I mean, most EU players, like, in the top level is better than the NA players, so,
I mean, that's kind of true, but, like, you know me, like, I'm the FNCS winner, just won, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're going to see today, like, who's really the GOAT, you know what I'm saying?
And you also said, Canada, that if you win all the Osborne battles today, you're taking that trophy. But I thought, after watching your Major 3 winners interview on FNCS, that you didn't care about winning here.
I mean, like, being contested, like, it sucks. Like, I was contested, like, FNCS Major 2, and, like, you can't really do anything about it. But, like, when I heard I was coming to Copenhagen, like I'm not gonna lie, I'm here to find a girlfriend, you know what I'm saying? The Danish girls are here, they're pretty beautiful, so.
Can I keep your eyes on the prize, though? Because there is a trophy out there. You're going to go and have a date with it in a moment. So you have a think about what really matters in life, and I'll give you a hint, it's Fortnite. And I'm going to come back to Thomas, because I want to know why you're so devoted to dropping at racetrack.
I mean, we've been landing there the entire year, so we wouldn't switch drop, like it would be dumb. We haven't practiced anything else, so yeah.
And what's happened when other people have tried to drop you there?
I mean, it's been ups and downs, but we're trying to like learn how to play it the best. But yeah.
You don't want to just learn how to play it the best, though. You want to play it the best, especially if this guy is aggressive and American-like.
Da, skinny fat, bukvalno.
If the battles don't go your way, are you going to agree to just split the POI, or is it just going to always be all-out aggression?
It's going to be 50-50 on the slope truck every game. So, I mean, Canada haven't touched the game for 4 days, so...
I played this morning for like 2-3 hours. I'm feeling good. My finger's looking good, so I'm looking good.
And just one more question. How long did you play this morning?
I didn't play this morning, but I played like all week, so yeah.
He's fresh, he's warmed up, and I'm excited. Let's head back to the desk.
Kanata, always the jokester that he is. This is an off-spawn fight we will be seeing happen at the racetrack. Obviously, Kanata, coming off a recent win, does hold the axe of champions.
Bacite like, ljudi. Aj zaštiti s full screena, svi zaštiti s full screena. Svi. 3, 4, zaštiti s full screena, svi. Krenite telefon, monitor. 3, 4, sad zakucajte like, svi. Da preokrenemo ovako na 300, 400, 500 lajkova, ajde. Znači, ajmo, sad, preokret. Za 10 minuta kreće gameovi.
They still have tomorrow to go. I think it's going to be all out 50-50, as they mentioned. They've got to go for it.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of a different story for Kanata and Agers, who, when they were contested in Major 2, got 12th place, and then when they were unconned, of course, in Major 3, they walked away with their first
Au, 200 lajkova u sekundi. A brate, neki nemaju ni 200 gledalca u pičku materinu. Zajeban si. Aj, bacite like, ljudi, aj prebacite još. Ajmo opet like. Opet prebacujte samo like.
I think there's a possibility to split racetrack. There's great metal and brick. It's splittable by the west and eastern side. You have the slurp truck on the west side, and then you have that forecast tower towards the eastern side. So, I mean, they just said it's a 50-50. I do think that once one of them sees how rough it's going to be for them on the drop, that they might try and split it.
Pa Matrix, lenda svako mesto. Brate, ako su oni prakticali lupam nešto, lenda će tamo, neće menjati zbog nekog drugog. Lenda svako ono što najbolje zna i gdje najbolje misli da je. Gdje je slavljenik? Ljudi, Lukas Animirović ima danas rođendan. Svi spamujte sretan rođendan. Ajde, a svi, brate. Može, svi. Evo, nek celi chat ispama, eto. Sretan rođendan Luka, eto. Ali baš ono, srećan rođendan Luka da napiše. Ispamajte svi za brata. Evo, svi ispamajte srećan rođendan. I za Darija isto, za Darija srećan rođendan, njemu je bio prekidan. Dixi se zove Luka.
So I'm interested to see how this dynamic works between them both.
I like that you're talking about the dynamic differences that we see, because both of these duos here also have a lot of similarities. Both of them back-to-back champions in Major 2 for their respective regions. But I love that you talk about Cal Gamer and how respected he is, because
Iskužio svaki pro player od ovih ima dugu kosu. Da, svi puštaju, ali Pink ima baskat. Dosta njih ima ono baskat, ono.
Region from around the world. And again, Relentless Retreat is a splittable POI. But what I'm interested in seeing is that it takes about...
Vezerno, winning, alo. Ja earning se uzimam do kraja sezone. Eto, ne znam na čemu. Solo ili duo zero build ili duo cash. Ako treba uzet ću na svakom kapu, eto. Ti samo vrati warm-upa i se vrati su koju. Ne znam se vrati. Ja sam najbolji. Došao mi PC. Biću naspan za svaki kap jer ne idem nigde. I cijelo vreme sam igrao na Apex 0.8 i jučer stavim Apex Pro na 0.4. I sad sam duplo brži, brate. Alo. 1000 evra uzimamo, brate, do kraja.
Who's representing Brazil, and both of these players have won 2 majors alone this year. We're also joined by Daniela, our fabulous translator. So, Cal Gamer, I'd love to speak to you first. I know that you are someone who researches your opponents. Have you watched any of King's matches, and do you have any opinions on how he plays?
I haven't watched him that much, but I watched a little bit, and I realized how he plays, and he's not very good. So that's why I'm there.
And why would you say you're a better player than King?
I mean, it's just the facts. You know, he's just not that good.
Are you going to put your money where your mouth is later, though? Because you are dropping at the same spot as him on Relentless Retreat.
Yes, I don't...
Ne vjerujem da bi on... neću. Ne vjerujem da je htio toliko da ga ishita kad usro ga je. A ja mislim da možda malo loše priča engleski, pa sada objašnjava, jebi ga. Ne da mu se objašnjavati.
Arguably the greatest player in the Brazilian region right now. Tell me why Relentless Retreat, though, is a spot that you're going to win when you drop on it against Cal Gamer later.
¿Cómo vas a hacer el drop spot ahí cuando vas a bajar del bus? ¿Cómo lo vas a, cuál es tu método?
La verdad es que no tenemos ningún método, solo que nosotros tenemos nuestra parte, que es la derecha del spot. Así que nada, si ellos van a querer caer ahí, lo van a tener que disputar con nosotros. Y nada, ojalá que ganen, que tengan suerte.
We don't have like a method that we're gonna do, but we're gonna attack from the right side, and we hope we're gonna win, and we will do because we are the best. Yeah.
CalGamer has given his opinion on you, but what's your opinion on CalGamer? Have you seen him play?
La verdad que sí, hemos visto varios games, pero la verdad que no me asusta, ya que bueno, yo estoy confiado junto con mi dúo. Y nada, si van a querer disputar la bóveda, podrían pelear tranquilos, que nada, los esperamos, no tengo miedo.
We are waiting for them. We see them playing, and they're not so good like they thought. And we.
Favorito.
I'm sorry, it's Argentinian, so we talk too fast. So he will fight until the end.
I'm really looking forward to the fight. Hopefully the end will be in the aim game for both of these players rather than at the relentless retreat. Thank you so much, Gracias, mucho gracias. And Shukran, thank you so much for talking to me, CalGamer. We will see what happens between these two and their duo partners when they drop on relentless retreat in just...
Zanima me Thomas Canada u spon I zanima me ova dvojica King I ovaj depresivni.
Oh, they can't both be bad.
They just have no respect for each other, do they? Like, no, mate, you're not having it.
He's bad, no, he's bad. Yeah. We're both bad. Yeah. Of course, just some friendly trash talk, right? As we prepare for the global championship. That's kind of, I guess they're both in high spirits. That's kind of where you want to be, right?
I think they're just trying to get in each other's head, aren't they, really? That's all it is.
Yeah, sure.
Kel's like, I don't even want to, you know what, that's fine. Just
yeah, that'll do.
That'll do. Guys, we actually have something very special lined up, and we have a remote interview with the man, the myth, the legend himself, my oldest friend in the world, Cypher BK. Cypher, I don't know if you can hear it, but the crowd is going absolutely ham right now. How you doing, man?
Yo, I'm doing great. I'm glad to be here for the FNCS Global Championship, even though it's remote. I'm excited to watch a ton of Fortnite this weekend, and I am personally rooting for Clix and Epic Whale. I want to see Clix get his first FNCS championship.
That is amazing. Dude, how has it been? Like, obviously, you've been watching, right? We've seen all of these duos just kind of grow and evolve over the year. What are your expectations for the competition?
I mean, I want to see a repeat of what happened at the Invitational, just like a super intense, like first and second going head to head in the last match. I think we're going to see something, and we're going to see some early drop fights and whatnot. But yeah, I was there at the Invitational. It was just electric, and I'm hoping we see that again here in Copenhagen.
Nisam ispratio.
How crazy was it back?
Ali igraju svi Balkanci danas. Svi Balkanci danas igraju osim Vasketa. Vaske igra sutra.
You talked to a bunch of players. What were they kind of feeling at that time?
I mean, everyone is always a little nervous before the tournament, but I think once they're in the battle bus, like, it's game time, and the stakes are really high. I mean, this is like the biggest prize pool since World Cup. Correct me if I'm wrong, like $1 million for the first place duo.
Igraju svi Balkanci osim Vasketa. Vaske igra sutra.
It's gonna be intense. It's gonna be insane.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Cypher, for those of you or them out there that don't know who you are, can you tell us a little bit about who you are? Because I want everyone in the world to know about you.
I mean, I am a very big Fortnite fan. I've been playing it since the very beginning. I was honored to be among the Icon series last year, and it's just, I'm still loving this game, and I'm super excited to see what you guys have cooked up.
Od Balkanaca Teni Miša, Tyson, Vaske, Kvizi, Trulex, Čičo.
Cypher PK on pretty much any platform.
I Miki igra.
Thank you so much for stopping by. We really appreciate it, and we hope you enjoy the competition.
Thanks, y'all. Good luck out there.
Going crazy. That's right. Y'all can go crazy for Cypher BK. He's a legend. Y'all, this crowd is the best crowd I think we have ever had.
Yeah.
And that's great because we're going to see next level Fortnite. I don't know that I'm like prepared for...
Ko je to Miki? Pa Miki Nunijev. Miki, mali Miki, naš Miki. Kako ne znaš? Miki Nunijev. Od Denija. Kako ne znaš?
Region, they've been really hyped, and you can see them over there. There we go. I don't know if you can hear it, but
Miki,
yeah, they're really, really hyped. I'm excited to see all the other regions that are taking part today, all the fans. I'm feeling excited.
Listen, I know that the fans in the audience are ready, but
Miško
I want to
naš,
know if
Miško, brat naš, Miki, Mihajlo Madić.
Well, we are not that far away, so you've gotten our thoughts. Why don't we get the thoughts of our casters as we draw ever closer to the competition?
Yeah, I must say, especially after watching the head-to-head interviews there, I'm feeling so good, and I'm looking forward to the contention that we're going to see on the drops.
And what I love the most too is that it's one thing to know
Ne mogu da okrenem prst, ne može se okrenuti. Gledam, opeko se nateklo, prst mi ovako natekao. Juču 4 ujutro, brate, da ne probudim nikog i, brate, sa 2 krpe uzimam picu iz Rerne. Vruće i padne mi krpa. Mislim, malo mi, pa čudno je, uhvatim i padne mi malo i... Brate, ja ne smijem da bacim picu ovako u kuhinji, probudiš celu kuću. Brate, ja uzem i peče, a moram da spustim, stavim ovako, napravim korak i stavim, brate, na stol. I od tih 2 sekunde mene peče. Ja stavim to i brzo pod hladnu vodu i juče me peklo jako, danas je prošlo. E da, video. Danas igra 25 timova, ok? Zapamti sad. 25 timova, ne, 50 timova igra danas. Ok? 25 timova ide u Grand Finals. 25 timova koji nisu prošli igraju sutra s ovih 25. Koji danas gledaju. Znači, i onda sutra, ovi koji sad gledaju i ovi koji danas izgube, oni sutra igraju i od sutra 25 timova koji ne prođu idu kući sa 2000 evra. Sutra ko prođe ide u Grand i onda igra s ovim od danas koji su prošli. Razumiješ?
Let's go ahead and dim the lights. Fortnite fam. A year-long competition has led us here to Copenhagen. These players have fought through the FNCS gauntlet, 3 FNCS majors, and a last chance major, all to battle it out here on this stage. These players have put everything.
Bacite like, ljudi, prekrenite like. Opet izađite iz full screena, opet izađite, evo, 3, 4, sad. I bacite svi like, prekrenite lajkove, brzo.
It's about holding the axe of champions high. It's about hoisting a championship trophy, banking their share of $4 million. But above all else, it's about a title that comes with the highest prestige, FNCS Global Champions. After this weekend, one duo will break through and stand undeniably above the rest.
Ljudi, ja nikad, kad si igrao ovi kapu, ja nikad ne znam ko će da vina. Brate, svi znaju da igraju, svi su najbolji. Ali navijamo za Vasketa, Tenija, za Trulexa, Kvizija i Tysona. Samo naši da uzmu što više para. Evo ga bus, kreće bus. Iza Mikija, iza Mikija. Evo ih igraju ovo. Oni su tu. I će sad idu na kompove, ili već sede tu. Brate, ne, ja mislim da će ih sad zvat. Please, ne, sede već, ja mislim. Ja im ne vidim glave, su me ovo glave? Koji Miki? Pa Nunijev, Denijev Miki. Nauči ga plivat. Ma ne sedi niko, njih sad zovu sad. Da, njih sad zovu, 100%, evo sad ih zovu. Niko ne sedi tamo, ja ne vidim nikog. Da, sad ih zovu. Gle majku sve. A ja čekaj da vidim. A ne igra Vaske. Vaske igra sutra. Znaš koliko želim Vaske da vidim. Trulex 3 prsta pokazuje. Da, 100%. Joj, Čičo će da bude ovo.
Copenhagen, Royal Arena, are you ready to meet the players? Let's bring them on.
Spamujte hype, ljudi. Spamujte hype, alo. Spamujte hype. Brzo, želim Trulexa da vidim ove naše. Spamujte hype, brzo. Evo ga Markonix tu gleda. Alo, možda vidimo Markonixa, alo, kako gleda. A nemoj da sedaju, ne! Nemoj da sedate, ne! Tyson, evo ga Tyson. Mali buca. A dobro, 1,50 da imali.
And with 196 total finals appearances spread amongst all of them, they are here to show exactly why they're the forerunners of their respective regions.
And you think about it, they had the first chances, the first opportunities put in front of them, and they did just that. They secured it, and here they are. Let's go, Copenhagen. Y'all went absolutely crazy for the players. That is what we are here for. We don't have this competition without them, so y'all definitely feel free to lose it when you guys see them come out on the stage. My gosh, that is just the qualifiers from Major #1. There's so many big names. Thomas HD, though, Malabuka. We have eyes on.
Yeah, well, I mean, I heard a massive cheer.
Yeah.
And we're hearing it right now.
Dobro, na čemu je Thomas? Evo, ne vidite, na čemu je? Na čemu je?
Might well be, because he is the Danish man himself. What a perfect player when you think about all of his attributes. So smart, his aim is next level, and of course paired up with Malabuka. This is a dangerous duo.
Jo, da, kad krene Vaske sutra udarat po stolu.
They have so much skill in this duo that they should be able to overcome the problem.
We've seen sometimes being contested can be a little bit beneficial. And we saw them have an incredible performance in Major 1, getting second place and only losing by just a single point. They are the best team to have never won in FNCS, but I think that they may be changing that this weekend.
That would be so crazy, right? No FNCS title, but a global championship title? That would be next level. We talked about EU. How about we gone over to NA, Acorn, and Cold? I feel like so many players and fans alike talked about this duel when they won, saying this is probably one of the best duels in NA, period.
Yeah, there was a lot of hype around this duo when they performed in Major #1, of course, coming out with a great performance. I like this duo. You saw combine a really, really big brain IGL in Acorn, and arguably one of the best fraggers in NA in Cold. This kid is crazy, and I'm expecting to bring that dynamic. You can see them on the screen right now. They're looking happy, they're looking excited, and they should be, because they're a top team.
And we saw what Cold can do on a LAN setting at the Invitational, getting a 3rd place finish with his old duo mate Scented. And I mean, their placements outside of Major 1 was 6 in both Major 2 and Major 3. So even when they're doing their worst, it is still so vastly better than most of the competition.
Now, of course, that was a look at just the qualified players from Major #1. We have 2 more to go. So please give a warm welcome for your qualified players from Major #2.
The Kinetic Blade was the season. It was also the problem that they had to learn how to overcome, learn how to make theirs, and perform to the best of their capabilities, because my oh my, what a destructive time it was.
They really had to slice their way through the competition to qualify for globals. But more impressive still is the sheer amount of experience that this particular group of contenders carries with them.
Nisam ni prepoznao Kvizija koliko su promenili.
24 of them have played on a LAN stage here before.
Can you imagine having that experience, bundling it all up and then putting it out right here in front of you, where there is your chance to make the bulk of $4 million. We know who you're looking at. I know who.
Vezerno, ja, next year. Next year.
Can they step up? Can they perform here now? As the times and options are limited. There's only 5 games.
I mean, if that was it, Right, if that was just the...
Ja mislim da će svi da izlaze čak, a? Hoće svi da izlaze danas, da ih predstave. Aj, sve zovi jebote.
Queasy, Venno. This stadium went crazy when they walked by that trophy. Some would say these are the villains of this arc, right? These are the guys that went up against Seti and Cammy and fell short. Now they want to come back. They want to come back even stronger than a year ago.
Yeah, definitely.
Sljedeće godine si napucana bukvalno, ali da mi smene tamo. I sljedeće godine napunit ću 19 biću na steroidima.
These guys are absolutely incredible. We saw in Major number 2, 12 game grand finals, 6 victory royales. I don't understand how that's even possible. And then arguably the biggest upset when of course they didn't qualify to Major 3 grand finals. How does that affect their mentality going to this? Is this now a bit of a redemption for them? Not winning an invitational, not making Major 3 grand finals?
Ne znam, Queasy mi jako čudno izgleda. Ili je preozbiljan ili ne znam. Baš mi čudno je nekako bio. Ljudi, bacite like sub, kogod se subuje izlazi na ekran. Tu. Ovako, tu, gore. Tu gore izlazi na ekran. Subujte se svi, uključite svi zvonce. 37/100 daily live-ovi, tako da ono. Eto. Svaki dan live, sve do nove godine. Uključite zvonce, bacite sub, bacite like. Da, ili preozbiljan, ne, nije smore sigurno.
We have to continue the conversation. Miro and Cooper now kind of focusing in on NA. Miro just ridiculously decorated.
Yeah, a really, really decorated player in the NA region. Won so many FNCS titles. Paired up with a less experienced player.
Ko vampir, gle, ko vampir.
Because you have the experience of Miro. He's actually not IGLing this year. It's usually Cooper that takes that role. And he's actually saying, you know what? I'll take the reins. I'll use your experience when it comes to fragging, because Miro's just one of the best in the world at that. And of course, lead the tops and make sure they make their way to endgame. This is one of those duos that I'm really, really excited to see how they perform on LAN, because both of them are very, very talented, but together, we're yet to see them in this stage.
No, but we did see them perform incredibly well in Major 2, getting a second place finish. And I think Rumble Ruins is a great POI for them, being in the center, being able to handle rotations, which seems to be a little bit of an issue for them in earlier seasons. So I'm excited to see Miro, obviously, as you were saying, an incredible player, a 5-time FNCS champ. However, most of those wins were with his old duo mate, Booga.
Absolutely. Well, we have one group of players left, so Arena, welcome them. This is your qualified players from Major number 3.
Evo ga, ajde. Ajde, Teni Miša, alo. Zanima kako Miša izgleda, brate. Tenija sam video. Pink, evo ga, Pink. Trulex, evo ga, Trulex. I Čičo je s leve strane. Evo ga, Čičo.
And what they might have lacked in mobility, they certainly made up for as far as adaptability is concerned. Because having gone through every single iteration of competitive seasons, competitive metas, to find themselves here at the global stage, that is the embodiment of mental fortitude.
And really and truly, it's one of the hardest things to do, is when it's your last chances, when it's your last opportunities to punch your way straight through to the biggest opportunity of your career. And it's time to put up those numbers. Can you do it? Surely all of our Major 3 qualifiers had to play with that pressure. They had to play with that knowingly, you know, a looming pressure of, hey, I can only do this one more time.
And again, considering what's at stake, considering that they want to go straight in to that finals lobby here on Sunday, this is their moment to see it all.
That's right, there are no more chances up for grabs here other than the 5 that's put in front of them. You want to do it here and now. Will you be one of the first top 25 duos to punch through to Sunday? We'll find out.
Ma kako je prošao, bre, nisam ga vidio, Ten ima onu krčkavu kosu. Daj, jebe mi se za njega, htio sam, znam kako izgleda on, htio sam, brate, da vidim onog Mišu jebe.
All facing off today. You can feel it. The atmosphere is electric. It's not just this amazing crowd. It is every single one of these players. They all know what they have to do. Top 25 by the end of the day.
Yeah, this is it. This is our lobby. I mean, we haven't spoken about, in depth. How can we not? Booga, the man himself. What a player, of course, the World Cup winner. How many times have we said World Cup winner? Does anyone need to be reminded at this stage? World Cup winner? No.
No.
No, not really.
Never. I mean, Bugha and Threats, I love this duo here. Bugha obviously having the history and the knowledge, with Threats having just some of the most insane aim in the game. Having these two powerhouses together.
Ljudi, bacite like, uskoro kreće game. 43.000 ljudi gleda. Zašto klik s live-a? A on reakciju radi.
And they're gonna have those absolutely insane amount of chests, ammo, and loot. So even though they're gonna be contested by Nutty, I don't think that's gonna be too much of a concern for them.
Yeah, and I was speaking to Threats yesterday. I was saying, how are you gonna approach that off spawn? He said, mate, there's so much loot at this drop spot. We're not too concerned about fighting each other off spawn, but we want that vault. They're gonna be every single game, so we'll see how it goes for them.
So insane. More duos to talk about. Iamzo and Rise, front runners from NA, a duo that all of us just feel and expect such.
Ovo su najbolji, stvarno.
How do they perform?
Gle, naranđa si duo.
Yeah, the Canadian duo here. A lot of people had a lot of expectations for them going into Major 3. Donda's the best team in NA at that time.
Pogledaj kako su nekako jadni, a dobro, Nixi, preterivanje.
Lots and lots of hype around this team. We haven't seen them perform on LAN yet, so this is going to be a very, very big test for them. Will they live up to that hype? Will the weight lay on their shoulders a little bit and maybe put a little bit too much pressure on them? I'm not sure, but either way.
Ali ovdje izgleda normalno, normalno. Tamo kad ti stave one 100 onih reflektora, brate, i slikajte s kamerom ono u facu, ono.
Was fourth. They have the best placement between all three majors than anyone.
Kako je Veno dobro kad zna, kad je bolji od svih. Da. On je bolji od svih, on to zna.
Which is a great split POI. So I think they might be the kings of NA for today.
What about the kings of OCE? Could that be Worthy and Alex? I had an opportunity to meet Worthy, just a sweet guy.
Ko je ovo?
But Alex is
Ovo je neč kursa naprijed.
the best player in OCE.
Ovo je neč kursa naprijed. Brate, ovi igraju na Oceani, izlazilo mi rekomendat, brate, igraju u Oceani, vinaju finalse sa 20 nešto kilova kad igraju s debilima. Mislim, ja bih volio da daju sve od sebe i da naprave nešto. Aj možda prođu, ne kažem. Ali, brate, Oceanija, oni niti imaju practice. U Evropi je najjači practice, brate. Ali opet ne možeš nikad znati, onaj Svizi koji je bio iz Oceanije ili odakle već iz Azije, preselio se u Evropu, vino FNCS. Vino 5 cash cupova, znaš. A došao ono iz Oceanije došao. Tako da ono, mogu iznenaditi svi, brate, majke mi.
They might be actually the newest duo
Može stvarno
that
talent.
we're going to be seeing compete here today. And they're going to be landing near that creaky compound.
A se trese. Nisam vidio. Klipaj mi, Nixi, molim te. Shaking. Da me jebeš.
Today, pressure is on. With less games, you cannot make a mistake.
Klipaj mi, Nixi, molim te. Neko da mi klipa, please.
Going down to 5 games changed
everything, particularly if you are contested, if you lose off spawn.
Znaš kako se trese, stvarno. A glup sam, mogu live da vratim, ali sam glup, alo. Ali sam glup, brate. Ako mogu ja, gle, jedan, evo, unlike, like, evo, gle, ja mogu 5 puta lajkat, a vi ne možete jednom. I zašto se uskrina, lajkujte live. Daj da vidim malo. Što se tako trese, žao mi je previše. Da li me... Čekajte da vidim. Ovaj desu se verovatno šejko, a? Brate, ni spec shake. Ni spec, na ovom istekao ili šta, nešto drugo. Ja sam mislio ovako, brate. Šalim se, i ovo je zajebano, brate. Ma, znam, brate. Baš je zatresno. Bez sprednje. Pazi, nije sprednja. Nije sprednja, brate.
Thousands of people on stage is a little bit different than playing at home in front of your own setup and everything.
A daj.
They've had a lot of opportunity to practice leading up into this, then maybe he can finally be.
Kud je kvizi? Bosna, ja mislim. I Sarajeva, nisi siguran.
Even that one mistake, how much could that affect those mentals, right, Kelly? Because
Znači imamo jednog Bosanca, 2 Srbina, 2 Slovenca. 3 Srbina, to je.
So very different.
Jedan Bosanac.
I think it depends on the players and the team.
Zajeban se ljudi, Srbija.
If you guys haven't had the opportunity to watch the Major 3 playback of him, where essentially the entire time he's just screaming, Agers! Agers! I think having mentality like that, even when you're down...
Jebi ga, šejka se, znaš kako? Šejka će se prvi game, drugi game, u najgorem slučaju. Kad vide, brate, da je game ko svaki game. Znaš, bit će im lakše. Kogod se šejka, bit će im lakše nakon prvog gema. Ali ovaj se previše šejka. Ali lupam, imam fazom Teni i Miša, meni su onaj liquid, ja možeš kod da ih boli kurac. Naprimjer, oni će da dođu sutra, ako igraju sutra ili ne znam da igraju sutra ili danas, ima dođu, brati, da ih boli kurac i da pofaju, da naprave haos, znaš. Ali ima ljudi koji dođu šejke se jebi ga. Nije sve jedno, svi imaju one leptiriće u stomaku 100%. Leptiriće, onu tremu u stomaku i u nogama onako.
Is that good? Is that bad going into lower bracket? Is there some kind of advantage or disadvantage to doing so?
As I said earlier, I don't think you should be aiming or
Više tenevikeju, bukvalno.
It's not something that you want.
Onda svako šeka. Znaš ko se ne šeka, brate? Iskreno. Znaš ko se ne šeka? Veno, Kvizi, Kami, Seti, veruj mi, brate, veruj mi. To ti kao što se Ronaldo ne šeka u fudbalu, brate, veruj mi, brate. A šejkaj su ovi malo lošiji. Evo, veruj mi, brate. Znaš ti, ovo je njima je 20. brate, LAN. Kontaš? Svi imaju to malo, ali više bi rekao da Kvizi i Veno lupam imaju više adrenalina nego što imaju treme. A tremu imaju malo lupa. Ni malo. Ljudi sa Da, pa to ti kažem. Baš ono... Svako neko ima više, neko manje pritiska, brate, ali... Ono... Kreće, ajde.
Because the battle bus has gone off and we're ready to roll into game 1.
The FNCS Global Championship game number 1 starts right now. There is the bus. Now we get to jump off and really take to the world and see.
Opa, King. Da vidimo, ljudi, evo ga fight. Evo ga fight, ali evo ga fight. Evo ga ovaj koji je prozivao Kinga. Da vidimo ko će dočiti drop.
Start things off here, of course, with King and Gamer.
And keep in mind,
da vidimo.
We heard
Ko će
a little
dobio
bit
spawn.
in the pre-game interviews, King, Calgamer, neither side
mali buc.
particularly scared of the other. Both playing his best, but Thomas is taking the 50-50. It's Kanata, though, who's going to find the first down.
But it's a trade.
U 1-1, aj molim te mali buc. Molim te. Moramo za naše navijati, aj mali buc.
Convert here or go head to head, toe to toe with Malabuka. Malabuka just has a singular build. He goes for the open exchange. And now Kanata's going for the push. Things are going to slow down. He's going to come down to everything. He gets the first tags. Can he get the follow-up here? Pressure's on.
Bravo! Šta je klačao? Bravo.
With the twin mag, but I don't think the pressure stopped just yet. He's taking a moment
Ali
here.
Kanada čovko, ju.
Massive. The reboot van providing just enough coverage.
Dobro, stvari nije mogo šta Kenjam, imaju pištolj.
Shots out of Kanata. And the first 50-50 will go EU's way.
And you can see that is the simple tactics coming into play. A little bit of high ground. All of a sudden, the leverage was thrown onto the other side. But here we have Nutty and Capser who are contesting Bugha and Threats here at the Sanguine Suite. This is a very tough battle to have to go against as well, because they too are going for a landing 50, depending on, of course, what you pick up here. But so far, it does seem like Bugha has
to solo? Nije, brate, ali evo, i meni izgleda kao da je solo, brate. Gdje je teammate?
Threats seemingly already eliminated here, so Bugha will be forced to try and choose the proper moment to engage. Just gonna stay crouched for the time being, though. Again, keep in mind the amount of builds he actually has to work with. An Infiltrator Pump might be able to buy him a little bit of time as well, but seems as though Bugha is investing fully into weaponry here, understanding he can't take that extra second to reload. He doesn't have a teammate to fall back on just in case. And as for Nutty and Abzer, they seem to be just taking their time, actually prioritizing some of the loot inside the scene.
Well, as one duo falls, another one rises up to the occasion. Here we have Yamzo and Rise looking pretty solid.
Ali Rise isti ko Thomas. Ovo, isti Thomas. Ili ovo Thomas, zašto je facetimo Thomas?
Speaking about other things happening, though, I did see Baka, who is also contested up towards the northern portion of the map, getting an exchange off there too. And here we get to take a look in with Queasy and Vino down at the Kenjutsu crossing.
FNC speak is preferred
outside of the map, and the real curious question to ask here is how well exactly they're going to be able to manage some of that early surge, because being this far south at Kenjutsu, it's not exactly the easiest in terms of elevation, having to deal with some of those other teams surrounding you. Can maybe expect that Queasy might look to wait for Veno to continue scouting a little bit further in, maybe towards the bridge. We might see them looking to implement a little bit of surge strategy. And Sloppy Shores, Tayson, he's having to eat some damage as is, but has plenty of shields to work back with.
Oh yeah, we all know that this here is definitely a very popular exchange. Teams will often find out that Sloppy Shores, one of the major POIs that will just yield so much additional heals, of course, that you can continue to play off of and bounce back from.
Stvarno, od koga je umro jebo? A, od Rizana, da me jebeš.
Material together. We're going to jump on over to Datus and Stain here. Looking pretty solid over at the Frenzy Fields. Just north of this, we also know that Acorn and Cold were equally contested somewhere near their drop. And look, they've wiped the team, and they're up towards the top right now.
You also have to keep in mind, though, Datus and Stain, guess who they're near at Frenzy? I mean, that's bound to be Seti and Cammy's turf. That's where Seti and Cammy have been establishing themselves the entire year just about. So curious to see whether or not those two will clash. It seems as though Seti has already been eliminated, and that's true. The fact that Stain and Datus were able to take care of them this early on is huge.
Yep, big trades happening here. Now we see Yuma getting tags in the distance too. Surge, of course, is going to be one of the equally most important things to worry about. Meanwhile, in the feed, Acorn has found himself an elimination too. These are all of the contested battles happening here.
To je sve dogovoreno. Wow, mislim logično, neće pucati se malo za Surge. Kako je mali bučak klačao.
And you can imagine the confidence boost, the momentum that some of these teams engaging in those 50-50s are bound to be looking for. And the best part about it is getting those eliminations so early on leaves you plenty of room to actually continue working on their pre-planned pathing. Not having to really worry about interference towards some of those rotations can make a big difference in positioning later on.
We'll talk about Acorn and Cold. Take a look here as they're moving out.
They picked up their elimination. They're
trying to see if they can single out the solo remaining, but nothing just yet. So not really getting greedy with the opportunity banking that elimination. Remember, this was 5 games, right? Only 5 games. You pop off in game number 1, and all of a sudden you're really set up for a potential just seal top 25 for today, right? The goal is get to grand finals.
I mean, just think about the amount of sheer splashes that Acorn just had available for himself. 12 splashes to work with is a huge amount. They can definitely take their time in terms of finding those ideal movements in case they need a little bit of that slap effect to work with. Thoric, meanwhile, continuing to seek out mid-chest.
Jel igra Moneymaker igra? Sad ne znam li igra sad ili sutra. Ali igra Copenhagenova.
An idea of maybe looking over towards one of these forecast towers, maybe also keeping an eye out for that reboot van in the distance as well.
Šta vi mislite ko vina ljudi? Eto, šta vi mislite? Trulex ili Quiz ili Kamil, Vico, Pink, ko vina?
In the distance though, Sun's also not making it easy for anyone rotating through the valleys here. Now we have Fastroki.
Fastroki u Kyle hvalali, what the fuck?
Mislim, dobri su oni ovo. Of the map here, split up from his teammate, looking to hold out a potential King, maybe rotating down at the bottom. It could be Cal Gamer there, but no, it is King in duo.
King je preživjela, ovi su možda nisu ni fajtali, ili? Bima će ga opasno. Bima će ga Kyle opasno, 100%, nije glup. Opasan Bim ide.
As far as Kylie is concerned as well, a little bit of leverage there over King with some of that height, but seems as though King has spotted out
Pink i
that
Vicu,
Kylie
gledaj.
is just a little bit
Ovo je pametno,
away
GG.
from him.
Pink ovdje, Vicu gore.
Back over to Pink and Vico.
Šteka Mici, kako šteka?
A lot of these players just seeming to take their time. As long as you have...
Sad kad ja pogledam, bit će dobar. Pink ovdje, Vicu gore. A dobro, približit se dosta u mikrofon, jebe ga. Sad je dobar. Jel' tako sad je dobar, vjerovatno? A dobro, približit se dosta u mikrofon, jebe ga. Sad je dobar. Da, sad je dobar.
Actually prioritize.
Rolled up. Looks like we got a little bit of a standoff here on the rotation on in. Hero and triple FHD. Pretty tough situation.
Ovo najgore kad nemaš White Hill, brate. Imaš sve, ali nemaš White Hill.
Have a bit of a high ground position here, looking down. Very nice spot to be in. Meanwhile, Heroes and Shari also nearby, getting the pressure of the lobby here. Richard and Reek can determine any team that they want to put the pressure on, and others are going to look inwards to see if they can jump in on it.
Barely hanging on right now, just inside the edge of this zone. And the way that it's breaking out for them just does not seem to be all that favorable. Just like for Snazy and Podesai, under quite a bit of pressure here. Snazy's gonna have to take some time now to actually try regen.
O, neka braća jebu kevu, brad.
Not sure if he even has any members to work with, but Podesai, he's...
Što ovo navijači došli jebote, ono, hoće bakljada da bude. Preteruju, znaš kako ovo nervira, ali... Ovo nikad do sad nije bilo ovako da zdera, nekako.
You're looking here, the community rallying for Podesai here. But a very tough spot to be in halfway through the materials, but hold up. We get back to the fight here. Bak and Pars already had 2 eliminations, and another team is looking to influence them a little bit more as they were trying to get to the new safety. This next zone here, just a minute left before it starts to move again. They're in a pretty difficult spot here, digging deep into the trenches right now. NK Papa is holding it down here.
But again, this is a fight that you're expending time, you're spending some resources and builds outside of the zone for both of these players.
Ali ja kad sam bio na Vanderkonu, ne. Pa da, nisam na Vanderkonu jer su svi čutali i bile su tribine. Ali, brate, na Hogu, ja sam čuo sve preko slušalice. Ja čujem kako neko skače, kako me neko zove. Bravo, ovo je šiton. Bravo, bravo, bravo.
Sharptooth, just enough to take him out. Easy elimination in the 2 versus 1 scenario, but again, they're all the way at Brutal. They still have to rotate into zone.
I just want to say, Pars was putting up a front in the back there, talking, hey man, you know, not too sure about the time zones. He's acting like he wasn't quite sharp and aware, but no, they are leading in eliminations right now, possibly faking out the competitors here today. So far, so good. Meanwhile, TWIS.
Kam je umro? Kam je mrtav, pazi, Kam je umro, ali to ne mora znači, znači ima 50-50 spot, jebi ga, umro je Kami, šta će, ima još milion gemova. Kanada je umro, to ste vidjeli, kažem opet ima vremena. Duke je mnogo dobar igrač umro, ali kažem opet vjerovatno 50-50, iDrop nije 50-50, ali je umro u nekom fajtu i te nije 50-50, to znam jer znam da landaju, ali dobro. Teni mnogo igra dobro, Sponi mnogo dobro igra u svom fajtu je na tom mjestu, tako da ono, verujem da će ono, jedan game oni njih, tako. Tako da ono, ne brinem za Tenija. Na bolji luda ima, to je to. Veno za malo umro. Ovo je Trulex Bibo, zašto se Trulex zove Trule? Ili to kao nestane, ali nemoguće, viš da kvizi ustane sve.
Going to go and get on out of there, picking up augments now as well, really trying to round out his advantage where possible.
Ja bi stvarno volim je Kita za mogu.
Pastors.
Kliks igra sutra.
Giving Queasy's loadout as well. That first assault definitely going to come in handy when you've got a gold twin mag. Bonus damage, always a plus on that first shot. And the same thing as well for the first shotgun augment that he had. Rocking there with that gold Sharptooth, so you can definitely expect him, or then expect that there's a reason why Inveno are looking to try and find those bamboozle opportunities. Not too surprising though to see teams still trying to collect as much break as possible here. Karmi and Vanyak definitely wanting to acquire just a few more builds, but understanding the fact that But some of these teams starting to trickle in as zone continues to pull just further towards that mega city area. They're gonna have to be careful of the teams rotating from above them.
Yeah, there are a couple late stragglers looking to make their way to the new zone. Meanwhile, Sphinx and Boyo sitting right above Acorn and Cold here.
Ljudi, da li neko zna koliko gemova ima ovde? Da li neko to zna?
Himself, possibly taking some fall damage, possibly being deep in the zone here, falling on a
Sećam se, Nixi, ne moraš niš da mi pričam. Ljudi, jeste vidjeli ovog vanjaka sada? Moramo da kažem. 6. Alo, jeste vidjeli ovog vanjaka sad što sam speco, što sam rekao da je dobar, lik je hvala ono grence svake, evo igra sad ovo, lik je najbolji igrač. Ali tad, kad sam live na trovu, imao je fazom 3-4k earnings. I ja sad imam fazom 50, 60, 70 hiljada. Alo. On je mene i Crazy Griffom igrali Noble, tad smo Crazy bili najbolji. Svaki cash cup top 60, top 100, uvijek pojem do kvala. Alo. Crazy tad smo igrali 24 sata smo igrali onaj Noble 24-7, znači svaki Noble igramo, znači svaki. I 24-7 Noble vam je ono sa najboljim igračima, evo ovi lobiji svi igrači igraju, znaš samo trebaš da upadneš u taj scrim, da igraš sa njima. I nama upadne vanjak. I znaš ono, ti ako filaš Noble, glupo je da umreš off spawn, brate, čekao si sat vremena da filaš i da umreš off spawn, znaš. Alo. I mi, brate, nas grifa vanjak. Spreja nas namjerno grifa. I mi kažemo, zovemo Nixija, ne smiješ ti da likaš kod, I ja se javim adminu, bio sam dobar s adminom koji hosta te pro screamove. Ja mu kažem, brate, bug mi je neki custom bug, aj daj mi kod. On meni da kod, mi uđemo. Mi Crazy pošljemo kod Nixiju. Nixi lenda, tad je bio onaj Rocky Reels. I Nixi lenda u Rocky i ubije vanjaka i ovog teammate 1 na 2, brate. Nixi, ja molite nađi klip, alo. To je, znaš kakav klip, alo. Brate. I mi ne znamo to, mi nismo s njim u kalu. Mi samo vidimo u kill feedu, vidimo Nixi killed vanjaka, alo. Mi smo umirali.
Toast and P8 Zin versus Baka and Pars here. Man, Baka and Pars has not had an easy way to the safe zone so far. I wouldn't be surprised if Storm Sickness turns on at this point for them.
But when you think about it, they're nearly 600 above the damage threshold to be that far up on Surge and yet still in a less than favorable position here. Is there a possibility that they may have spent too much time looking for some of those early fights and that might have delayed them just long enough?
Yeah, well, listen, we got to get caught up with the in-game and the mid-game, so let's go to 11.
Thank you very much, Monster. Look, there are so many high-profile battles we've been watching all across the map, but one that we need to pay attention to, the Invitational champions, Kami and Seti, went down early against Davis.
Pa da, Nixi, sprejali no reason, ono, metak po metak, ne ono sprej, nego tuf, malo u kon, tuf dole, vejstaju mec, namerno grif.
Throughout the game, and it's going to be a big question mark for whether or not Kami and Seti can bounce back, and how are Davis and Steen going to use this opportunity? How many more times can they continue to beat these guys off spawn? I had the chance to speak to Davis and Steen yesterday, and even though they don't speak English, I tried my best, and they were there practicing their drops. They said they were ready, they said they had the better drops, and they were going to beat Kami and Seti 5 out of 5.
What a bold statement to make. Thank you, Levin, for the insights there and the valuable insight of being able to really hear from their perspectives. But we have Booga. Oh, big tags coming in from...
UK drill,
already down for the count here. He's below the surge. He's going to have to do more here, Taco.
Booga just looking so isolated right now. Bing and Gun just really taking their time to see whether or not they want to try and finalize on an elimination onto Booga. Booga definitely aware, definitely closing in, sees that brief moment of separation there between Gun and Ping, and feels as though it might be his opportunity to strike, but Gun, Ping, certainly aware of the fact that they're going to have Booga trailing in behind them, and Booga, he's trying to take shots where he can, Gun having some difficulties getting those builds up behind him. That's going to put them in a really rough position as both of these teams struggling to make it into zone.
Kad bi ti kvalo za ovo, ja bi došao.
Svi bi došli, cela banda. Huge come up for him, but now he does have to move in. So just 97 above, he will recognize that, of course, he has to continue to fight and push his way through this.
Sljedeći LAN, ja sam na LAN.
Meanwhile, Odisai finds an elimination onto Kitos. And other trades happening there too. 7-man finding an elimination. And his teammate, Mshari, gets one as well. So Middle East finding their success tier 2. Let's jump on over to Miro. Miro, who picked up Okis just a bit ago. That's going to be the single Elam in the pocket there. And a long rotate now as they have to push all the way eastern here if he wants to get safe.
You can see Miro kind of just hoping that nobody's going to spot him out from Mega City, but for Miro and Cooper, all 2 easy pickings here. Onto poor Okis trying to hold his own, but unfortunately, this pincer maneuver is one that we've seen time and time again from the likes of Miro and Cooper. Just a synchronized attack that is way too problematic for Soul to deal with.
Look at that, Alex and Worthy turns the corner and Gon is waiting there from the outside of the zone, so we know Bugha is also close by. It's a very dangerous pocket to be in. I like that they're going out and around the edges here, but zone is already up to 2 ticks worth of damage for every time you sit in the zone there.
Alex and Worthy also have a little bit of an uphill adventure. Crash Pad's definitely gonna help out with that as far as just getting them some forward distance coverage, but again, you have to expect there's a decent amount of teams that were kind of situated inside of Mega City. Those will be some of the front leaders as far as getting more towards that center of zone. Got a handful of teams trying to prioritize this thing, continue to pull further and further away from Mega City.
Member, brate. Ja uvek kažem, ne molim za donacije, ne molim nikad, ali kažem, ima dosta ljudi koji mi doniraju onako 2, 3, 4, 5 euro, 6, 7 eura i ne postanu member. A donacija dođe i prođe, a kupiš membera i member ti ostane 30 dana. Tako da ne uvek kažem, brate, postanite bolje member nego da donirate. Ako već donirate 2-3 evra, bolje postani member, brate, to ti bukvalno donacija na mjesec dana. Ali bukvalno. Eto jedan tips, da ne trošite pare. Na gluposti, kažem. Na gluposti. Svi member sad, bukvalno. Ko ne uplati member, izbacuje ga slava. Kao member imate posebne emotove. Pa da, ali ono. Ali to su stare fore, ovo su sve stare fore, ti emotovi i to, brate. Kad se setim, to su sve pričali. Veno, Kviži, dobro, jedan kill. Ma Kviz je najbolji, ej, alo, dajte mu, odmah mu $1.000.000 evra, dajte. Kako klik je talenat. Crazy, šefe. Crazy, sljedeći LAN ti ja ovdje. Tu, na haju. Don't contest high.
Bugha's in a very tough position here. 172 damage below the surge threshold as the pressure continues to mount.
Ljudi, evo ga Crazy, tražili ste Crazy-a. Gdje je Crazy, gdje je Crazy, gdje je Crazy? Evo ga Crazy. Evo ga sad. Ležao je Marvin. Jebon se. Bugha rip, koga ubio? Ne piš koga ubio?
That's just the unfortunate side effects of not having any builds of your own to work with. You're just breaking through everybody else's attacks, hoping that you're not going to break through the one build. Find somebody right behind you or right in front of you. Snazy and Podesai, though.
Tu igram, a sljedeći godin.
We saw them initially in some pressure throughout some of that mid-game, but finally managed to work through it. High ground, though, doesn't really seem to be
Da ti čuš koliko se deru ovi navijači, šta već.
for them from this position.
Kao podržavaju igrače, znaš koliko se dere određena ekipa.
Over there with likes of Thomas Malabuka maybe looking to work their way up. Also saw Kylie doing a decent job, decent hill position there.
Yeah, really having to use these crash pads here to get on out now. It's time to make a move, but again, no one near them who's really going to give them any kind of resistance here. So it's going to be a quick slide on down the side here. As long as no one opens up the edit, they are fine. And
Mali buca klače 1-2 protiv Kanade, ali.
with expert precision, right into position here. So going to be set up for the first to make it to the new zone.
Ble, Groz je kvalo, ali Groz Rus u Beogradu živi, kvalo. To poštujemo.
On high ground as well. Trulex and Chicho set up for success. So we're already looking at a very big game. Remember, with just 5 in front of us, a huge performance is really all it takes to
Vidjeli ste gdje je Nix, kako je Nix, evo.
Nek se škog te dugo nisam čuo jebe.
Straight to Sunday. Not have an early day of competition tomorrow.
But here's a little early glimpse into the leaderboard so far in match number 1. And
True,
Thomas
Chicho,
and
super.
Luka, they seem to be leading the charge. And with Ping and Kyrie having just been freshly eliminated there, this is a moment. It's all Malabuka and Thomas looking to see
Imam
as
0
though
pingu krat.
they might try to work their way up through that secondary height layer, but as far as Merstash and Payson are concerned, they know they've got teams surrounding them every which way. Right now, it's about picking the right direction to go. And
Gdje je zona povukla? Verovatno na vodu.
Some of the water that's just inside of the zone.
NA just has a few teams alive. Acorn and Cold
Nema sad iduću. Ja istu sam.
Cooper is up still too. Meanwhile, Queasy and Vino, some of EU's best on the move right now. Crashcraft's perfectly putting them in position right now. But Snazy on this rotate here, a very tough time for them. Indeed, Queasy playing for high ground right now. This is what we love about Queasy, but no, someone's gonna shut that dream down. All the material commit there, put to waste, as now they have been crushed there, but here comes Vino to go in and reconnect, and high ground is theirs here.
Meanwhile, on the opposite end of the spectrum, as a solo forced into the water, swimming through this ultimate low ground, hoping that he doesn't encounter anybody else anytime soon, but it's going to be mixing off to his side, not able to connect the shot, swims directly underneath a duo, and it's going to be an opportunity for Strokey to possibly get knocked. No, instead it's going to be King under pressure, and it's too much. The elimination onto the Brazilian King.
Yeah, the comms
onaj mali, brate.
Da, King, jest. Čiću umro.
Mene Queasy high, to je to.
Kako su ga jednostavno uzeli, ali nemoj maci, ima još 300 maci zajedno.
Ili ovo kreka shield hoće dole.
So far, remember, this is going to be arguably the most difficult bracket to fight your way
Trulić je
out of.
živ, aj molim te klača Trulić barem. Evo ga Trulić, head je, nice,
through their respective times of those seasons throughout this entire year.
But look up, it's Queasy, it's Veno, they get chopped momentarily by
Nemoj Tyson
Merstash.
da ovo radi, idu na high sigurno, gle popaju ovo.
Not seeming to deter them
Bravo
from
bre,
maintaining
Queasy.
control of this high ground. Merstash now hoping that this legendary slurp juice is going to buy him enough time to get out of this difficult position that he's landed into with Payson and Cold. Meanwhile, backside of the zone, trying to charge his way forward, looking to stay as close to Acorn as possible, because as things continue to move, you can expect all these other duos to follow suit. And Alex gonna eat a shot immediately, a limb.
Nice, Tyson low.
Goes for a fight here, Merstash and Tyson trying to take it all away. They take down OCE's power, Alex as well there.
Nice, pušniš.
Big fight for him, but no, they have to conclude.
Nice, noko je Tysona, idemo.
Queasy puts up the fight
Mislim je
against
biga za
Tyson, puts him
Tysona.
down as well. No material for the high ground team, a very, very tough spot to be in, but it's all or nothing now. The end game is already theirs. This is surely a successful run already. Reet is still up too.
But they just need barely enough builds to actually connect it to the hill
Oh my
over
God.
this water where everyone else is trying to deal with it.
Reet najbolji.
Alongside Bridgel, everything in his power here gets the elimination onto Acorn. It looks as though
Ne,
Queasy
Postroki da uzme high.
feet as well.
Ne, umre.
What a big trade here.
Maci.
Just a couple players left now. This is it. Vino solo here, but he does have builds. The clutch is possible. He's also one of the healthiest here on the lobby.
Nema maci. Veno možda Vino, znaš. Vino 100%. Oni su mrtvi. Veno.
Vino does. Get it here.
Bravo. Bravo.
This is starting to look a pretty
Smeju, alo.
familiar monster.
Mali kurac,
Striking
Koja je iza, ovo muško žensko.
of the global championship.
What a way to do it as well. Explosive fashion. In historic fashion, you know, they are a team that should be racking up wins, and they're doing just that. Lucky for us, we have Frankie there for the word.
Yes, I have run down to this booth. I knew exactly where you were sat, boys. This is exactly the start you were looking for. So Copenhagen can see you. Come on, Queasy.
Bacite like ljudi za ovaj win, alo. Bacite like i sub, alo. Obavezno sub i like, alo.
Ajde, 3 prsta Queasy. Kaži da Queasy.
A nisu pokazali, znaš ni Trulix ni on.
Zašto?
Standard for us.
Ne,
Standard.
samo shodali.
Every year, we always got to win first game. We always got to have some victory royales. And, you know, we just got to do what we got to do.
Is it nice to be back in the same space on LAN together? Does that help in game?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, from last year, we came here to finish the story, and we'll see how it goes.
How are you making Season 4 work for you?
I think we're well prepared. We try to hide everything that we could, and we'll see in the finals.
So tell me about that final fight then, because it was an EU number. You know your opponents quite well. Why do you think you were able to get the upper hand?
I mean, you know, we had Thomas and Malibuga come up on high, and we put them down thanks to Queasy and myself. And then, you know, I clutched out as a solo. You know, it's just standard, and I can't really say anything more, you know.
Well, you don't want to tell everyone in Copenhagen that you took down the Danish boy Thomas. Are you not scared that you're going to become a villain here?
You know, well, I think we came in on our villain arc. And because we came second, you know? We want to show the rivalry's over.
But it's not, is it?
I mean, we'll see. I'm looking at them now.
Well, you guys fix your eyes on each other and get ready to board the battle bus again as we head back to the desk. Congratulations, Queasy and Vino.
Here we go. Global Championships kicks off. And what do we expect?
Queasy priča kao Engles, pa dobro, pa on već...
Aj, dobro, onima...
Ja, otkad igram Fortnite, to je otkad znam za njega, on je uvijek igrao s Englezima, nikad ne igrao s Balkancima, tako da je bilo 4-5 godina.
Brate, on više engleski priča nego srpski, kad ne izlazi iz kuće.
Eto šta priča. Brate...
A brate, istina, mislim.
Ti za ove para bi izlazio iz kuće majmune, šta?
Ne kažem, nego kažem. Jeste. Priča više engleski nego
srpski. Šta, pa oni i putuju zbog ovih...
Brate, ja gledam Mongrala koliko igra, koliko je zarađivao pare, sve izlazi, ima para.
They want to make sure they can do it, and I really like the way they played that end game. Beautiful stuff from them, just typical Queasy Veno stuff. They're on high ground, they got to that front side of zone, cranked up, actually fell down at the beginning of that end game, which kind of threw them off a little bit, but no, they're used to that sort of situation, and that's exactly what they do best.
I do think that the zone pulled a little bit in their favor,
but
by zone 3, Queasy not only had a gold twin mag AR, a gold sharp tooth as well, 6 crash pads, but also had 2 mythic slurps. They were set for success from the get-go.
You see them, of course, get shot right there. That was the moment that kind of set them a little bit away, but no. Taking out Malibuga right there, that breach of as you mentioned, Kelly. So good on height and putting the pressure down and actually using those crash pads. Of course, we saw Queasy going down a little bit earlier here, but I think if I'm Queasy, I'm going to be so confident having Benno on my side because that's what he can do. Massive shots. If there's anyone so it's Benno. He's got the aim, he's got the game sense, he has the mechanics, and of course, he's such a smart player. Just look at what it means to them. Getting off to a great start. What a start for them. They couldn't have wanted anything different.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have seen so much about this duo is it really doesn't matter what situation they get put in. A lot of times we do kind of see this happen.
Znaš kim igra? Ti ne znaš?
Kim? Si možda zna.
Ken i Vaske. Oni su duo cijeli sezon. I kvala.
Kako su placementi?
Loše su placali i samo zadnja 2 kapa, to je Stefan Cijesa, super odigrali kvalali za ovo.
And so still to be able to do that as a solo player like Vino just did, just shows how confident and calm he
can. A jesi ti vidio njega kad je hodao ovdje? Ja nisam vidio Tenija. Kad su ih kao prozivali. Kao da izađu ispred. Ja nisam vidio Tenija, sve sam vidio, sam trulek sa kviđa, nisam Tenija vidio. A šta, Vaske sutra izlazi? Ja Vaske isto nisam. Vidio sam ga. A šta, Vaske sutra izlazi? Vaske sam vidio na početku kad je onaj intervju kao, mislim nije on radio, ali vidio sam. Outpo next year,
Yeah, and this is just the first game, right? Obviously with only 5, which is usually the typical 6.
Ma ne vjerujem da ću udarat Vaske, ponašat će se, brate.
They still have 4 more to
make
something happen. Now, of course, a couple other duos we wanted to highlight for you guys. And Malibuga. Again, like, as we talk about names, you're just going to be like, yeah, nah, I forgot about that. I mean, here in the top 8 is great, but looking to perform here as well. And a pretty good showing in game number 1.
Yeah, not a bad showing at all. I mean, we saw it in game in the first little off-spawn battle right there. What a time to do it. What a way to kick off the weekend, right? Thomas HD manages to win out.
Sviđa ovu djecu, brate. 1,50 si, brate, Vaske.
1,50 Vaske,
Gromada, brate.
Great for him, actually, because he just found
Ko da je došao po djete, vrtić,
I really like the way he used used a reboot ban to block as much
Ovo je
shot as
clutch,
possible, and
brat.
then this little hut
A
managing
Kanada
to
nije
find
znao da
that
on gore,
high
znaš, ja
ground
ne
and
sam
then
gledao.
finally take out Kanada. What a start for this duo, and we know how the rest of the game went. Solid game for them as well.
Although it did go down to a 1v1, and I think a lot of people may have been expecting Malabuka
Kako
and
ćete like,
Thomas
braćo?
HG kind of just take it so soundedly, and I think that they might be taking it a little bit easier in these next few games just because of how close it was. You saw Kanada try to grab height right there, and you were right that Malabuka was able to use that reboot ban to his advantage, but if Kanada just got a little bit closer, a little bit sooner, it could have been a bit of a disaster for Malabuka.
Can't forget, of course, they had that Rift Island as well. Of course, it was a south playing zone. They know where the spawns are, just outside of that racetrack area. There's not actually too many spawns down in that sort of southeast area, so they were actually able to sort of predict where it was going to be, and they managed to get on there uncontested completely. Nobody wanted to go for it. First game of an in-person event. Who has the guts to go for the island? It's these guys.
Yeah, and of course, the crowd did lose it when we saw that happen, but here we go. A look at our standings. Now, please remember, we have another 4 games to go, but right now, as it stands, Queasy and Veno, after that victory royale and the 7 eliminations, they hold down that #1 spot. But look at a couple of names here.
Situaciju, Queasy prvi, Rit drugi, Fastroki treći, ne znam ove, četvrti.
Šta reš da igra Tyson i ovaj?
Pa da, dugo već.
Babies, what's up, babies?
Jo.
Kak nisi penio?
Brate, nisam, zar ne, on ima frčkavu kosu, ovo ono, nisam ga vidio nigde.
Nema frškavu kosu, evo ti ga ovdje, gledaj, ja sam klip. Da mu sendam screenshots later.
I Miša se vidi.
Evo ti ga tu, gledaj. Jel vidiš, gledaš screenshot?
Da.
Gledaj, ovaj i Miša ovaj, gledaj. Čekaj, sad ću ih pokazati.
A pauziraj.
Pa pauzirat ću, čekaj. Evo ti.
Liksi.
Pauziraj.
Evo, to je Teni.
Ko je Teni? Levi je Teni.
Da.
I desni je Miša.
Da. To je Teni.
Face reveal.
Vidio si njegov kogo, brate, idu mu oči, jedan za BG, jedan za Beč.
Ne, jedno pančo, jedno za Beč.
Oči?
Ma Teniju, bre, NPC-ara.
Nije blizu.
Brate, ti si bio tu.
Meni NPC-ara ako će sad make-at više.
A ne, mislim, brate, ne prebi više par od mene. Kao prvo, kao drugo,
meni imaš 5 mil kao banci.
Jebi ga, pravim tebe i njega više zajedno, jebi ga. Potrudi se malo.
Brate, šta, lik je bio drugi na FNC, jesu si normalan.
Pa dobro, šta?
Druže, ma Crazy ima 500 trilijona.
Crazy je bio prvi na bavu.
Bill Gates, druže, ni blizu. Blizu Crazy.
O, šta mu znači 20.000 evra? To je ništa. Šta mu znači kad je NPC?
Brate, nemoj sad.
Brate, vidio sam ga uživo. Brate, lik ne zna da hoda, ali ja se sad, evo, sad stvarno.
Crazy, nemoj samo ti koja je NPC, Bora, zašto ti samo volim.
Neću ti šta ga braniš, tamo šmariš kad sam znaš da NPC uživo.
Ne blizu. Da, ti si bio s njim par dana, Boras, ti znaš.
Pa bio sam ono u Hogu. Mislim, ja to kažem
U Hogu si bio, druže, ali bukvalno
Rozer šepa ono da četa.
Pa nije htio da neko baci face reveal u Hogu, logično.
Pa nisam ga nisam šmarao, nego ne znam lik da šeta, ono, ne znam. Zapinje za linije, nema pojma.
Mutis.
Sam ja tu kriv, što ne znam da hoda. A nisam ja kriv što ne znam da hoda. Pa ako ti ne znaš, ne moraš ga braniti. To je vaš problem.
Players using rocket rams in there, or at least having them in their loadout just in case. But this is going to be a difficult meta. It did start in Major 3, so a lot of these players are already used to it, but still, utilizing them when you can is definitely going to be a big part.
You mentioned them there, Acorn and Cold in 6th place. They made it to that end game
because
of their off-spawn, and initially, we think you're right, these guys have been contesting Pink and Vico, that's been the storyline for
the whole time. It seems like they actually switched from here, and znači, bukvalno, likovi stvarno ne znaju off-spawn. U endgameu su najbolji, ali off-spawn strašno. Ten je mislio landat na njih i sad landali neke bangice i ubili ih.
And it did make a big difference. We
saw na ovog Tenija.
Ne znam, neki Baka, najbolji igrač svijeta, prvi put čujem za njega, očito lik je dead.
Kupičku materinu. Rizo.
Oni nisu kvali iz Granca, oni su kvali iz Last Chance.
Thomas HD and Malabuka, you can see through their placement points that they didn't get that many placement points, but the 15 points from the Rift Island made up the difference.
Those mid-match objectives will make or break some duos. Now, at the start of the show, we talked about Kaysen, the online GOAT, looking to make that LAN title kind of all in.
Šta mafijaš po obrtničkoj?
Taj sam 25. level u Fortniteu.
Šta mafijaš po obrtničkoj? Otmo.
Šta?
Šta mafijaš po obrtničkoj?
Kako je obrtničkoj, bolje znaj da ne je obrtničko.
To neko kaže.
Kako je to napisao, zašto se...
Mislim, obrtnička je povezana kao s tehničkom. No ne znam na šta mislili.
Kako je to napisao?
Taj su hite shot, ne. Hite shot, majmuna.
Dobra, na auto nešto. Auto imaš hona lučku.
Stvarno mi nije jasno šta ga izdužuje ovoliko.
Of course, landing at the north side of Slappy Shores, we saw them getting those surge tanks really early. Massive base that they seemingly build every single game they go there. All those extra heals.
Pa da ne vide ljudi kako mu se tresu ruke.
Šta su ubucio jebote? Ubucio se, ono mršava u faci hrčko.
Ja ću sam, moram da idem, dođem posle.
Ajde.
Ide crazy da make a cash.
Bucke nešto koristio skin changer i kao nema ga.
A kakav skin changer, našli su mu, ne znam, valjda duhan ili cigaru u tipkovnici, tak nešto izbačenje zbog toga, ja mislim.
Lomao.
Ili je to, ili ono nešto je monitorom mijenjao, nemam pojma ni ja, ali vjerujem, ne znam, bukvalno nemam pojma.
Pa ja mislim da nije zbog cigara, što sad njih boli kurac da on ima kokain u tastaturi.
Pa zato što je pisalo u pravilima da ne smije kao imat cigare ili alkohol tamo na tom nekom, nemam pojma dio, ali ne znam. Nemam pojma, buras.
What the fuck?
1v1, you're good.
A Veno bolji da bude.
Da. A dobro, Kvizi im je vino game. Kvizi je hitu Tysona kada je krenuo na high 190. I morao se slurpati.
It's just about, just let me rock my mechanics.
Bucke ljudi je kuk.
Nema da ovi NPC sad opet ubiju Tenija off-spawn.
Ali zato ako ne kvali danas ima sutra šansu još jednu.
Da, ali sutra je bolesno igrat, zato to...
To je realno glupo, brate.
A di je glupo, nije glupo.
A sutra ovi šta, oni igraju jedan put, razumiješ?
Čekaj, ti misliš da je fair ti koji su kvali iz Last Chance da igraju s ovima koji su kvali iz Granca, šta? Logično da... Oni nisu ni trebali igrat, bukvalno je trebalo biti samo ko kvala iz Granca, Kolo igra finale.
A čekaj, kako su kvalovi?
Ovo je neki Last Chance, FNCS Last Chance bio poslije FNCS-a i budeš u finalsima, da, i budeš u finalsima top 10, a nema ni jedan dobar tim, mislim. Kak je to fair onda da oni igraju ko ovi što su kvali iz Granca?
Da, nisam znam to.
Pa pazi, šta ovi koji vinaju, koji danas kvalaju, boli ih kurac što ovi imaju dve šanse, iskreno. Jebe, što su kvalali, ovi igraju sutra, jer da nije njih ne bi ni ovi sutra imali s kim igrati, tako da onom isti kurac. Ali jeste da imaju dve šanse, kao jebi ga.
Da, dobro, ali...
I zaslužuju dvije šanse, kvali su iz Grand... Svi ovi koji sad igraju su igrali Grand Finals i bili u Grand Finalsu top ne znam koliko treba da prođu na ovaj LAN. A ovi su bili iz onog Last Chance-a gdje ne igra niko dobar, top 10 i onda su, mislim, niko dobar. Bilo je dobrih timova.
A ovi trebaju da istradaš s dobru šansu.
Da. Nije se ni znalo da će biti, da će moći.
might have struggled with that a little bit because, of course, so many teams are rotating in, but it might be a
Da,
little bit too late.
taj isti kid radi greedy non stop.
Get that storm surge, try and get back on that high
Koliko ljudi
ground
ovo gleda,
at the
šta
right
mislite?
moment. And from what I've
1000,
seen
a?
from those guys, they're doing that so
Da je stalo
well
ovu halu,
previously,
jel je?
maybe a few
Nema
chances
šanse.
in the works have been a
Ili
little
je?
bit more difficult.
Jeste
for them.
1000
They need to
sigurno.
try and
Više,
find those
Boris.
reflows, and that water zone definitely didn't help either.
I mean, I was looking at the top of that page two
Ne
right
vjerujem
there.
da
Pa
više.
nije popunjeno, kontam da ima 1k sigurno, 2k.
Gledaj šta krenka na kontroleru imaju.
15k, ma vi niste normalni. Uživo, mislim. Ovdje gleda 50k, na YouTube gleda 10-20.
Ma ne pare mi kad ima više od 1000 ljudi.
And it's about making a statement in this first day, right? Remember, first 5.
Ali previše je stvarno između gameova. Jebe mu mater, pa ne možeš pola sata pričat poslije, nakon što se game završi.
Ne može, brate, ne može, stvarno pričati.
Ajde 10 minuta max, ali oni već 20 minuta sigurno pričaju.
Nema šta, ispričaju ko je kako odigrao, brate, 3-4 minute i 5 minuta nešto seru i to je to, kreću u game, brate, ready i čao. Ovo je već pola sata, znaš da je pola sata već?
Ne, ali ovi su ušli u game, vidio si da su ušli u game, ali ovi još ne prikazuju. Jer kao Battle Bass ovo, prikazat ću dok krenu skakati.
Evo već 20 minuta pričaju.
Ne, majke mi ne znam kako oni imaju tako. Oni samo pričaju, ne znam kako može toliko pričati ženska.
Pa jebi ga, bit će pregled i ovo.
Okay, so we've highlighted some duos. We talked about what we like. What did we maybe not like out of this first game? Are there things we're kind of hoping to see change going into these next 4? Because remember, this is it. You want to end the day in top 25.
Yeah, I think I want to see less water in the end zone next game. How about that?
Ne znam što.
Get a little less water speed. I want to see low ground teams starting to do good. I want to see Omzo rise. I want to see them starting to play their way through the mid and low ground layers. So yeah, a little bit less water, Kelly. I think. What about you?
And I always just prefer to see the zone change in different spots. I think that really makes or breaks the
Ljudi, bacite like sub, ako ima novih obavezno sub i zvonce.
an incredible duo in their own right. They did have an advantage by the zone pulling in Southeast. So by showcasing if they can get
to
another
su
VR,
rekli već 7 puta. Skontali smo da su imali blizu zonu. Samo pusti sljedeći game.
We do an injustice, one could say, if we didn't talk about the X factor that wasn't part of this game. Cammy and Seti, right? If they had been left alive, how different would this endgame have been?
I mean, who knows is the question, right? I mean, these guys, of course, Quizzy and Venom are a fantastic duo. They won on high ground, but Cammy and Seti can disrupt lobbies like that. They can play their way through those mid-ground layers. And of course, sometimes we've seen them. I mean, we talked
about Sonic Coali's jednog gamea sad.
We saw that sort of developing throughout Chapter 3. We saw them trying to go for that height, just adding another
Na bez jebancije mislim da ti treba oko 120 pojena da kolaš.
They're not necessarily labeled as a high team necessarily,
but
they can do it. So
a i manje ti treba. Oni su pojeli iz jednog gamea, znaš.
They did have that rough start. I don't know exactly how their positions would have been.
5 gameova, nije 6.
And I think by having that rough start, if they did make it survive into the end game, they probably would have stuck to the low ground. And we saw
Smanjio sam ljudi jer pričam mi u kavu.
so I don't know if they necessarily would have even attempted to go for high
Koliko mi je žao Bakija, alo, lik je kola. Bio je, si vidio to, bio je 47. u Grands Day 1 i Day 2 bio top 10, to je bio prvi i završio top 10 i kolo. Jedva kolo, znači lik je najveći comeback na svijetu napravio i sad dođe ovdje i diskolaju ga.
Bio zadnji pa vino sutra,
Da, i to nije vino za 50 pojena, lik je vino za 200 pojena taj dan.
I šta, da se žalio?
Pa žalio se, ali jebi ga.
Odećujem se.
Brat. A šta je na kraju, šta se na kraju desilo? Cigare,
Ne znam. Navodno je, ili su cigare, ili je isprozivo taj blaster koji organizira to sve, znaš. Ne znam, taj blaster company, ili ne znam kako se to zove. Isprozivo ih je nešto i Discord je dobio jer kao ne može hejtat blaster. Ne znam, glupost najveća.
On je lud, brate, okej, njemu možda ne treba, ali ne znam ni s kim igra, ali eto.
Sjebo je. Da, lik je sjebo, ja ne mogu vjerovat. Ja da tak negdje prođem, dođeš tamo, budeš ko bubica, ne da se kurčiš tamo.
Čekaj, on je došao tamo i krenuo da proziva, ili su ga izbacili dok je bio kući?
Jeba mu pas mater. Samo. Dobro ću sad.
There's so many more opportunities for these duos.
20 minuta je priča već, da znate.
Style and potentially pull out something we haven't seen before.
That's right. Well, let's hear from Frankie, who's actually standing by, because we want to hear what's going down in the crowd.
Well, I think Copenhagen thoroughly enjoyed game number 1. Did you love it, Copenhagen?
Ali čekaj, kako su oni u gameu već 20 minuta, bez jebanci,
Were
ne
you
razumijem.
happy that it was a European victory? Let me hear you. I have met a couple of Americans who's traveled all the way here. I don't know if there are many North American fans in the audience. Can we hear it? Do you love North America? That's not bad. And don't forget, this is the Friday, so the audience is still arriving because people are coming from work. Maybe someone's plane was delayed. What about Brazilian fans? You can always count on the Brazilian fans to show up for their players. Any equal, any game, the Brazilian fans always give love. We've also got so many Japanese players on stage as well. I did meet a lovely Japanese family who came in just for them today as well. Any more Japanese
Ali,
or Asian
zamisli ti taj odgoj. Lik je nasred ovog prolaza bacio kokice i ne zna počistiti, šta?
Ja bi počistio i da nije moje krivice, eto.
Ali bukvalno. Buuu, jebaj.
We've certainly got some of the crowd going and I can't wait to hear how things hot up.
Najjače, znaš, oni ultrasi.
Oni na tekmi Dinamo Hajduk. Zajeba.
Ali bukvalno, znaš koliko se deru kada se igra, ali.
To not get a little bit emotional when you think about like we have been having competition kind of separate.
Šta pričate već 2 sata, ja neću gledat dalje, bez zajebanci, alo. Znači ja ću si navinuti alarm svakih 50 minuta i doći ću svakih sat vremena na game. Ne razumijem šta pričaš, toliko bili su u gameu malo prije.
Jel ubro Terry, evo.
So good. I mean, we see it online. We see some stuff on social media. People having a little bit of banter between themselves. A little bit of
ne znam pa. Vidiš da ne puštaju, dakle bi trebalo znati.
All here, right now is absolutely amazing. I like the fact that Frankie went around the whole arena there to see.
Čekaj, ali prozivaju ovim na Twitchu. Zanimam.
We have some very, very loud fans.
Za Busquets, da.
Just a bit indeed.
Za Busquets svi pišu za Busquets.
I mean, we actually,
Ne, što nego, jel
pa pitaju kad se starta, ne.
But there's also a little bit of banter going on in the pre-show. But I want to talk about Reet and
Sad
Rich.
ću
I
ja
already
ih
talked a
prozivati,
little
jer
bit
ćemo
about
im
them, but I
poruku
just want to
reći čem stari.
showcase how they were able to make it into the end game.
Jesu uopšte krenuli u game?
5 eliminations and that second place spot.
Ti smo mogu odsjetiti tamo da oni startali, bukvalno.
It's a great start from this team. I mean, we've seen these guys. I mean, we've seen
Gledaj Rita na šta liči, bože sad ću.
Not quite having the best results that we would expect from his caliber of player, but I mean, he's crazy. He's going to be hopping.
Šta je s frizurom? Ko ja prije 2 godine?
Highlights from them, of course, Ritual putting on such a great show there as well. And again, this is what we talked about earlier.
A šta, Oki si igra solo?
You see Reet right now, 0 bills. He thrives in these environments. When he's got nothing.
Ne znam kak je to fair prema Okisu, na primjer. Okis ništa nije sjebao, njegov teammate ajde kao nešto je sjebao i kako on ne smije dobiti field za turnir, nego igra solo. To mi stvarno nije jasno.
Ma, oni nemaju ništa isplanirano, ono kad se tako nešto desi što nisu očekivali, ne znaju šta napraviti.
Pa da, ali ti kužiš da je to njemu, koliko se on trudio za to da prođe ovdje i oni ga tako zajebu. Njima nije jasno jer oni samo dođu tu i nešto seru. Njima nije jasno koliko se oni trude
i koliko im to
znači. Da, lik je došao iz Amerike da bi ga sjebali. Znači, Boras. Ajde Baki sjebaj rules, ali ne znam.
Šta je radio? Ne znam šta je radio. Prozivao je organizaciju, tako nešto. Kako on je stvarno udaren u glavu. A najbolji igrač.
Yeah, absolutely insane. I mean, we saw him there with the exotic shotgun just doing so
much damage. Pa ono dobar je, brate, comeback i sve i...
That shotgun and him are like a
hvala i...
I mean, it's the perfect shotgun.
Jel Bučke tu? Ja mislim da je tu, ali ne može igrat. Gleda. Čekaj, ovaj agent baca Kona Tysona.
Ne, on Tenija Kona.
Da, Tenija, to sam više.
After game number 2, what's going through their head.
Pa da, oni pričaju 20 minuta, uskoro će krenuti Game 3, ali bukvalno je u Game.
Uskoro je gotov Day 1.
My only concern is that they can.
Ja molim ovu kurvu da započne više.
You know, it's a double-edged sword. It does give you that passion, that
Čekaj, šta oni rade u lobiju? Šta krenkaju tamo, farmaju buildove i krenkaju? Ne razumijem šta oni rade.
Now again, I keep talking about the evolution of
No
these
što je 20
two as
minuta,
players, so hopefully they've been able to kind of break past that wall. But I mean, my goodness, game number 1 and just so many big names going down early, so many new teams also coming through and kind of showcasing their region. And I already talked about the Baka and Pars. Baka and Pars getting 8 eliminations in that game.
I mean, they just
Eliminations, daj pusti Kej, malo, gledaj ti koji gmaz ubije Tenija. Gledaj ti ovo. Ovaj raspali debil, ovaj desni. Gledaj ga na šta liči, bez zabanci. A najbolji igrač. No. On mi to triču i troleksa, šta? Ne,
and recently these guys have really been impressing me. They've been cooking, they've been doing really good.
On jumpaju u box svima.
Down to a sliver of health, literally 1 HP. But what he did is
gledali smo ovo, braćo, start novi, oh my god. Ovo je najbolji igrač, ali ko je ovo?
Ne znam, ovi likovi su dead. Kako ovako igra lik na LAN-u, ne razumijem.
Evo ga, krenuo.
Nije krenuo, već 20 minuta su oni ovdje. Gledaj koliko laguje. Gledaj koliko laga.
A, oni njih puste tako i kao...
Pa to ti kažem, oni već 20 minuta gledaju.
They had all the answers to all of those questions, and I think in this stage, in this environment that we're in, that's the most important thing, just trusting your game.
Absolutely. Well, we're getting.
A ti bukvalno, ti si plaćen da znaš srat previše, da samo kenjaš nešto ti dođe kao Quizion win or winners of first game. They landing kenjutsu i tak seru samo 2 sata. Evo, hvala Bogu. Teni, ne da ti Bog da ne ubiješ ovog sad.
Gle facecam,
Zamisli ti koji je hype ovo igrat, ali...
Jednog dana, ali, znaš, sve sam uspeo, što se tiče moje karijere, ovaj cilj se nisam ispunio. Mislim, ima još ciljeva, ali ovo mi je jedan od ciljeva koji nisam ispunio u svom životu.
Meni je samo ovo cilj. Lemijas.
Brate, zamisli ovo, ali... Nikad nisam...
Zamisli ti to, ja sam trebao ovaj FNTS igrat s Tenijem. Lemijas.
Dobro, ti si bio na Dreamhacku u Švedskoj, ali dobro, ali to nije ovo.
Buras, na build. Na ubili su se dobro. Aha, on treka kroz zidove.
Dobro, Kamen nije umro, šta? Ubio ih je. Alo, zamisli klač.
Alo. Ako ih ubije lik, fully Lemijas.
Ma nema šans.
Ubio Setija, znaš?
Pazi, ima manje health od njega, ima manje health od njega.
Deidus.
Pa noob. Čovjek. Ne znam da gleda lik, stvarno. Kanada ubio Tomasa. Ako mali bucu opet klača. Znaš?
Molim.
Specaj.
Ali oni ne znaju što rade, gledaj pet... Nice. A ne, odropali su ih ovdje.
A bolje loot.
A, zoni ima, ma da, gotovo je ovo. To ne landaju samo dolje, ne razumijem. Gle, oni su jedan i drugi su pool. Nemoguće da ovo vidim te ni više, znaš. Ako oni ovo vinaju, oni su najbolji igrači svijeta. Love ovaj kuc.
Mali buc umro, znaš.
Have to bounce back though. We absolutely have to look at a quick highlight here. Take a look at how Kanada with the redemption shot here opens up onto Malabuka. The greed was real. He finishes it off. Thomas HD in the distance. The
dobro, ovo se ne može. Da ga je ubio ovdje, klačao bi tamo.
Get the double angle and Kanada aggressively slides on over.
to get the full finish.
Dobro, jebe ga, jedan
And
game.
now they have a chance to fight back here.
Daj mi, molim te, Tenija, brate.
Jel su ih kupili ovi?
Nemoguće, nisu dobro.
Ovi, Teni, šta imaš ti sad? Ovi idu dolje ispred. Kurat.
But again, now it's going to be Thomas and Malabuka who are left.
Wow, oni će im claimat sve.
Wait to see.
Vidu na koji pedaju sad dole, ali nema šans da pedaju, nisu toliko ljudi. Nema ni full health.
Obično ih mi da.
Dobro, Buga nije umro u spawn.
Buga ne zna spot.
Što, kako znaš?
Pa sad je strgo neki pod, mislio da će pas dolje. Kylie, dajte s nama.
Oni landaju pored njih, bukvalno, sad ih ispusti. Idem da pišem.
Cammy and Seti, they might have dealt with Stain and Datus at the beginning, but they still have plenty of work cut out for them. For Strokey, just slightly above Cammy for the time being. Cammy, though, doing a good job utilizing these builds. Some brick gonna be going out. Not enough yet for Strokey to feel comfortable. But it's Cammy with that left side peek, a bit tough to try and work with.
Seti watching the side angle here, seeing if he can take advantage of any opening, crack in the armor here. But for Strokey, putting the pressure on, starting to run low on ammunition here, so he will have to be careful or make a decision here to full commit. Instead, gets punished first, cutting right through the overshields and the additional shield pot there, so he is going to have to dig into it. Meanwhile,
Imate dva
side
spaza
angles,
ubiti
press
samo.
putting good work here. We like the angles, but Seti's clapping back. Ooh, another great angle. Cammy really hitting the tags when it matters right now.
That's tough for Kylie as well. I mean, he's really got to get up close and personal. That suppressed pistol going to be difficult to work with in comparison to that sharp tooth. But Cammy, Seti, they are not willing to budge. They are staying as close to each other as possible because they also want to make sure that they stay in contention of this capture point, not trying to let it go for free towards Kylie and for Strokey. It seems for the time being, they have successfully managed to push them off entirely. So it does look as though Cammy and Seti are going to buy themselves just enough time, and the capture point will be in their favor.
Meanwhile, Pink and Vico lurking nearby. They're contesting half of the split off of Acorn and Cold.
Userava ga Čiču.
Now on the other side, Slappy Shores, Tayson and Mustache.
Ovo je bukvalno full teaming, ali docaj.
O, farma je
Dobro je
srč.
Indeed.
Ha, jeste, jebi, boli. Šta, oni se konaju?
What a tower base though
Da.
for Tayson.
Boli
And he's got a couple
hitala.
of Medmis waiting.
Znači koliko njih boli kurac, oni imaju max srđ jedan. Dobro, Tyson budi bolji, jebem.
His sole responsibility for
Ovi dole
time
imaju
being is
bačve.
just to establish as much
Ne, umrliš.
control as possible, and it looks as though
Ne.
Limby
Altenios
tells a different
živa.
story, or actually a same story if you're
Kviz je ubio
Baka.
lika, super.
Eni, molim te, alo.
Teeny at least.
Ne, ne, ja kill tima.
Yeah, Parth and Baka turned online now.
Ne.
Onto Teeny, there it is. So the full finish onto Misha and Teeny, both sent back to the lobby. Meanwhile,
Još 3 gema imaju, ali dobro, jedan endgame im treba dobar.
Chubbs and Bryce looking on down, trying to
O, ne znam
exchange here. Can they
gledat
find
dalje.
tags to go ahead and put themselves in
Ma,
a
imaju
successful
to.
Kako su oni završili u Shadyu, alo, šta se događa? Malo prije su
levo
bili u...
dole, pa evo tu ti, gle.
Pa da li, što ovi nisu lutali samo ovo dolje, ne
Ne
razumijem.
znam šta se...
Chasali su ih preko mapa, vjerojatno.
They are here showing that they didn't need it. And they're even better than the last time we saw them.
Don't really
Uraz, ja
need
bih
land
isprebio
experience if you
Irolovi
just trust your instincts as a player,
dacim
and
za
that seems to be
Discwall.
exactly the mentality here.
Što ovo replayu? Što ovo ponavljaju?
Breaking through Teeny's builds, Teeny absolutely
Bravo,
no
hitu si
help
ga
to
jednom
work with
SMG-om,
in
majmune.
that circumstance. But it's a nice
Sjebali land. Ne, ne, jednom da ih hoće se, to je to.
because now
Volio
that
bi
is
da oni
2
prođu.
games back to
Da
back.
svi smo
That's
kana.
going to
Aboraz.
start to pose a real issue here. because
Troleksi,
Ant
Čičo
Monster
i
is only
Kvizi i
5
Veno
games
bukvalno
removed
nema
from
šanse da ne kolaju.
so early on.
Mora ih Teni
They've got
usrat
some ground to
sljedeća
really
2
make up
gejma,
for at this
buraz.
point.
A lot of ground to make up. Recover to be made here, but Acorn, Cole looking good so far.
Dobar loot, gle, mislim, heal.
Spiving out here, trying to see if he can farm some
Splitali su
surge in a
spot
distance. Meanwhile,
sa
Ritual
Pinkom i
will find a
Vikom.
knock onto Edgy. And Ritual. What a surprise from them. I did not expect them to have such standout performances, especially with such a strong game one.
A znam da je Teni nervous.
Better start to their game
Zato što
two so
svi su ga accusali da cheatuje i sad kao Nick mora se pruvat da je najbolji na lanu. Pa se sjećaš kak igra na Hogu lik?
Nisam bio na Hugu.
Just kind of floating around for the time being.
Useravao lik se, sam je bio drugi na lanu i... Ali jebi ga, ovdje ima pressure. Ko ne bi ovdje imao pressure?
Jeste vidjeli lika koji je pio vodu, ona iz oceanije?
Da, i samo što ne umre lik.
Da.
Amon doesn't seem as though they have any other incentive for the time being as far as aggression is concerned, but might be having to pick things up a little bit, as again, we did see some teams struggling as far as that surge damage threshold was concerned.
Yeah, for Strokey and Kylie definitely not going to have a problem with that right now.
Koga je ubio for Strokey?
Elimination right now. Already making a move deep into the outskirts. They see there's a potential cachet left behind, so just trying to secure what they can. Brick needed.
Pa dobro, Kvizi se već kvalo, boli ga kura.
For them to get their rotation.
Oko 300 ga zakvalo,
Loop route down Snappy here, as the zone will be pushing in pretty quick.
300 će možda imati ovi koji će biti prvi.
On the other side, Pink and Vico from the Frenzy Farms now up to a high ground position here. Opting to go for trades and what a dirty angle there for Vico. Those are extremely important onto teams inside the megacity.
Bolji. Znaš koliko čituje ove liko igra sa Flixijem? Nije ni čudo što ga userava Viko sad. Igrali ja i Opa Noble, znaš? Mi double bloom fightamo lik smo...
I like to see action, I like to see fighting. And I thought these two were going to be fighting, and even Pink himself said, look, we might have to fight them, there's not enough loot in this area for both of us to share. But they're somehow making it work. So far in game one, both of them, they're making things so scrappy. Every single bit of loot they can get, they're going for. And somehow they're in the top 10. If they can continue, I expect both of these teams to qual. But when it comes time to grand finals, I don't expect them to be friendly anymore. I'm thinking if they can both qualify, that's when we're going to start to see some action for them.
Zamisli Oki s kolom.
It's one thing to make your way through a top 25.
Lik bi bio officially najbolji igrač.
That's pretty low barrier for some of these top
Ne znam, lenda u šumu da valjda na jedan dan. Nemoguće je kola.
You know, it's going to be a lot harder now as number one is all that matters for the best of the best.
That's got to be every duo for themselves at that point, and Pink especially. Yeah. I mean, you have to consider what he even mentioned in one of the pre-show videos that we saw. Cat Metal is so important for him, and you have to expect that at his split drop, he is not trying to share by any means with anyone else.
Well, take a look at this. Zagu and Peppo actually have finally found themselves in elimination. Last game taken out a lot earlier than they would have liked, so this is their chance to go ahead and bounce back, put some numbers on the board. And they have a very, very interesting strategy. They're actually healing Striker to get as much surge as possible.
Što ga ne dinka Likearom?
You have to be so smart to think like this.
Svaka
This is how,
čast, alo.
again, ahead Zagu and Peppo are.
But imagine being Striker. Your fate
Uzeli sigurno
fully
decided.
Zamisli njega noka.
Benefit some of your competitors to
Uzeli 100
the
srđa,
utmost
free,
extent.
najfree.
If you're a Fortnite
Uzet će 700
super nerd
srđa.
like I am, that right there, that was
genius.
That was so genius.
Zabija me što su napisali ovi u chatu.
He's got to get a different sort of strategy going.
1000 IQ, 200
Decent
IQ.
fan out here will get some nice shots onto Mustache.
Evo ga ovaj koji se trese uzeo
Actually tags him
srđa.
all the way into his white HP, but still holding strong here. Worthy doesn't seem all that excited to give up this positioning that he's established just yet, and for good reason. It's a pretty nice aerial view.
Here's Gyros and Shari now. Great position here. Zone's already starting to hold more center than the last game, so this will be a very much different terrain than what we just saw in the last game.
Ako su ga nokali, nisu ga sigurno hitali ništa. Uzeli su oni 200 srđa sigurno.
Don't seem to get very lucky often. But as we know it, anything can of course happen here.
Ali ne znam kak nije bannable ovo što rade, ali praktički nije bannable. I nije i je. Jer kao oni su se dogovorili da tradaju, ali ne znam. Znaš da je Baki prije za to dobio ban. Isto. Jer je tradao Surge.
Pa dobro, ali trade, svako ko se kona trade Surge. Ali ovi su si baš izbidali, znaš. Pa Trulek si Čiću. Ne, Čiću i Tyson.
Boli kuraca, znači znaju da sigurno neće diskolat Tysona.
of these teams were just getting trapped
Pa ne
inside
mogu
of
ih
that
pane.
mid-layer
Pa ne mogu.
territory.
One
Meanwhile,
island,
the
koji ide
Rift
pa
Island
island.
is going to start to formulate here, jumping just outside of Reet and Ritual's perspectives there. They can be the first to take a stab at it, and if they secure this, I mean, surely top 25 is locked in the bag, as they were in the 76-point threshold range of total points. So they can get a big 15 here with the Elans and some placement. They will be in the top 25. They could be done and dusted here, as there are only 5 games, but no, instead they say, hey, look.
Ovo jebi ga, ovo koga usere Rift, brate, uzet će Island, realno.
Get straight to the top. No zip line
Ma nema
for us.
šta da te usere Rift.
I don't know which was
Spona se uvijek u
riskier,
isto
but it works
vrijeme.
out at the end there.
Pa evo, Spono se baš kod njih, jebi ga. Neće ih niko fajtat, vidjet ćeš, niko
Pa neću, pa imaju sponove Islanda. Imaš sponove, znaš gdje su spone.
Bonus objective points with the capture island point, but again,
LAN game sense right now.
who did we see last game? On the
Imaš
Rift
nešto
Island, it was
koliko?
Thomas Malabuka. Well, guess what? They got
10
eliminated
sponova i
super
uvijek se
early by
sponuju,
Cloud
znaš po
Majors,
zoni gdje
now
će
it
se
doesn't
sponu.
seem as though there's anyone posing too much of a threat, but Baka and Pars, they've been fighting for as long as the game has started.
Gledaj ga na što liči, li kaj stavi na baku da svi livaju live.
Chubbs was looking at them before. It seems like he's given them a problem on the rotate into the zone. And look, at the cost of Bryce, because Bryce was fallen at some point or another. As they've made their way to this position.
But at this point, it almost seems as though Chubbs is just trying to waste Baka and
Oh,
Pars'
gledaj ga.
time, trying to force them into expending some of their resources, some of their splashes and heals that they might not have wanted to let go of
Čekaj,
otherwise.
šta je Pacov? Miš ili šta to?
It's still early on.
Pars goes into the box. He's going for the full push. Baka's here to back him up. And this is what happens. You shake the hornet's nest and you might get stung. And luckily for him, he will escape somehow, some way.
Mik, seban se kak.
Baka has a different goal in mind, though. He's going to go around the outskirts here.
Sam.
Just play with it, but ouch. That surely wasn't a part of the strategy here, as Chubbs 2 stood behind. Tough spot to be in now.
But look at Chubbs' builds. They're running incredibly low. He's actually going to forfeit that high positioning. But it's not like Baka and Pars have any idea, but now Chubbs seemingly under pressure from a team slightly further out. Still has to make his way into the zone as a solo. Not sure if he'll find a reboot ban opportunity after this late in.
What a spot to be in now.
Koji nosi SMG.
More pressure as they only scored 0.
Gorski doesn't care for Surge.
The first team to be fully eliminated.
Najjača glava, znaš?
But not humiliated.
A ubili malo kucu i ovog, brate,
chance
za...
now. Finding tags here now, it's
Pa
authority.
dobro, to ti nije ni približno
Da,
dosta.
pa da, za 100 HP-a, ono,
best
on
there
spawn,
too.
nisi imali shield.
You can say they've wielded the pickaxe of champions, but hold up, jump in with Kylie and Festroki, who's already gotten the elimination.
Dobro, Kylie čisto setija po cijeloj mapi, ili šta?
Potentially onto Cammy. And now Seti is by himself.
Ubili su
Oh
Gami!
my! What a tough spot to be in for Cammy and Seti.
Gamija
Of
su
course, they didn't
ubili
pull the luck of the
opet.
draw game 1 and now game 2. Not going in their favor necessarily here. Could we
Setija
be seeing
pokerija Gami.
a lower bracket push?
It's the fact that Seti and Cammy already had to deal with one nuance at the start of match number 2.
Oni pucro, znaš?
Wait, no way he gets the save, right?
Seti going for it, might make it to Cammy in time, but unfortunately the rocket ram speed just not enough.
Da misli da je to sad
Having the
napravio
reboot
lik.
card though, we talked about how difficult it can be to look for that reboot ban opportunity, but it might actually be the intention from Seti at this point, because it's a lot easier to make it into that end game if you have your duo with you.
That is right. Well, last game we saw Booga make it work as a solo with no threats. This time Seti says, no, I'm not going to endgame by myself. He's going into the storm for a reboot.
Koliko je tenis moren sad, zamisli, sjediš u stolici i čekaš sljedeći game 5 sati. Dobro, oni igraju 1-1 sad. Čekaj, idem spam Kvizijas invite. Spamam Kvizijas invite.
Comes the rotate though. Another sniper in hand here.
Ne igraju oni na njihovim accountima, znaš. Igraju na ovog custom accountima gdje su... Gdje imaš sve skinove u igrici i sve.
Vino though, taking his time with the approach as you would expect.
Ma sigurno, pa sad sam ušao u friend listu, nema ni Vena, ni Kvizija, ni Tenija, nikog nema na friend listu.
Nice knock, it seems. Might be able to find the double finish.
Budi gori, Trec.
Anon doing everything in his power to delay.
Trec najbolji igrač svijeta, kad igra online, sad ne može pitat najlakše što.
Trying to see if he can finish the job now onto Anon. He wants this refresh of materials from both Suns and Anon, bound to get something for his troubles at this point. Gold sharp tooth pump. Primed and ready to go. That right side peek. And it was nearly a miss there for Threats, but he will be able to capitalize. Close out. Another elimination secured here.
Cheatuje. Ili se samo šejka sad.
If it wasn't for that overshield, he was done. He had 2 eliminations. That's 100 HP excitement, and he ended with 86 health, by the way. Surely the map doesn't quite add up, so he needed a little more that we couldn't see if it was that overshield that kept him.
Ali jako sam vidio prvi game i bio top 3 cijele semise i failam na easy game.
2 of their finest here. Time to get on into this new zone here. Long rotate to make, and it's going to be a tough one for them. Meanwhile, out of the top 5 here, only 3 duos remaining here in game 2 for Stroky and Kylie down, and Shari, Vision View down there. You can see on the right.
On the bright side, though, for CUNY and Rapid, did see them with that Storm Chaser augment, so that's definitely going to benefit them a decent amount. They continue to look for those rotations. Klonsky and Grolls, on the other hand, Circplants doing the job as far as getting some health and shield regen is concerned, but definitely still need to wait around, see if they can get more. But unfortunately, when you are this far below the damage threshold, 320, and then some to work with as far as damage is concerned, and that number only growing bigger.
Yeah, that's not enough. They need a lot more.
Flexing jump over
here. But I mean, hey, I like the strategy. Of course, these are going to continue to replenish. They can bounce back. And they stay alive here now. Trying to rock it out, trying to wait it out. Here it is, really starting to run thin on time now. Eventually, the math will catch up. One false move, and they are down and out.
It seems as though they're really hoping that some of these other teams might just get e-limbed.
Čekaj, šta njima u glavi, da oni winaju game? Ne razumijem. Biće 1K below sljedeću zonu i to je GG. Radi Viko.
They've got a whole nother mess to cover. Only 18 below damage threshold, so the pressure is definitely on right now. But it's on Pink.
Seti is the one who's going to clutch up here when it matters. And although he may have saved Cammy, unfortunately, it does seem like he has to continue to ride this one out. It was definitely worth it, though, because at the end of the day, they picked up eliminations, and he picks up 2 more now. Picking up at 4 here, so this is still a game that's worthy of earning some, at least some points, right? Remember, at a very, very early finish in game number 1.
If there's anybody that knows how to play the low ground, it's definitely going to be Seti as well. So, Tark being through as a solo,
crazy will be a set.
While difficult, isn't necessarily impossible. But man, with some of these teams that are looming just outside where he's currently situated, it is going to be tough. And Taysom Merstash, we're going to be crossing just next to Seti. And Seti, he's going to have to continue trying to play from that far back side of the zone.
And meanwhile, Alex still has the high ground there. Just for Had, Hero, it's next door. Big shots going out, teams in the distance here. Hoping to pull zone, but Had and Hero put in the shots here.
Nauči da staviš zid, majmune.
Shari, 4 elim. Here's Shari definitely with the 4 eliminations so far. And they're just continuing to see if they can add even more to that number, because even with 4 eliminations, being only 13 above on that surge damage threshold just goes to show you how aggressive this lobby has been.
Definitely a close one there. Meanwhile, Reap finds another elimination there. Worthy, who had the high ground, gets knocked by Hero. Okay, so they must have over-peaked from their position, and now they've been taken down. That could be a potential huge swing. Could Middle East be winning game number 2? So far, they are setting themselves up surely to do so. Seti rotates across Bino, who's already trying to do this back-to-back run, back-to-back number here. And look, Hero is trying to make their way up, but The resistance up top is Vino and Queasy.
If there's one thing that Queasy and Veno love to do,
Koliko oni
it is take
perfektno igraju,
height
ja ne
by
mogu
that
vjerovati.
8th zone.
Dobro,
And it's
Queasy ga
something
igra
that
već
they've
3
done excellently
godine, onda
throughout two
logično
games
da
so
će
far.
ga
But
igrat
again, they still
perfektno.
have to maintain it. Can't count your chicks before they hatch.
Oki su endgame, alo, me zajebavaš.
Kanada in the elimination feed
Stvarno, gdje?
seems to have found
Gledaj sa desno kad pogledaj, vidiš ga dolje lijevo.
Vidi ga levo, da.
A umire od srđali.
as though NA definitely strike.
Kako on uopće ušao u ovu zonu? Lik je uzao 800 srđa, da znaš sam. 1K možda čak. Jedan ta srđa ti sigurno treba, gledaj ovo, oni imaju 5 killova i 100 above. Lik je uzao 1K srđa sam. Najbolji igrač.
Meanwhile, the story right now is how far can SETI push this here? That's it. Rocket Ram usage out. 45.
Što dolazi na to da je...
Halfway through material, this is a tough
Boras,
spot to be in.
zamisli Oki svi na game.
Mid to high ground here, moving all the way across.
Znaš da bi trebao da kvali, trebao bi mu Bog da kvali, da ga usere. Bez jebanci. To je full ono, what the fuck.
That was that
Ja on
second to high ground team, and
Što
now
mi
they just
jasno,
have
ako
to deal
niko ne
with
pada
Queasy
na
and
pamet
Vino.
da
They can
holda
do just
Kajku,
that.
Queasy i
They
Veno,
will be
da
the
zabildaju,
kings of the
uvijek
top.
oni.
It's almost like
Pa
they're in
zato
the
što
final
oni
boss
uvijek
at
budu
this
na
point as far
najboljoj
as Queasy
poziciji
and
gdje
Veno
što
are
se
concerned,
izgleda.
but so long as they're in the match,
No samo su
teams are
likovi
gonna have to look out.
najbolji što se
Cold,
tiče
with
toga.
Acorn
Samo ubijajte dok
doing an
izuzima
excellent
placement.
job taking out
Bukvalno,
Sphinx
ono, samo se vi
and Boyo.
fajtajte svi. Okis negdje jede žvombe na low groundu i uzima
Players
trofej.
are concerned. SETI though,
Molim te, Okis.
again, the fact that he is still kicking, despite being a solo for so long here, MDF, what a fantastic display of his experience.
I just can't wait till we get another listen in later, because you know Cammy and SETI are putting down the comms needed here to navigate through this game so effortlessly, making it look easy. Meanwhile, on the low ground, here's Middle East. Fahad here, representing 4 elims right now. What a big spot to be in, showing us just how good they really are. And let's again not forget, this is the best tier. Joining us for the upper bracket, you had to perform in the upper tier of the 50 to be here today. Kanata falls inside the top
Okis win na
16
game, aj
here.
molim vas stavite na
Very far
Okisa.
push for him, but not good enough.
Gdje je on?
Yamzo and Rise just doing such a great
Ja
job
ga ne
leading the
vidim.
charge on the low ground.
Zbaga
The
me
front
možda.
side of the zone, just doing their best to cut off everybody that keeps trying to traverse into their territory. As now Yeman will meet the same fate as so many others so far. SETI though, still managing to type his way through, but running so incredibly low, only has 8 builds to make that 6 left to his name.
Umro stan,
Hoping they
top
can
10.
find a straggling refresh anywhere.
Lik je umro top 10.
He finds Okis there straggling
Najbolji.
in the distance, but hold up. Here's Reed. No ritual in sight by himself. We already seen him do it once. He clutches up, goes in and takes down Pars. Once friends,
User madness
enemies
ti
here
uzo
on
top
the
3.
stage. Meanwhile,
Sad ti vino game.
says, hold up. You want hype for free? Not when I'm in the lobby. Down goes Girus. And a quick trade there, but Shari comes to the rescue here for his teammate, and he is the new king of hype for a second, but Acorn Cole representing for NA. Not known for the big elims, but so far the placement point's exactly where you expect it to be. Here's Yamzo. Yamzo, clap from the side here. Rise left to do it by himself. He cannot flirt with the storm here. Acorn's clutching at the moment.
Acorn's trying to do what he can. He's got that auto Maven primed and ready, but at the same time, even with the Maven auto, he's not going to be able to miss a singular shot. He has hardly any HP to work with when you consider the shield that he's missing. He's doing a great job so far. Continuing by time, only 1 build left though. This next moment has to be his best. Plixie doesn't see it coming as Acorn finds the elimination. He needs just enough builds to keep going up.
Absolutely clean elimination there. Shari now looking for it. They have 9 eliminations. Acorn goes all the way up. Needs to come on down. Knows where his opponent is, and he's looking for him. But the zone is ticking, gets right into it. He knows he's got a couple opportunities here. It's all or nothing now. One shot will be it, but no, it won't be enough. Still though, 4 eliminations in the second place there. And Shari take home the second game now alongside Giras.
SETI nearly playing smartly there for Sherry and Giras, but even with SETI having eliminated Giras, Sherry doing a phenomenal job to clutch things up. And we've got Frankie standing by to get into their minds.
Reci mi kad će biti sljedeći game.
And what was going through your mind, because you had an American flying up into the air, getting the information of you, but you
Ljudi, šta ima Buraz?
help in the situation.
Buraz.
How do you feel clutching in front of all of these people?
Amazing.
Amazing. That's a perfect word. Let me come over to you, Gareth. What was it like watching Cherry in that situation?
Yeah, it was great. I mean, anyway, like in this final situations, I already knew we have so many points. We are already like basically qualified, so I was just chilling and I
Bukvalno sad čekamo 30 minuta.
I love this vote of confidence. We're basically qualified 2 games in. So are you already thinking about Sunday?
Not yet, but yeah, I mean, I think we are qualified, so let's like maybe keep focused on Sunday, right?
Absolutely, but also focus on the next 3 games, because obviously you want all of these.
FNCS je tek u 3. mjesecu, Buraz, ali nema veze. Vi nam taj.
I think
Vi nam taj.
Good communication in duo. Yeah, I think that's all.
Well, we definitely saw the strategy pay off. But congratulations on the victory, Roy. Our Gareth and Cherry, everyone!
Kako ti nisi na LAN-u, jebi?
Idem da odspavam, tu sam kad počne game. Valjda neće smarat opet pola sata. Oš van igramo ili nešto, kunem.
Šta mi da igramo o njoj?
Pa ne, kontam, ajde da vidimo prvo hoće li dugo trajati, ako pretjeraju opet. A ne, za 8 minuta match 3, znaš? Dobro je.
Did they grab that victory royale, but they did it with double-digit eliminations. I did not expect to see that so early.
Bacite like, sub ljudi, Invictus Lavno Shop. Ako me želite supportat, hvala puno svima. Events, da vidimo kakva je situacija sad. Ja ne znam ko su ove likovi koji... A ne, Rit je prvi. Miši tenis zadnji. Zajebam se. A dobro, koliko će kval biti? Alo, sad je kval 36. A će boli ih kurac. Mislim, nije baš, brate, teško je, ali ono. Jedan endgame i GG. Okej su onda. Okis, pa nije se učitalo još, znaš? Okis predzanje, nije se učitalo još. Okis ako kvalama teško da će kvala. Da zamisli, Okis je uzeo, brat. Opa se pojene sad. A dobro, ako teni ne kvala danas, kvala će sutra, ali ima još 3 gejma. Da, Oki solo igralo. Da vidimo, ko kvala trenutno. Od 25 kvala. Šta miš ko je kvalo? Znači ono, ovi koji su top 5 su kvalili, ja? A bit će više od 113 za kval, čuješ? Što igra solo, Bucke je diskvalifikovan, brate. Batebe. Mora Teni comeback. Ba ja verujem u Tenija, samo ako hoću ti drop. GG, čao. Vino je.
Mini Minor, you take over.
Yeah.
Still though, a huge victory royale from the duo, and I kind of just love the way they kind of play this, right? You can kind of tell, even just after these 2 games, these games are so hectic. They're not anything like the games we're used to seeing, right? A lot of these other regions, NA and E, which we typically broadcast, you can see, like, even though there's chaos, there's a lot of control, right? It's like, okay, well, I know we're going to do this, and we'll position ourselves. In these last 2 games, it's just chaos, right? Either no build or everyone's on mad low HP where everyone is one shot to the other. In this case, coming down to the 1v1, it is so hectic on this stage.
I mean, in this situation, we've talked about it almost seemingly all year. When Queasy and Veno aren't on height in that endgame, it's anybody's game. We saw Seti trying to spoil the party up there for Chari and Giras on height. He didn't quite do that, but he did take out one of them. And of course, that was Giras, so Chari had to solo clutch from high ground. Of course, that's what's going to win them these games. We're seeing it time and time again. High ground is going to...
Hvala, Okis je 32, čuješ?
What the fuck?
Hvala. Svaka čast kako on uzeo ono srđ, ali nije mi jasno. Okej, endgame, ajde. Ali srđ kako uzeo, what? Čekaj, u subotu, sutra je onda kao drugi dan i u treći dan su finals. Ljudi danas i sutra i prekosutra su viewing partijama, samo gledamo. Uva laguje, brate, what the fuck.
You can feel the crowd go bows.
Koliko je Rit najbolji? Otkad je on najbolji? Uvijek bio, a?
Okay.
Malo je muto.
It was always the daddy booger.
Šta ti je, ej? Ko gemo ima 5, a?
Da. Maybe I'll be Forney.
The crowd was so cool.
Ajde, ja čekam doći game, ali...
I mean, NA on top, this is a difficult one for them, but you know, I like the way they've adapted their play style, and of course they're doing very, very well at the moment. We can see this going through in this later stage of the game. I think there was a moment in this end game where they were trying to look up.
Meni je jasno zašto ti ja Outma ne igramo. LAN! Koliko laguje, brate, nemoj da se svaki lik fajta i da ne vidi koga fajta. Što je Bucke kikan? A ne znam, Outma kaže da smo našli cigare u tastaturi. Neko kaže da je psovao organizatore. Nešto od toga. Ili je vređao organizaciju, ili našli su mu ne cigare, ili tako je zabranjena cigara da ti nađe ili alkohol. Bucke kao pio alkohol i pušio, navodno. A šta je pušio? Tu je pušio.
Eliminated on drop, so that might not be solidified just yet, but still they have to be feeling even more confident going into the next 3 games.
Absolutely, and you know, we have thoughts and
Kreće game.
We actually have Vivid standing by with community.
Koliko je sati?
Viv, what she have to say?
Super, taman stiže mi u teretanu, ovo će do 10 da bude gotovo, a preter da će do 10. Pre 10. I onda gasim i sutra nastavljamo, ja mislim u iste sati da je. I finals su 7, ja nisi siguran.
For the last 3 years, but as you said, first time watching from an audience, it feels incredible. I'm seated right next to...
Sorry guys, sorry. We actually have to go back to the desk, so we're going to toss it back to Zeke and the crew.
Don't worry, I will find a way.
Ja ne znam toliko dobro engleski to, ali šta, ovaj krenulo da priča i ovaj rekao je izvini kao moramo dalje. Lamao.
Kelly, you said something that interested.
Bucke ima jaja. Brate, ali kao... Bucke nije... Ljudi, on je jedva kvalovao. Znači on je bio, brate, zadnji. I sljedeći put kad igrao FNCS, vino je FNCS, kao vino je, šta je već vino, šta je igrao tada. Znači bio zadnji i jedino što mu treba, morao je da vina taj vik, da bi kvalo i on, brate, vina i kvala i, brate, i sad ga jebu ovako. Ali kriv je, jebi ga, ne poštuje pravila, ali opet, brate, bez veze.
On the gas, because not only is it really, really good to, of course, be at the top of the leaderboard, it's also really, really good practice, really good to be in this environment. What are these other teams from these other regions going to do? Because who knows? Come Sunday, it could be anyone's game.
Well, we're talking about foot on the gas. We got to talk about Cammy and Seti there, going up 21 placements, obviously, going down early in game number 1. That's going to put them in the second page of our lobby list. But we got to talk about Seti using the rocket ram once again. That seems to be where the utilization of this rocket ram is going. Launching high into the sky, seeing where the rest of the lobby is. I love this. And yes, by having the rocket ram, you see that a lot of these teams are foregoing that third heal, which can be incredibly beneficial. But it just has so much more utilization than I think I initially thought.
And it just shows how good this duo are individually. We talk about them so often as Cammy and Seti as a collective, but we have to remember these guys are both incredibly talented players as
Kruljac, možda on
we see
igra
them in
sutra.
DreamHacks come first and second. And they're just like a duo that have just
Možda on igra
decided to play
sutra.
in that solo event. So that's what we love to see from this duo. And I like to see the fact that we can have trust in Seti, trust in Cammy to clutch up in the big moments, because they're not going to be nervous.
And you know what else we have trust in? Queasy and Vino going for height.
Of course. If it's not them, it's the others. There's so much more. Now, I promised you an interview with Reddish. We're going back to Vivid in the Creator Lounge. Let's do this.
And we're back. Sorry about that, guys. I accidentally did too far of a mic drop earlier. I ended up breaking the microphone. But I'll introduce her again. It's going to be Reddish, a fantastic creator in the Fortnite scene. And like I was saying, this is actually her first time out at an event, being a fan. So let us all know how it has been experiencing the Global Championship.
It's been phenomenal. I was saying earlier, but you didn't hear that I've been watching every single event
Alo,
for
kad
like the last
starta game?
3 years, I think.
Pa trebao je startat već, kao bilo 10 minuta treći game. Znate, meni su Teni i Miša najbolji, znači majke mi. Majke mi. Eto. I samo da očiste land i to je to. Evo, Vinač je game sa 15 kilo, ima da VK-u. Oni su najbolji. Nikad nisam gledao kako igrao, ali brate vidim po placementima i to. I ono, Vino i game-uje po 30-40 kilo, brate.
Pa da.
Gdje sad?
Yeah, awesome. I love the fact that you're kind of bringing up people doing well throughout the day. Of course, this is the upper bracket. We have 25 teams going directly into the finals after today. Give us a couple names that you think will be, you know, towards the top of that leaderboard after the end of the day.
We still have a few games left, so I have a feeling almost everyone kind of still has a chance. But yeah, GX are on top. I hope Queasy and Malibuka will do it. Hopefully I didn't just jinx
Reason
them.
is shit, on nije
I don't
puno.
know, so many teams are doing amazing. We have Cold and Acorn, Pink and Vico, Seti and Kami, they're making a little comeback, so
Koliko
it's
traje?
super
Pa ako
exciting
ovako
to see,
nastave, trajaće do 10.
who's gonna make it in the end. But all of them are
Jel to autostop
amazing and
lokalo?
super
Dobro,
talented
nisam
at this
mislio.
video game.
Awesome.
A
And
dogovaramo
Friday,
se
I would
malo
love to check
ovako
out your
off stream,
content,
brate,
Reddish.
za duo cashcap i evo sad upalio live i gledamo malo.
Or I'm Reddish on Twitter.
There it is. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Thank you, Reddish, for the insight. And we're going to be tossing it back to the desk with Zeke and the crew.
Thank you so much. Reddish, you're fantastic as always. Now, as we kind of draw closer to the next game start, we kind of wanted to highlight a couple things. Really quickly, Miniminder, you kind of called this out for us, and I wanted to take an opportunity to talk about it. Zago and Peppleclip, they had a very interesting Storm Surge strategy in that last game.
Yeah, they did. And I think this just encapsulates what LAN events and global events are all about. We never know what these other smaller regions could be pulling out of the hat when it comes to strategy. And what I saw there in that end game was actually, or that mid game actually, I should say, Zago and Peppo actually got a knock. They were able to carry the body towards some of the slurp mushrooms, keep healing the player on those slurp mushrooms, which of course, that benefits them because they can keep tagging up the player to get some more Storm Surge damage. We've seen
Nikom nije jasno, samo
such a
smore
big
ljude
impact
koje
so far in
gledaju.
these first two games. And if
Nema
you don't have
hypa
enough
kao
damage,
kreće
it's going to
game.
result in your elimination. That's what I really like to see from this.
Free
Those
boost
guys
to
pulling out
see
strategies I haven't seen before, just keeping on healing up the player. I love it.
Half the price. You're gonna. That's called hustling. What exactly I did, I saw someone wasting their money on something they're not going to benefit from.
Vjerojatno ćemo,
Someone
možemo
was like,
daju
you know what, bro?
šansu
You're wasting
sutra
your
i
fucking
samo
money.
će
Spend
kvalicu.
double the amount that you spent on the Fortnite, and you will get what you deserve. So what exactly did he do? He gifted me 10 subs, and he got what he deserved. Love from 16,205 people, a kiss from me, and all the love possible. Valid point? Oh, I know. Dude, I know my points are valid. That's the thing about me. Like, everything I say, mostly valid. More valid than what you guys say. Let me say that. All you guys get a kiss. I'm not scamming. It's
To clutch twice in a row, it's a bit harsh, isn't it? You can't do it again, surely. But no, I like to see
He's
that.
just waiting till Sunday.
Yeah, he's waiting. He's putting it all in the tank. He brought it out in game one.
Napisao je na Twitteru da se vraća u Ameriku. Kažu u chatu.
That's right. I'm excited to see game number 3. So let's kick it on over to our casters to take us in.
Thank you so much, Zeke. And that's right. Game number 3, nearly ready for these players to hop off the battle bus. But Monster, we've been seeing some pretty interesting things so far throughout the first 2 games. And hold that thought till the game, because the battle bus is good to go. Match number 3, right here.
Evo ga gdje malo.
All right, we heard you make some noise. It sounds like you are ready for game number 3. I am too. Remember, there are only 5 rounds of Fortnite here today, so this will officially solidify the halfway mark. To start things off, though, we have to begin here at the Frenzy Farms. Cammy, Seti versus Datus and Stain. We've seen this go either way. We know that Kylix is nearby as well. Kyrie here, so you got to be careful. Meanwhile, Kit gets the weapon first. He's looking for the tag, and they're doing a great job. They actually have the left and rights here.
Buying just a little bit of time here. Seti also, a couple of weapons at his disposal. Tactical DMR,
Oh, Seti čovka.
Stain trying to do his best to pressure from the
Is it
bottom
start
of
the
his
game?
barn. Stain actually eliminated first. A nice tag team
Vinali
appearance
su
there
Kami i
from
Seti
Cammy to
spawn,
get the
full
backup
win.
necessary. And that's going to be Stain
A ovdje
and
već su
Datus
jednog samo.
eliminated
Dvojicu.
yet again so early on, MDF, and we're already in
Dobili
game
su
3.
dronove.
Yeah, this time extremely quick. They secure the eliminations here. Meanwhile, 7 men in Cal Gamer
Jesi vidio šta je ovaj trash toliko Kinga?
Da, ovaj trash toliko, dečko ima 0 poena. Ili je to bug?
Ne, svi imaju 0 poena kad starta game. Ubit će ga King, gle. Kako je glup.
Koliko su glupi ovi likovi.
Why he is one of the best, let's not forget what Cal Gamer had to say. He said himself that he does not believe King has what it
Ko je
takes.
te
He
liko je
thinks
trash
King
toliko, ja ne znam
is
njega.
a bit
Ne znam, neki full
overrated,
no name
but
middle
I
east.
beg to differ. We have seen what he
Ali ja
can
onda
do
da nije mislio
in
tako da
person.
ist,
We
nego
have seen
slabije zna engleski.
Ma mislio je tako, lik je rekao da je shit.
Ali dobro,
Ne može-
možda ne zna da drugačije da kaže na englesku.
A koja je drugačija reč od shit? Bad.
Nije hteo da isproziva toliko, veruj mi. Veruj mi.
Ne daj ga na šta liči, lik, nemoj samo onda proziva.
Što ne skine ovu jaknicu?
Zima mu je.
Seems as though
Ne
he
veze,
wants to try.
Ko je
Ali
najbolji?
ne, pa oni će njih sad samo ispušati decu, oni ne znam.
Position altogether.
Yeah, upgrade would be important
Što se ovdje
and massive
dešava?
there, especially since he's
Jeste,
running out of
pustio
room
se
over
do
there.
neza.
Gle, ovaj ga digo. Realno.
They had the knock, but they didn't get the finish. That's going to be a big mess up. Big mistake, big opportunity lost, but
Ovaj
Zaku
ga
finds
pusti
another
kroz
tag here.
zidove.
Meanwhile,
Hite ga, hite ga.
Šituje.
Ajde.
Šituje.
big opener, another one.
Dobro,
there,
šta je
chipping
ovo? Jel
away
ti
from
gledaš
nothing
ovo?
significant.
Ali ovaj
Stavio.
Kineš ima
That is
150
massive
i
though for
visok,
Skits
sigurno.
with Sword, that Skits was actually able to
115.
find that revive in the heat of it all.
Jel umro ten ili ih je ubio?
Ne
Please,
znam,
pametno.
brate.
Few Shieldbreaker EM.
Zašto stavljaju ove no names, Bora? Stavi tenija da
Još je
vidimo
velik
što...
grad, brate, tenis odmah fajta, ne znam što je nije. Jel
Bukvalno,
ovo keva,
pa
jel ovo
zato-
keva iz ovog, molim ti me reći.
Da.
Skits now fully aware of the fact
Gleda
that
ga.
Zagu is trying to break down his wall.
To je respekt.
Continuing to replace build after build. Skits with the peak, Zagu with the damage.
Zamisli, oni njih nisu ispušali kad su nokali lika, jel ti mene zajebaš? Što ovo ima masku?
Now be careful though, backing themselves up.
Ovaj lik ima masku.
Indestructible corner.
Da.
Zašto?
Pa koronavirus.
And you can hear the
Prelaš.
crowd really starting to turn up right now.
Big augment though, that was just picked up. That rarity
Ovo
check
menadžer ili
could
coach
go
neki, znaš?
Crazy, depending on how. I believe it was.
Hito ih je oba 70.
Saw him.
Zašto im fight traje 15 minuta? Samo upadni u box. Eto, ja ih coach.
Back to full shield though, but did have to expand both of those
Jesam ja na
big
utakmici neko i oči baklje da bacaju sad ili šta se delo?
business turret quickly taken out. And Zagu tried to place there. His pressure on Skits.
Šta radi, li?
Oh, I think he's going to be feeling really confident after that
Climb
one,
by
but
space.
Zagu now completely out of material
Space
here.
ti
He does
koristi.
Jump by
u
move.
gospodini.
His teammate finds a little bit.
Bravo,
Soprano
najbolje.
goes in, fully boxes up. It's all
Bravo.
going to come down to hitting the shots, and he does.
Iskreno, GG,
Zagu
znaš?
showed us why he is one of the best
Gle, on si plješće, a koliko se šejkaju ti Kinezi?
of Asia, representing all the way for Japan, and my oh
Bravo.
my. Take a look now with Kylie and Fastroki Man, they're just mixing things up.
Constant trades for the most part, but for Strokey and Kylie here at Stevie Springs, south side of the map seems to be working out relatively well for them so far, having that elimination already, and now that's going to alleviate a decent amount of pressure here for Strokey and Kylie. They don't necessarily
stavi na drugi dio mape, malo zanima me. Evo ih opet. Dio Lendo Teni, what the fuck?
How they want to actually
verovatno ista priča bila.
Pušta ovo.
Mix things up a bit as
U
now
Teni
Misha and
kontroler,
Tini
gleda.
just above
Ovo je Teni,
Bryce
jel
and
tako?
Chubbs.
Da.
And they might be looking for an opportunity to find an elim or two here.
Ovi se samo healaju.
Because Tina and Misha definitely have been having a tough time against Baka and Pars, but Bryce and Chubbs have been jumping in that battle as well. It has been a three-way engagement here at the Shady Stilts and around.
Teni samo gleda da bi im jumpal box. A dolaze ovi debili opet, buraz.
They made it to the upper bracket, right? But having a tough time so far. Might be looking like a Saturday appearance.
Dakle, Miša iz Gline.
A gledaj koliko ljudi dolazi, šta je?
Sloveni.
Mero umro?
What, šta bi?
Ja sam ovaj umro randomno. Gle, fejka se. Ne znam u kojoj igrici. Kako je velik kola? Eto.
Very accurate. Some of those twin mag shots. Miro leading the charge up against his solo. And it seems like it's only a matter of seconds before Shari is completely collapsed upon, doing everything in his power to try and stay alive just one moment longer to see if there's somewhere that he can build off to actually start away and escape. But Cooper and Miro, they are relentless. They refuse to let this opportunity go. And it's going to be another 4 points by the way of Elim.
Ali već vidim da će više i Teni sad ubiti ova dva lika. I doći će im ovi debili iza.
Setting up Miro for successes. He said, hey, look, they're one. Trust me. Miro with no hesitation jumps directly in there.
To buga, to. 3 minija endgame, ajmo.
Things are looking pretty good though, so far, for threats.
3 minija, ti znaš šta je ovaj spot. 4 tima može Lendat ovdje imat max skills svako.
Jo ga, ima, ali ovaj drugi nema.
Buger! A Bugu boli kurac, ti misliš da se Buga pripremao za ovo, ima milion. Zabole ga ono sve.
Clownsky and Grolls, though, a team that we really saw in quite
Dok ovi
the
likovi
it was really their
ostavljaju život
that seemed
borbanke.
to be a little bit lacking in game
Ja
number 2.
isprozio, no
So
reason.
now the mentality here for Grolls and Clownsky, if they want to find some points, want to work their way up even further on that leaderboard, just try and
nice, bilo da je potrebno.
top 25.
Vrata, ejte, bravo, doktore.
Bravo, otvori vrata i jumpaj mu u box sa 20 AP-a, majmun.
Having them work against them for a second there, so Clownsky couldn't unfortunately join Grolls on the push to the top. So
Pogledaj ko je uzeo taler.
but all in all, they have things.
Dobar Alexis i Ward.
A good height positioning at least. That can definitely help a lot.
Napustili su se,
as far as
već treći game.
establishing some surge damage.
Ja ga cheateralo.
Meanwhile,
Rob
inside of
Kebab.
Bubble Ruins, you got Rob Kebab, Axe Force. Hiding inside
Expo snega na šta liči, gledaj.
Sjećaš se ti ovog roba kebaba koliko je lik čučerčeno?
with some of that
Da.
safety.
Likvina zadnji.
Yeah, now that single Elim right there is onto Cooper. I know we're just hyping up
Najbolje je
Miro
bio jedno vreme.
big eliminations they picked up, but look, Miro's now by himself in the distance there, so Cooper caught off
Ubili
guard
su
out in the
Kanadu
open
opet.
there. Away
Nice.
from his teammate.
Thomas, da vidimo aim bez cheata. Da vidimo aim bez cheata.
They are up, they are standing,
Dobar.
which means they have
Najbolji.
survived the drop clearly, and they are working their way towards the
Kako je lik toliko dobar?
finals here and now.
Massive stuff.
Skoro na momle.
But they had to sit out for game number 2 because of Kanata and Ager. So for them to be able to play makeup time now, just adding to their total point count for the day. Because again, we are in game 3 of 5.
Da Teni u zoni, nije. Ili?
Ma Teni će sad ubit neku. Ako je živi dalje.
This is where you can really start to see the consistency that needs to be maintained come into play.
Yeah, one might say this is the most important game of the tournament here. Between
Oh,
game 1
bravo
and
Ispik
game
je
3,
tako
I
da
mean,
dobiješ head snipe.
either you set yourself up for success or you turn things around now and come out.
Karl
victor.
Lagerfeld,
And by that, I
7-1.
just mean top 25, right? That is
Karl.
the goal today. And then, of course, Sunday, get as high as possible, make as much money.
Basta like ljudi na 700, prebacite na 700.
The winner of that $1 million
Koji je
first
Trulex?
place prize.
Prvi. Za vas, nemam pojma.
Here we got Pink and Vico. I know we're
top
hyping them up.
25, ja mislim.
Definitely a team that has had a lot of success. Although, again, playing off the scrappy drop, but look, they find themselves finally fighting Acorn and Cold.
True, but they had Calgamer and 7-Man also.
Ko je snus anegdota? Snus anegdota igraju dugo.
Yeah. In that position.
Anegdota.
So, might be
Dosta
very
to
tough
toliko
circumstance
štir.
for them to actually work around in as well. Here in the heart of Mega City, you got Flixie way up top.
Ooh,
Grippy umro. Grippy. Seems as though
Grippy.
they had a successful battle because
Grippy.
Flixie with 1 elimination looked as if he just got the opportunity to revive Grippy there as well.
Do kad se igra? Još ovaj
A
game je
čuti da priča ova riba Grippy. Mislim da kažem normalno Grippy. Da ju nazovem, da ju kažem.
Da, maybe.
Relatively safe for the time being.
Sad ću čut
The way
snap.
Flixie keeps looking down leads me to believe that he's got some form of idea that Suns and Anon are the team directly below him.
Just outside of the Mega City, King and
Jeste su toliko loši svi. Eto.
had a very long track for the relentless retreat
Žalga.
here. No elims just yet, but this is a perfect time to go ahead and catch up 11, so let's hear the word.
Thank you, Mon. So like you see, no elims. We obviously saw at the start of the day, Calgamer had a lot to say.
Alo, ja je dobio, znaš.
King's ability. Thought he wasn't too good. And King said this
Uzeli su čakđeg umjesto Ara, znaš.
but these two teams have been going head to head.
Umjesto MK.
Da.
Pa shit je MK u ovom. Treba ti ovaj.
Pinching and peeking towards each other at times. And what's happening is that they're both disengaging, right? Neither team currently sit in that top 25. So one of these two teams is going to have to start to step it up if either of them are going to be making out of relentless retreat and making that vote useful.
Thanks so much, Levin, for that breakdown on whether or not it's going to be Calgamer 7-Man
Trulex
or
29.
King and Phaser.
Treba Trulex winat game, brate. I boli ga
Kako Trulex ne odigra dobro gameove ako ima max surge?
But again, with teams just actively choosing to disengage, have to believe that part of that reason is because they don't want to risk being early eliminated in match 3.
Acorn i Cold su gledati.
They've got some eliminations on the mind.
Au, imaju prednost velik.
If they can
Ma
find
nemaju
it.
Cold
Cold now, applying some
Udaći
pressure onto
zid.
the backside.
Jel su slje?
Certain to have to keep an eye out for it. Cold though, just continuing to move her.
A Cold najbolji igrač, znaš.
An Acorn, Cold.
Ko po tebi vina finalse? Ne znam, viš da su svi najbolji.
Ma Boraz Crazy
Trying to
Man.
make sure that their approach is as methodical as possible
Uncons.
here at Frenzy Fields.
Ka mi se tječe neko
This
kona.
duel here, the highlight player was
Njih kona
definitely
već neko.
Acorn in match number 2,
Sad
where
ovdje.
he
A neki debil.
really went the distance in the end when it mattered, but I'm sure if he
Ma
can
ne
do it
verujem,
one
ko bi
more
ih konao,
time, it
bre?
should be all but solidified inside
Yeah.
that top 25. This has been a great showing so far, and again, contested. Half the loot he would expect, half of what he would really want, so to take out Pink and Vico, to send them back to the lobby, to not see them on Sunday would be excellent. They could make a run as grand champions.
But what's interesting is that at Frenzy, keep in mind, Calgamer and 7-Man were there as well, but they weren't when we last checked in just
Čekaj,
now.
aj dropne
So
konto da je
have to
njemu neko na
imagine
islandu,
that
ili?
Calgamer 7-Man recognizing, hey, this just isn't the type of engagement we want to take right now, just like iDrop as a solo, trying to see if he can
Jel ja
gather
tripam ili njemu
anything
neko na islandu?
from Rift Island. If he's able to get this
Ispod
capture point
island.
uncontested as a solo, that will be absolutely
Ajde, nek
incredible.
uzme 15 pojena i boli ga kita,
And,
alo?
you know, it's worth 15 points, so it's definitely
Bukvalno.
the position you want to jockey
I
for.
možeš ga
Not a
rebootat,
single
to
other
znaš.
team has decided that
Pa
they
da.
want to come up here. This could be his lucky, graceful moment here, but
I
now
onda
there is
imaju
a
max
duo
surge.
just above them. Could iDrop build a big enough base here to buy him some
Au,
of a
Quizy low.
flex?
Ne, ja molim.
Potentially. Oh no, it seems like the
Ma
team's
Boraz
actually
je loot,
okay.
Quizy je kola već. Boli ga kurac.
Pretty healthy. They have to double down alongside one another. It's Kylie and Fastroki.
Šta ovaj Kylie puša? Šta se palili?
Sve puša, sve puša.
I userava ih što neće.
Because of that, inevitably, it puts them on the pathway, the war path
They don't jump
of
over
Vino
back.
and Queasy.
That was a big shot, though, that Kylie just landed onto Vino, took down his shields almost entirely, so Vino's gonna have to pause for a moment, utilize one of those legendary slurp juices to make sure that he is at ample HP to actually take this engagement. It's Kylie now looking for where he wants to try and make this finalized approach, but doesn't realize Vena's managed to
Ali vi ne kontate da fajtate Vena. Gotovo je, ljudi.
Queasy as well,
I Queasy. I Queasija.
starting to see whether or not he could try and pressure on the other side of these builds from Veno. It's a nice pressure application from this duo. All they've got to do now is finish it.
You know, making Monaco very proud here so far for the upper bracket. This fight now approaching that time where you start to think, how worth it is it? Can we get out of here safe and sound? Is there an exit plan for us? You have to assume they're feeling the same way. Yup, the demeanor says so, and we call it just right. They want to get out of there as much as we want to see them rotate. On they go. Meanwhile, the same can be said about Pink and Vico. I'm sure they're thinking, okay, what's the game plan here? Acorn and Code know better, but at the same time, Acorn and Code are in such a better position. It's in their best interest to actually stay here, hold them out.
And not only that,
this is the team they want to take out.
Exactly. Plus, Pink, we saw his builds just now in comparison to Cold.
Su hvalili,
There's a
što si
night and
grifaju,
day
evo.
difference. I mean, Cold with 90 builds to still work through. Meanwhile, Pink, I believe last checked in, he had around like 16, 18. That's practically nothing. They've invested so much time here now that they don't really have another option other than to close this fight out because they need the materials, they need the refresh off of Cold and Acorn.
Oh my god!
Ja. Bolji, 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 bolji.
And sent back to the lobby. And that is the best team for them to eliminate. They already have pretty much top 25
Pa ne možeš ti protiv Colda, Cold je sigurno by far najbolji igrač. Možda jedino što bi bilo, gledaj što mu je napravio, 200, ne misali 200.
Najbolji igrač.
Cold. Veno i Cold to bi bilo napeto da se fajtuju, ali niko drugi nema šanse.
Towards that frenzy field side, they're going to have a great opportunity now for
Ryze nešto liči. A to je Omza.
Nije, Ryze.
Što imaju istu kosu?
Da, istu kosu.
But as for Ryze and Iamzo,
Basta like, ljudi, ljubio vas brati sub, ako ima novih, basta sub i zvonca.
Najbolji je im lik ima, što ja gledam.
Ping je kvalo, ping zvoni.
Position to put yourself in, really showing how flexible they are season to season.
Umro ovaj.
It also shows you they might just be the team.
Mali bot se ima
This
Maven.
weekend they might just be that team, but let's jump into the action here.
Oh my god.
Malabuka, her 3 HP, forced down, and the pressure relentless. Coming in from the Middle Eastern team, Rapid here, really pushing back. They've already claimed Thomas.
Podmornicu su.
Pa imao spaz, ubio bi.
The ME boy says, "Hey, listen, you're up.
Medkit
Sit down. We got this."
Absolutely insane.
Nazovi ga.
Just how quickly
Ma,
Malabuka was able
zovem ga na snap, ali ne vidim.
position because it
Čekaj,
really
probat ću na
as if Unity and Rapid
na
were about
Messenger.
to finish off this duo. But with Thomas being out of the picture,
Ten je umro
Malabuka,
sad, pisalo mi.
we know that he's capable of
Ozbiljno.
making
Da,
those
Miša je
solo
živ,
clutch
valjda.
circumstances happen, but with so many power hitters
Poladiš.
left in this lobby as a team,
Ozbiljno.
that's solo spot.
A Vanjak smrdljivi.
Poraz.
Absolutely scary.
Ima heavy, Tenny, what?
Some of EU's greatest.
To znaš da su ubili nekog? A ne, možda su izveli. Miša dobio crack, a src ga ubio.
Rotating all the way down from the north side. Coming up short here now.
Ne ga nešto liči Vanjak jebeni. Odvratan je lik, majke mi najodvratniji.
Praća ne znam šta rade.
Lik izgleda ko izvan zemaljac, majke mi. Najružniji lik kojeg sam ikad vidio, sigurno.
Pa nisu mogli Mišu da ubiju, brot.
Pa pičkica.
A žao mi je, ali možda im nije dano, sutra imaju drugi dan, šta? Ali nije još kraj.
Pa nije, jedan pop-off game i to je to.
Sad su faili, razumeš, imaju 0 pojena, bit će im wiki game. Halal! Jer trulet.
Miša ubio jednog, alo.
Specajte zanimljivo nešto.
Ali oni specaju Kamija koji pucka ljudi.
Još ne pucka niko, Kvizi ubio lika isto.
Ne, pa ovi likovi ne znaju šta rade, koji... Miša ubio sve.
Još jednog je ubio.
Ne, to je isti lik.
Meanwhile, looking at the top 5 here, Ritual and Reet are leading the charge by a fair margin.
Čić ubio Bugu.
Oh my days.
Again, if you take a win right now, I mean, you have just about done enough. It'd be hard for us not to get out of the upper bracket and go straight to finals with a victory.
Yeah, we're definitely starting to see a pretty big point disparity from our top 10 to even our top 20 competitors. Group A and Flixe, though, one more time. Another revive. It's going to have to go through, but this time it's going to be Group A. Turning the favor on the
čuješ kako čuješ, kako priča GP?
Well, seems Flixe is going to be just fine for the time being, but
Ništa, Miša bi na sam game.
They still gotta keep trying to move in, try and stay ahead of these zones wherever possible, but
Pa ni ja ga ne vidim, fully van zone. Sad si ga vidio, ja mislim.
You can tell that they're definitely having some tough times with making these rotations.
Ako uđu u ovu zonu, uzet će bar par placement.
I want to give a lot of credit to Baka and Pars, who have a great position over the lobby right now. A bird's eye view, they are one of the few teams poised up for potential high ground, and they have just continued to show us what they are made of. They are now officially slipped their way into top 5, really working their way up. But hold up, Tayson's got a lot of problems knocking on his door. Ping! This guy knocked in the mix there, so while he was focused on Tayson, other teams started to look inwards. I'm not sure Tayson understands that there was a down body there.
Or maybe he did and might be interested in trying to
Dyson.
about it. Kyrie hoping he can get his ping in time, but it's going to be too much from Tayson. Interruption on that revive. Now it's Tayson and Merstash seeing if they can finish what somebody else had started. They managed to get the material refresh, the item refresh as well. If they they're taking, Tayson will swap out.
Nije umro I dalje, znaš?
Nije.
Nije.
But Merstash and Tayson
On dobija
powering
placement.
through some of these builds that have already been pre-established here, and that's just a freebie for them.
Yeah, it's all in all a net positive. You get the damage that you need. You start inching your way towards this end game. Then looks like it is going to be a sloppy Shores finish here. It's going just outside the mountain there. Vino's already marked up the position they want to be in. It's that natural high ground on the backside here, the ice capsule. But again, Baka Pars looking downwards on them, putting that infinite upwards pressure here, not making it look easy at all here. Queasy's going to have to concede for a bit. It's cost him a lot. He's going to have to take some of Vino's inventory as well. So Vino trusting in Queasy to lead the rotate here.
It's all about that middle though at this point.
Čekaj, ti mi se jebaš da Miša dalje živ.
Gde, ja ga ne vidim, čekaj.
No najbolji. Kako bi ovo preživio?
Joki se živ, ali gleda.
Ozbiljno.
He's got his chance right now. Just keep building
Opet
up.
high, ma ne,
And again, with it being metal, it's so
Nije umro
difficult
Miša,
to
bez
really take a
jebanci.
second to try and chop them
Jel ga
out.
vidiš sad?
Queasy gotta look for the
Queasy
connect
jebe
onto some of
moment.
these other builds, but
Pa ne, koliko je slučajno pao.
ever so slightly,
Čekaj, gledaj.
still maintaining the height overall though.
That's what I do
Ja ne
best.
vidim, brate, Miša.
Limited builds to just get there, connects it to a structure in the distance, but Cammy and Seti are looking back and they're saying no, not today, not in this lobby. I want to fight for it as well. We need a big game here. We need it now. And all of a sudden now they are the most resistance on the front side of the zone here.
Nemoj sve ti kami da buildaju highs.
We know what's going to happen. Vino, Queasy will run with this.
Seti and Cammy aren't careful. Keep in mind where their builds were starting to go towards. I mean, with the direction that Queasy's headed at least, it almost seems as though they might headbutt each other on the high ground at the moment here. But instead it's Acorn, a bit sneaky with the crash pad. But he's continuing to hang around. He wants that front side of the zone, but just on the edge of it.
And I just love how we're seeing, again, NA's best and EU's best, right? Back to back here, two different perspectives, two totally different layers. Acorn and Cold.
Bitno da specaju, sve specajte, samo nemojte ništa. Ja ne kapiram njihovo razmišljanje. Šta speca lik koji ima 0 maca, umreće se.
Buraz nije umro, Miša, prikazalo bi se valjda. Miša na haju Vino game.
A gledaj samo, umro je, bro, ja ga ne vidim.
Ma nije umro. Što nije prikazalo onda da je umro?
Da, nije prikazalo, ja gledam cijelo vreme.
Na umro. Ma nema šanse da lik preživi do drugog movinga kao solo, ako je onda je samo najbolji. Ne vidim da nije živ.
They can tell there's players trying to make their way around the edges next to them. 2 crash pads remain here at Acorn's disposal. Cold following closely behind. Cammy and Seti, though, they seem to be making an idea all their own.
This is crazy from the backside here. They find the tags and Vino's hurt. And this might be the new high ground. Cammy, Seti coming in out of nowhere. And they swing things around. Queasy's hurt. Vino's fully healthy, but no! Things change so quickly. Acorn and Cold finish him. And now Queasy's by himself, but it's still excellent end game for them. They're going to be happy with a top 10. Meanwhile, Paper and Mons continue to force their way in here. 8 elims now, probably the most that are alive at the moment. Behind another team and Paper's going to fall there.
Čiću Trulex, alo.
And unfortunately, Muzz to follow suit, but first dash still up and kicking. Seti though with a massive
Seti ni Kvize neće da
and that's the back-to-backs now onto Robop. But the materials refresh, it might not do him any good. He's not able to break into the zone in time. Acorn instead will be here to play cutoff as now Merstash forced underneath it all. Lark picks as well, living as a solo. This is looking like Acorn and Cold's game for the taking.
And Acorn's doing an excellent job pressuring with the breach of shotgun, making sure no one's got a chance to breathe, but Larpax is still going. He's found 2!
Najbolji 10 kilova lik ima, what?
Samo, nisam gledao kilove.
Da. Lik ima 10 kilova.
Ko je to jebote?
Najbolji igrač svijeta.
Znaš da on palo iz ovog gema. On je uzeo 40, a kažemo da mu teammate imao nešto malo 50, 100 poena iz ovog gema.
Dečko je imao 10 kilova kao solo.
I do. I'm so excited to talk to these guys because they're known for one of the most consistent placements in all of the games that they play, and you haven't disappointed us so far. What's it like, Cole, taking a victory royale on day 1 here in Copenhagen?
I don't know. It's an insane feeling. I mean, this guy's just, I don't know. This guy's on something else. Like, this guy's the best player, I think. I'm serious.
Yeah, doing it for Canada. We saw you in the air, nearly clutching the victory royale in the previous game, and now you've taken it one step further. For you, is it a bit of a dream to perform so well, so early in the competition?
Of course. I mean, like, getting ahead early is always the best, and no pressure now, you know?
Yeah, you're not feeling the pressure. You're pretty set on Sunday already. Why do you think you are able
Onaj lik, oni tu Čići Trulex sa 100 HP-a, what the fuck?
You have been preparing for this all year long. You qualified way back in Major 1. How do you feel like the game and the way you've had to play it has changed over the past year?
I mean, everything's changed, you know. We kind of did good in the beginning, then we had a little downfall and everything's changing, but we're adapting pretty well.
You say downfall, what do you mean by downfall? Because you did place top 10 in all 3 majors in North America this year that you played. So for you, what's a bad day?
Koji je Okis? Okis je retard.
Zajedno. Loser. Loser.
Okis je retard. 8 poena su uzeli. Te ni 0 placementa, znaš, samo na killove u pičku materinu.
Ja.
Kvizi prvi. Super. Gdje je Trulex, gdje je Trulex, gdje je Trulex? Taj se nosi, super. Baš sam retardiran. Okis 38. Brat hvala, ali.
Da, pa bit će manje od 100 poena za qual, znaš? Nakon 3 gejma je 50, to je 48 poena.
Biće 85. Da. I to je pitanje da će bude, ali verujem da će se svi potruditi, razumiješ, još će bolje igrati.
Bukvalno ti treba, čekaj, treba ti top 5 game i ti si quala. What the fuck?
Gledaj, ponovit će kako ih je klačao ovaj Larko. Dobro, one pump.
Absolutely, yes. They have been dominating on these layers. And I think the big thing here is that, you know,
you look at these guys, they're feeling
so confident. Cold, when he's at his best, what a player. Honestly, it's almost hard to describe the levels, right?
Ma buraz.
See you
soon. See you soon.
That Cold had hit as a player individually, one of the best we've ever seen from anybody, right? He was on a whole different level, and he's showing that here today, right now.
I could not agree with you more. Now, what I'm curious about are the standings. Let's take a look together. Let's see how things are unfolding. Remember, we're trying to end the day in the top 25, go straight through to Sunday. Acorn and Cold here in that #1 spot, breaking 200 points. All right, this is day 1, guys. Save some for Sunday.
This is what I love to see, you know. I gave a little bit of a sneak peek as to who I was going to be rooting for earlier on in the day, and it was Acorn and Gold. It was the NA boys, and I'm very happy to see them up there. This honestly has big implications for all Spawn, though, right? We got to remember that they're contested, so now they can play a little bit more aggressive in that sense.
Yeah, if you're Pink and Vico, you're looking at these guys going, hold on a minute, we are letting them run away with things. We need to maybe think about...
ne priča engleski, priča UK drill.
A bit more difficult for them. I'm personally looking at some of the players beneath them, right? Queasy and Veno just below. We saw how hot they started the day. They're going to be looking above them thinking, okay, you know, these guys are setting the tempo, but we're going to do our thing up on height while they do their thing down below. It's been weird for Queasy and Veno especially, right? Because we're seeing them so consistently going into these end games in positions to play out height very, very well, right? You know, it's typical stuff for them. But they're having a couple problems. Other EU compatriots are very much making things difficult for them, right? Seti and Cammy flanking them in that last game. Typically, Queasy and Veno very aware of their flanks. That's not something that they often get caught out at. But this time around, we're saying what happens. Seti and Cammy are there waiting for them.
Gosh, I always have to have so much respect for Cammy and Seti, right? Because I was honestly looking at their position, and it was as that 7th zone rotate was coming in. They were actually towards that castle split. They were based up on top of it, and I was like, wow, they're on the high ground. They have a very good position. And then next zone showed, and it went all the way north. And I was like, yeah, there's no way this is going to end up being a good game. And look at this. Cammy, Seti, they just surprise every single time, and in such good fashion. I mean, you mentioned it. Queasy and Veno, they're usually aware of their flank. How did Cammy and Seti pull this off?
And it's not just playing it off, right? When they're actually in the position, delivering, being able then to actually, you know, hit the shots. Of course, they did get chopped out on height eventually, right? It was Acorn and Cold that did that so well. But I think the big thing with Cammy and Seti is obviously we saw how they started the day, and I think it's fair to say they brushed the dust off their shoulders, right? They didn't allow, you know, losing off spawn early on to sort of derail their competition. They understood, hey, look, we just got to stick to the fundamentals, get back in the game. We can beat these guys off spawn, and now they are delivering in the game.
And one more point here about Cammy and Seti. We talked about the all-spawn situation with Acorn and Cold. Now it's similar for Cammy and Seti, right? They're pretty chilling when it comes to the points. Just...
Boka verovatno neće. Bez predje. Gde su Harry Vaske? Sutra igra, ljudi. Znači danas 25 timova prolaze, 25 timova koji ne prođu igraju sutra sa novih 25.
High ground.
I u nedelju finals.
This is the story we all came here to see. At least I did. Right into the loving embrace, of course, of Acorn and Cold. Like, yes, bring me points. That's what we want today. You talk about this being a roller coaster. I feel like so many things happened in this game. I mean, we saw Hydra by himself take Rift Island uncontested. At one point, he was getting shot. I was thinking, oh, yeah, they're going to jump. They can tell. Nope. 15 points.
Fortnite.
I'd be thinking, like, oh, it's so easy, right? Oh, he's up there as a solo. Why don't we just go up there and contest him? I mean, it's got to be the nerves, right? There's so much information that these players are very good at hiding. Somehow, a situation off where he's like, hey, I'm just going to sneak up here. And I'm pretty sure later on, actually, because
he's only going to hear that I have these
on top of the island, ended up go ahead and reboot his teammate. So smart.
Absolutely insane. Levin left speechless. Now,
we have
something really cool here lined up. It is actually a listening that game-winning moment from Acorn and Cold. Let's take a listen.
Ja sam stisnuo samo join game na Squija. Jel će ti joina tako držiš u mene u lobby?
Ne moraš me najti ako nećeš, naravno. Za jeb.
Dobro, pa si skonto. Dobro, pa si skonto.
Ljudi, za 10 minuta kreće game. Jo, ja čekam malo. Samo da očiste, da ih useru Teni i Miš. Alo, Outmo? Outmo?
Šta?
Pa, ovog Okis, kako zove Okis? Njega boli kurac. On će da uzme 4000 evra. Jer Bucki svako ne uzima 2K. Čilalo.
A bukvalno.
A iskreno šta? A odakle on? Amerika? Koliko je njemu karta došla povrata? 500 evra?
Ovaj Bucke ne dobija ništa.
500 evra karta i GG, 3K. Nek uzme porez, GG. Invite.
Leon objasnio.
Join game.
Nemam kad na friend listi, nacrtamo losers. Crtam losers. Samo da vidim ko je ovaj lik, jer je lik daddy.
Ne mogu, jebi ga, idem ja redirat sam. Ne mogu redirat kod te.
Stisni samo join game na mene.
Neće mi. Ma neću ni, dok ja uđem u zoni, dok se završi jedan speed realistik. Jo, ja čekam vikend, uzmem mernik sa sljedeći vikend, jo. Dekata, brat. Brat. Ko je duo s Moneymakerom? Reason? Zajebao se, nemam pojma. Ko igra s tim
Najan.
debilom.
Bukvalno ne znam go bi igrao s tim štakorom malim.
A daj, čemu to? Koliko mi je stol pun belog kokaina. Moram spremiti sobu kod hitno. Ja imam kuhinju. Free fire. Moneymaker vam dođe tata, Moneymaker dođe tebi sin. Aaaaaaah! Moneymaker ruke nema, dečko. Ja kad sam imao Ernix, on nije znao šta je Fortnite, brat. Uuaaah! Zato sad ima stoka Ernix, šali se, bre, on siromašno nema da jede. Ja sam jedini pro player koji nije na hlebu i pošteti. Lal, ja! Što ideš tako glupo? Ja ga trolam.
Oprosti mi, molim. Ajde skini mi se skite, burice.
Zato što je najveći pol ovih likova koji se igraju Kopenhagen, alo, ja kad sam imao 1200 Ernix, oni su imali 300. Ali ne, bez sprnje, što je najsmešnije. Ali jebi ga. Ja sam se opustio previše. Nisi još stisnuo gas, jebi ga, puštam moj Moneymakera da uzimam pare.
Sun.
Pa mi su sljedeći vik, brate, šta? Uzem $100 i GG. GG.
Ne imamo ih na trust.
Ma da, sve znam. Ja se zajebam s ovim, sam najbolji. Ma budalo. Duf. Nemoguće da ima Moneymaker 13 godina, ima više, ne bi smao da se bori. Da se bori. Ali ja mislim da on ima 10, ali da fejko je dokument. Fejko. Kako kreće game za 3 minute? Ja sam sebi odgovorim na pitanje, ja?
Sam malo usro me Digzi. Najbolji igrač.
Zezam se s njim, malo zezanja s njim. Kad kreće game, evo sad će. LAN! Koliko sam umoran, brate, šta je ovo? Ne mogu igrat. Kad zadnji put uzak još davno 95.
Stvarno?
Da.
Ali kurac.
Ali uzimam sad, eto, sad za vikend, sljedeći vikend uzimam para, eto, vidjet ćete. Evo, klipajte ovo, eto. Ako ne bude tako, 100 evra giveaway. Ovo, 18 godina imam, znaš? Ponašanje ako beba. Drkaj mikro. Umoran, nisam bio u teretani, idem posle live. Ali sam umoran, malo sam spavao jer sam možda se probudim za...
Da, Kopenhagena.
Je. Nisi dobar. Nisi dobar, idem te ovdje. Ti sve možeš nazvat pro playerom, ne mogu biti. Mogu da uzem još 2k ranks. Lol 2k. Ne treba da skila kad idem s ovim obojima, da? Ne treba hila kad idem s ovim bobama. Nisam warm-up na ljudi, moj bad je big. Neću ni heal protiv mojih boba. Op. Opet slurp, a? Ja, puštam ga.
Ping, mute up.
For game 4 and game 5, but that's what happened so far.
Are you thinking you can grief back then? How are you going to respond to this? Because you're not the kind of guy who's going to back down in a fight.
Oh, cheat me,
I mean, at this point, they're qualified, so no matter what we do, they're through to the next round anyways. So it's more so a thing where we got to let go of the grudge and just focus on ourselves for now.
They're not in your head. And how are you finding things with Vico? Because you're a relatively new duo, you came together.
Dečko, nisi dobar, jebem ti
what you needed to
mater.
do to make it to globals. But this was a surprising duo in some ways. So why do you think it's managed to come together so quickly?
I've been very tough with Vico, and he's like, at the start he was a bit annoying, I'd say, but more so now he's more so making me proud. So I think we're a good duo. We complement each other well, and I like playing with him.
He's a really aggressive player. How did you manage to stop him pressing W in every situation?
I had to fake drop him. I've had to scream a lot. I've had to do a lot of things. I've kind of mentored him in a way, but yeah.
Pink, I'm looking for a coach, so I don't know if we can. Once you're done with globals, you've got the spare time in your hands. Are you taking new clients on?
No.
Well, it's a great excuse. It's a great excuse. Darn it. But I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. I'll just go solo. Thank you so much for talking to me, Pink, and we will see you out on the Battle Bus. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you so much for those interviews for the players. Pink is always one that's very honest, Levin. He's going to tell you what's on his mind, and there's nothing wrong with that, I don't think.
Yeah, honesty is the best policy. You know, I wouldn't have it any other way. You want people to lie to you? Would I ever lie to you? That's not the way. I never lied. I never lied to you. Look, the one thing I'd say about Pink, right, and Vico is they're in a very tough spot. Because, like he just said, Acorn and Cold, they're basically qualified now, right? They could, you know, not play the rest of the games, and they'll be good to move through to the finals. These guys aren't, right? And so if you're Acorn and Cold and these guys are contesting you, you're going to make their life as difficult as possible. You're going to make sure you can do whatever it takes to guarantee they don't have a chance to contest you come grand final time. So if I was Pink and Vico, I'd be not worried per se, because, you know, this is not a guy that's ever going to be worried, but I would start to be a bit concerned.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely bring up some very valid points, but I think if anything has been proven by some of these performances so far, one good game, right? One victory route with a couple eliminations is worth enough points, 100%, to fly up that leaderboard. So they just got to win that spawn fight one more time.
Do you think they do that, though? Is that the play, trying to kind of keep rolling the dice? Is it just let's find somewhere else, or let's just...
Da, Pink je nugato, alo, bukvalno.
Ima laganje. Kad kreće game?
Ne znam, treba da krene već pred 10 minuta. Dobar je trofej.
Koliko ljudi gleda?
35.000.
Sad se prisjetimo da je Mangrala gledalo 100k za FNCS Finals.
I da je Vrtka gledalo 400.000. Ma oni su glupi. Da stave World Cup, bilo bi 100k ljudi. 200, 100-200k. Ali ne može. Oni stave FNCS Kopenhagen i ono... Rit. Al krenuo Cup? Cup!
Championships, right? These teams are here for a reason. If 2 games is what it takes for them to actually go through the finals, I guarantee you that they are very, very well capable of it.
Yeah, 100%, right? Again, it is just a matter of doing what they were able to do in that first game, right? He said it himself, that first game, if it was good, they were in that game. They looked good. They looked like a team that was going to continue throughout the day to have pop-offs, but unfortunately it hasn't panned out that way, right? You have to get back to what that was in game 1, and I think it's very possible for this team.
Yeah, so we kind of just also just touched on, you guys are just hitting me with the...
Aj nazovi ovo govnera tog govna i recimo više.
You know, this is the global championships, okay? We're looking for the best duo in the world. There cannot be any question. There has to be a duo that steps up and says, we are definitively better than everybody else. So I feel like at this point in time, we can be a bit more critical about some of these things, right? And we kind of have to be, you know? We can't just say, well, this is a major, you know, you've got weeks 2, week 3, you know, we'll see you in grands, it's fine. No, this is the end of the line.
You know what? You know what? Levin said it. Honesty is the best policy, right? So I'm going to talk about one of the favorites here, right? We took a look at a little bit of the bubble right there, and I saw 23rd place, Thomas, HD, and Malibuka. That is not a very comfortable spot to be.
Bolje Vena da nosi basket, bio je dobar na basket, ali nervozno što grize nokte.
Pressure that comes with that, you've got this crowd here that's making all this noise for you. If you are Thomas HD and Malibuka, you have to start thinking about, okay, how do we get back into this, right? I think a lot of them, people saw them as a favorite coming into this competition because they are so good. But things haven't been easy, right? The Canada versus an Ages of Spawn battle hasn't been the simplest of equations for them to solve. And even, beyond that, right? Actually, when they are getting
Evidenciju greedy iza stage-a.
the formula, it's not quite clicking, it's not quite working.
That's right. Well, I'm getting word. As much as I'd love to
Bi
continue this
sjare male, treba im
conversation,
ubit babu.
games are
Eto.
ready to go. So, let's kick it up to the casters to get us prepped.
We are here. This is game 4 about to get underway, and I want to give a huge shout out to Sam.
Ko je sad ovaj?
Let's go ahead and go to the battle bus.
Što ti laguje toliko chat, Leon? Aj? A zapravo ne treba.
Dobro sad.
What I was gonna say is
Dobra.
a shout out to Cammy and
Da se
Seti.
ubijem.
They
Pa
had a little bit
jebam.
of a rough start to start the day, but they have shown it just takes
Daj mi
one
tenije.
big game to get yourself
Tenije, molim.
inside
Eni,
that top
ajde.
25. And this being game 4,
Da nađemo neko na više svoj spot. Je Landon.
Kona, samo izrotiraju tamo.
And we're looking at a team
Znam,
that
rekao je.
definitely
Da
needs
su igrali
a good matchup for
Evolution
things to
Cup.
start picking up for them.
Oh.
Podesai, Snazy, starting to get some
I
shots
got you.
from
A
the
malog
sky,
bucu
but
će gledat. Mali buca bolji land.
Kanada umra si
we
opet.
watched this for 3 games now. 2-1 in favor of Thomas and
Jebi ga,
Malabuka.
Tomas, šta radiš?
Kanada trying to see what he can do. It's a double.
Šta radiš?
Thomas više da čovka svaki game, jebe mu.
Pazi, ima jar, mali bu. Bravo, ima jar i shotgun, ja mislim, mali buc. Bravo, molim te. Molim te. Bravo.
Lik ima shotgun.
Bravo, ajde, molim te. Jedno mi hiti. Ne, molim te. Ja health boys, molim te. Bravo, 0 metara ima.
A bolje da bude mali buca, jebe mu mat.
Ja health ima. Bravo, ubi ga, molim te. Bravo.
Bolje da bude, what?
Ovo je drugi put danas, znaš?
Dobro, lik je dobio staz, realno.
A pazi. Opet.
Na koliko je njima huge ako ih gubi još 2 game, oni neće kolat. Još jedan game.
Da, 5 gema si. Opa, ovi bili King, alo.
They're literally in 35th place. And that's bound to get pushed even further back now.
That's where you start to feel the nerves and you feel like you're in the danger zone. We got Cal Gamer, 7-man going up against King and Phaser Kama yet again. And this is where it's going to get heated up. He gets a little bit of a first strike, doesn't really take advantage of
Oni
it.
njega ne pušaju, alo, 2 na 1. A dobro, nemaju ništa sa Kenjom.
This is exactly what you have to do, but the rift does go off. They're trying to reposition and try to have some claim towards that high ground, but they're not able to do too much. They have to concede relentless retreat in order to stay alive.
Što su Middle East, vineri?
Right idea, though. Sometimes you just know when a fight isn't yours to make happen.
Curule,
And
poznato
for
je.
7-man,
Koji ti najbolji
Ozam
pickers?
was running relatively low with that disengage from Phaser. 7-man and Galgamer now gonna have
Čičo,
ample
Trulex,
time
ti imaju.
Zašto li ih ne zove Trulex nego Trule?
Ne znam, možda mu sjebali ime.
Slappy Shores.
Oni misle da se zove Trule.
We've seen a couple of circumstances with
Valiant Trule?
really just nice surge strategy going for the most part at this location, but for Trulex and Chicho,
Trulex je rekao, dobro.
a relatively quiet time so far.
Yeah, for them, they just got to start building up that confidence. Because even though they have the cushion that you could still fall into day 2, we were just talking about it. That's not something you even want to test. Anything can happen in that lower bracket. That's why it's paramount for these teams to qualify today, give themselves a break, a chance to readjust. And Buga and Threats is one of those teams that's outside of
Hit a shot bez cheata, Threats, jebe mu mat.
nobody would have expected coming into today.
One thing that we've definitely noticed from the past 3 games that have played out so far, Threats and
Daj
Buga.
Threats, pogledaj mu video na YouTube-u, lik. Ja sam mislio da je on officially najbolji igrač kad sam ja vidio ko nije isto na LAN-u.
O, pa dobar. Dobar je. 200 srđa uzao u 20 sekundi.
Some nice tags along the coast side.
Pa samo da se lik opusti i to je to.
Being applied to the duo a little bit south of them.
Yep, just like I was talking about with Cammy and Seti, just one big game. This could be the start that Buga and Threats need to try to propel themselves, if not to the top of the leaderboard, at least inside of that top 25, and that'll give them that chance to readjust.
Šta su ovi vijena listo, Brazil?
Ma ne, ja mislim da ti možeš staviti FNCS Pickaxe na tom accountu, kao.
Continue to build that confidence, because even though you might have Saturday off, you have to be prepared for Championship Sunday. $4 million on the line. That's not something to take lightly.
That's true.
I think it doesn't necessarily have to be flashy, but for Thomas and Malabuka...
I'm
going far, I'm going far. I got spot. I'm dead, I think. 60 wide, I'm dead, they're both here.
60, rekao je 60 white, hito ga je 30 white.
They're gonna get sighted for these. Farm the brick after. Toilet, here! He's alone! Nice! Get.
Šta je s Tomasom? Nula reakcije.
Tomasova reakcija. Nice. To si nije rekao nice, samo rekao...
Ništa nije rekao na kraju.
Isma, pa i si teammate na Buraš, čovko si mu 2 gejma za redom i lik ih tuo i on kao... Okej.
Ja dalje nisam vidio da je umro Teni. A ni oni, jebi ga.
Take hold of it. Yeah, and I'm not too surprised. It was a couple of majors ago where they were contested. And I wouldn't say it was the highest placing of a contested team ever, but it was one of the highest placings in the FNCS Grand Finals for a team while contested. So they've had that preparation throughout the year, and they're putting all that preparation here to the test. Just like Duke and Edgy, trying to pick up the pace here. They are your FNCS Grand Finals champions of the NA region as well. They already started off with 1 elimination, so you know they at least have some surge in their back pocket. But as the lobby and the games have shown throughout the day, you need more than just some surge. You need an ample amount of surge in order to survive this game.
And for Duke and Edgy, they need a lot of points as well, because you have to remember they entered game.
Možda onda su Ankon bili.
Zašto Viko toliko igra ko pussy, Buraz?
Of places to jump up in the leaderboard. They want to actually find themselves in that top 25.
Gle, tu su 2 Solasa i Pinky Viku, umjesto da ispušaju i da ih ubiju, oni ništa.
Right now it is all about surviving, and maybe if he's lucky, finding an opportunity here to look for a pickoff onto Yumi, because for Strokey, if he's able to find this,
Mića ubio nekog, ili?
If he's able to just be patient, he might
Što si, pa rekao si malo
prije. A Miša vičeo da se rekao, jeste, ali to kažu u chatu. Pazi, ako su ubili one debile, onda su Ankon gore. Ovo je Dipo.
Da, oni čekvala tu tog gejma onda.
Especially here where the zone is pulling forward. A lot of those teams are going to begin to rotate, whether they try to go to the slow side or directly straight towards the center. That is going to be one of the few safe opportunities you will have, as the augments are already beginning to come out. Possible rarity check, and a lot of these teams, you might be saving some of those augments as well, but King and FaZe or Kame, you saw them disengage out of Relentless Retreat. They're outside of the top 25, so a game like this is necessary to come out on top, grab as many points as you can, and he's already getting challenged for that high ground, instantly gives up. FaZe and him are a little bit too separated for my liking, and probably theirs as well.
Striker, though. But it's going to be Exodus with the immediate trading of that big shield potion, making sure that his teammate is able to maintain as close to full shield as possible. Exodus, meanwhile, hey, you might be looking straight, but there's plenty of teams sure to be looking at you as well. Got to make sure that your backside is covered. And that's going to be an immediate drop down into the safety of their tower that they've managed to build up.
King je 38.
Just outside of zone, just kind of landlocked for the time being as well on this beach outside of Relentless Retreat. It does not seem as though they're going to have a very easy time working their way.
Tempaju ovo. Nice.
Them there on the leaderboard, 22 points overall.
Nice.
That bubble, that 25th spot is at 58 points. So it's not too far for any one of these teams to really climb up the pace, but the usual Misha and Teeny switching up their drop spot, not like how their games have been going so far, so they're sticking to what even qualified them to the global championship themselves, and that is these sneak attacks. They're going ahead and trying to cut off somebody's boot path and take advantage while they can, and that's QNDX that they're going after, and they have a 2v1 for the time being, and they're wasting a lot of their resources just trying to build for it, because that is the extra loot that they need. Instead of farming up at a drop spot, this is the strategy that they're going to use, but unfortunately enough, their opponent does get away. He finds a way to disengage, so they're going to have to figure out where else they're going to get their loot from.
I don't know if that was intuition, by the way, from QND, or if maybe some sort of audio cue might have given things away there for Misha and Teeny, but they were certainly ready to pull the trigger a little bit too soon there and didn't let QND actually fully step into the building. And again, it did seem as though QND kind of recognized better, thought that maybe the loot's a little bit too free in this circumstance.
Just a huge beam from Okus, trying to go ahead and get as much surge as possible. I think for someone like him, he's been doing a good job so far, trying to pick up these opportunities where he can. And that's the thing. Reet and Ritual probably didn't even really see exactly where those shots came from, who was surrounded or all around them, and see they're going towards the south side of the zone, that they have to be careful, because as long as they continue to go south, we saw the zone was pulling up. So this will be the congested side. You already see in the minimap there are so many teams going ahead and grabbing their spot all around them. That's going to make it that much harder. But Teeny keep things on the run. Golden Cash is going to come up, and that's 7-man and the Cow Gamer that they're trying to contest for it. A little bit of a mistake there with the briefcase turret, trying to go ahead and use it to their advantage. A nice shot from the side, backs up towards his teammate. This could be their opportunity to try to advance, clean up this elimination, finish the damage you already put down. But for them, it's just grabbing the real estate, grabbing all that piece control. So when the cash does pop, it is all theirs.
Well, as far as 7-man and Calgamer are concerned, keep in mind, 7-man, decent loadout to take this challenge up against Teeny and Misha. Left side peek, maybe not the most favorable, but they're certainly still making the magic happen. Builds continuously being edited out for both sides. Destroyed in the process here, but Teeny, Misha, they look as though they really want at least one, if not both, of these eliminations now. They know that 7-man and Calgamer are bound to have some excellent resources and materials, but again, if you're Calgamer and 7-man, we saw their loadouts. They don't necessarily need to pressure this. They've got exactly what they were looking for. Can easily disengage at this point.
Yeah, and being another team that's outside of that top 25 bubble, they're just trying to play the safe game, scrape by, try to get some points, and that's Reet and Ritual are almost trying to do the opposite. They're trying to take the fight to Malibuca and Thomas. Thomas and Malibuca are one of those teams that talked about how good they're playing as a contested duo, but they're in 23rd place. Going down here, no placement points. They only get to 8 points for those eliminations off spawn. This is not what position you want to be in. And you can see they're not playing safe. Even though they did get some damage, they're not going ahead advancing on it. They got their spot in zone, and they're just trying to hold on to it. You see the loot switch. That's respect between teammates as well.
Malibuca definitely understanding that there's a reason Thomas is known as a fragger in the EU region. And with that sharp tooth, seems as though Thomas feeling a little bit more comfortable with trying to aggress even further onto Ritual and Reet. We'll have to tune back into them a little bit later on here, because keep in mind what Pink said in that mid-game interview. But we'll get more insight on that later on, because right now we've got some great insight coming your way via Mighty Miner.
Thank you so much, Taco. Now, we saw a huge game from Acorn and Cold right there, which basically solidifies their spot in the grand finals on Sunday. We can see them doing everything in their power to make sure that Pink and Vico don't have the same success. Now, Pink and Vico are actually in 29th place right now, so they're just dipping. They're getting out of there. Of course, getting inside the territory of Camry and Sethi as well. They don't want anything to do with it. They want to make sure they're avoiding fights as much as possible, because they've only got 2 games to make it happen.
With only 2 games left, you could see with Pink and Vico, they talked about it going down, but as all that happened, Merstash is now in a 1v2 position, trying to back up, trying to do as much as he can to try to stay alive. That's Duke and Edgy on the other side. They need these points, and it's a 2v1 situation, and Merstash is not backing down from the challenge. Merstash takes a little bit of damage, but he has more than enough heals to try to get himself into tip-top shape, and it's only really a matter of time. Duke and Edgy, if they realize that this man is a solo, that could be their opportunity to strike. At this stage in the game, with only 2 games left, you have to try to get as many points as possible.
Da je kući, znaš šta bi to bilo?
190 ovam, ovom 180 i double din kroz jednom. Pa oni prošli put kad je... Aha.
A šta ima Siphon ovdje?
Da.
Oni su kraljevi, znaš? Oni su kraljevi. Volio bi da ova braća, hvala.
285 above the Storm Surge threshold. Alex and Worthy trying to take advantage of this opportunity that is right before their very eyes.
A Miša i Teni opet imaju 0 srđa.
Basta like sub, ljudi. Ako ima novi, halo, provjerite da li ste sabani. Verujte mi da nije neko saban od vas, sigurno, halo, basta sub.
There's more than just money on the line. There's more than just the acts of champions. It's about calling yourself the best Fortnite duo.
Ljudi, ako ne budem umoran posle teretane, oko danas oko 1, bukvalno pola 1 upalit ću možda CS live. Ako ne budem umoran, ali danas sam loše spavao, tako da ono vjerojatno ću biti umoran.
Okis ubio. Ubio Okis i njeni.
Ne, nek puši kurac.
A bukvalno nek se ubija. Debilčina mala. Debilčina mala. Drapaj ti dolje po loot, ne treba ti srđ lagan. Ki. 500 bilo. Ja. Sada puca ljudom, kupe loot.
Bilo ovo 200.
12 abava odjednom. 150 abava, čekaš. Umra neko sa puno srđa.
Bravo.
Koliko ga je pampao?
70. Pa to ga je spasilo, gle. Dobro, opet se digo. Bio je pao.
Take those chances. He's willing to bet on himself, but since he didn't land a shot and didn't cover the distance, he's just trying to disengage. You said it yourself as well. He's just trying to find his way in towards the zone instead of waiting, letting time pass by, and having all those duos pass him and try to hold him out. I think that was a perfect play for him to try to find his spot inside of the zone. But a team that needs to not only find their spot into the zone, they need to find damage, and they need to start to build that groove. 77 below, continuously falling. They're taking some time to try to get some resources, but that's the decision you got to make. What's more important, Storm Surge or resources to try to survive?
Granted, there is kinetic ore available.
Šta radi lik?
And Vaser utilized, but unfortunate stuff there. Doesn't take them quite as far as they were hoping for, and now
Pope Juice sam.
Bravo! Bravo!
I sad nemaju kamen da odu gore.
Neće pušat, džaba ga hodi. Umro Oki sad. Bilda, molim te, ej. Out me živ.
Ma ja sam jedno game, ja sam kolao iz prvog.
Što toliko posljedno kod Okisa? Jer igra sam, solo ready. Teammate mu je izbačen. Kažem živ za real life, znam, ali out me je retan. Out me je retan.
Šta?
Ma ništa, mrš. LOL!
Od pizdati materin. Reason?
Or they might be forced to peek to get the surge for themselves, and those are the opportunities we've been seeing all day, but danger happens. Duke goes down to paper from one team that has their for a team that's fighting for it. That leaves Edgy all by himself trying to clutch up.
Daj di su Teni i Miša, budes.
They're faring well with that Storm Surge, even though they're just forced to continue to move north in this zone. They're bypassing a lot of those teams that are on
The United States currently has the most players. The top 10.
Cold and Acorn, when you know for a fact that you're already guaranteed that championship Sunday, like we just talked about, they could do essentially whatever they want. Even if it means just completely running down some other teams, again.
Zašto je izbačen? Ne da mi se, to već cijeli live govorim. Aj ne znam tačnu informaciju, nek napišu u chatu ko zna.
Što nije Dux malo prije um.
Bobby the Dog igra. Ili ovo Bobby the Dog, alo? Outbo?
Da.
Šta, on najbolji odjednom?
Boras Bobby the Dog je banan prije 2 godine.
Pa znam to.
Vjerojatno cheat.
Gle koliko laguje, gle koliko laguje.
Cold je Acorn upali. Padao na low. A na što su rekli? Da će napraviti posebne servere samo za Copenhagen da bi njima bilo smooth. Dick. Radi najgore.
Teni Miša, ja ih ne vidim. Čiču i Trulex, vidim ih.
Bravo, Fole.
Quiz je ubio lika, full chilla. Imaju go box. Pazi, Teni nije umro i dalje.
Najbolji lucu da se baš.
Vodi nas kita za snipe. O, još jedan.
No scope.
Alo. Oho!
Lamios.
I ništa nisu uzeli, samo se reći.
Look at the loadout, the double suppressed sniper rifle. He's even got the sniper surplus augment to boot, and he is making fantastic work of it. But Strokey and Kylie, I am
Idec,
so sorry.
ništa nisu uzeli. Dobro, ušli u najbolju poziciju.
Mora King, hvala ti za ovo, znaš. Mislim, nek ubije pola lobija. Gdje je Teni? Drakir. Dobro, šta, Teni je umro, ne kontam. Ja ga ne vidim. Ko je game? Četvrti? Ima još jedan posle ovog. A Miša umro, brate, i Teni sad.
Ozbiljno.
25-6, tako umro.
Boraz, jel me zajebaš? Oooo.
Estate, and this is some primo real estate if you are Cammy and Seti, but it does seem as though they're gonna have to
Alex je živi, vorti, super.
from this little throne that they've established for the time being, but not without laying some suppressive fire.
Kako ide Balkancima, Trulexu, Kviziju super. Vas igra sutra, Teniju jako loše i Tyson koala. Čur, Tyson je mrtav. Alo, samo Tenija ide loše.
Teni se shake, zato mu ide loše 100%.
Sutra će super.
A klanjim ti se da klonu sutra će lik biti top 3, 100% sam siguran. A sutra klona Janice i Riza. Ne znam, jel će njih.
They're at least still together as we enter this late game, which is something we have not really had a chance to see from this duo all day today. It's been repetitive.
Kon žensko objasni. Ovo je prvi put da ih vidi u endu.
Za koga to kaže?
Za Booger. 4 builda ima Vico. Šta radi, dečko?
Bruh.
Full bra right now.
Desno. Ne vidim, muto. Zamisija ne istvina, halo.
Ne moguće.
But I wonder if anybody realizes just how far up Cammy and Seti are. Vico, he needed a refresh instead. He'll find himself waiting for game number 5 to begin. As Seti, Cammy, we see Seti up so right
Gdje je? Ovo je ispenja na haj. Šta sviča, šta budalo?
Boli nas kurac za Emonzo i Bajs.
Idi haj, Mixon, idi haj.
Trolex i Čičo su živi.
O! Alo! Ma ne može, stali.
Uzeli im haj. Su ih ubili?
Ne znam. Nisu, Seti je živ. I Kam je živ. Malom buci Tomo treba sad dobar game, brat. Da se ne brinu se još.
Bora spalili su oni. Ove poene su uzeli samo iz ovog gamea.
Da, znam.
Pa da, hvalili su.
Ma bravo. Ovo su stvarno najbolji igrači.
Ajde i ovo hitaj 200 i završi pri.
Oni mogu vina finals, ali mnogo dobro igraju.
Pa da, najbolji su.
Opa, fight! Gle. Ko na haju ovo bre. Alex onaj, da me jebeš onaj koji se šejka. Da je Squeezy Veno. Hvala je ovo
Da
Alex.
veze Venovi na Game Boys.
Ko su ovi? Svaka čast, ali. Hvala li braća, znaš?
Venovan tam polika. Vino game sam. Veno će vinot game opet, kao znaš.
10 healtha ima, ne može kill da dobije. Ako vina game. Aha, full damage na post. Venom. Hvala li ovi, svaka čast, ja ne znam ko su ovi. Bravo! Vinali game. Bravo!
Najbolji, what?
Bravo, alo.
Lika najbolji. What the fuck? Što?
Hvala li, znaš?
Elimination record, but I'm gonna let Frankie talk about that because there she is on stage with our winners.
Yeah, I just had to come in and ask everything you were saying in that final zone because your mouth was going off. How were the comms?
I don't know. Pollo just doesn't really talk. Kind of just, gets kills, does his thing, and I'm just, there for the ride,
And do you just are happy to let him off the leash like that?
I mean, if he gets the kills, I got no problem with it.
I'm sorry, Boger.
And Pollo, your ear's burning now.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is a man of few words. He was so what, sorry?
It was so loud.
He was incredibly loud. To be honest, I felt like I could hear him backstage. So for you, how has the day been so far? Now you've got your victory royale as well.
Yeah, it's been 2-1 off spawn. I think we're at the bottom of the leaderboard, but I think we'll be near qual range now.
Hopefully, we will take a look at the leaderboard.
Near qual range,
I love this. You're a man of so many words. I can hear him in the background going 2-1, 2-1. Is there anything you'd like to say to people watching right now and supporting you?
It's really laggy. It's really laggy. I mean, these servers are atrocious, but we're making it work.
Well, you know what? It's fantastic to see you guys doing so well. As you say, 2-1. Are you going to make it 3-1 now?
Boger.
I mean, that's the only option.
It is the only option. Hopefully you are closer to qualifying for Sunday. If not, you'll get to play again tomorrow. And you'll get to show why NA is potentially the best region. Or would you say it is already?
Obviously.
Obviously, of course. He's a little bit biased. Pollo, I know you're a man of few words, but give me one more. What's it like to play in Copenhagen?
It's different. It's not the same as at home.
That's the most words. Thank you so much. Congratulations, everyone. Say to Pollo.
Well, 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 Levin. NA on top. What do you have to say now?
Look, I just want to say, I love how like Pros has won the game, hype moment, and all he's thinking is like, can Sphinx just stop talking? He's talking too much. Like, can you just pipe down a bit, mate. You know, like, that's his only concern about that game. All I have to say is, right, after that, you know, Thomas HD and Malibuku were popping off. It looked like they were going to win the game. The crowd was getting loud.
Za 8 minuta tek počinje game.
Da, verovatno će da produži.
Ništa deafening.
Ovo je lik najmlađi. Ovo je lik, Money Maker, 14 godina ima. Ali ovdje ima 13 na ovoj slici. Ovo je kad je kvala. Sladak je mali, mali. 14 godina izgleda kod, da, izgleda kod ima 8. Sad vam nađem jednu sliku. Evo gle. Evo ga. Mislim dobro, Jimke ima 2 metra. Pazi. Jimke ima 2 metra. Ali opet, brate, gle ovo. Ne može ovaj lik da ima 14 godina. Znači, Jimke ima... Dobro, nema Kenjan, nema 2 metra, ima koliko? Ili ima 2? 1,95 m, šta ja znam, tako nešto visok. Ali opet, brate, ne može ovo da ima 14 godina. Ovo! Gle, 14 godina, ljudi. Nisam nešto spec izgledao sa 14 godina. Znaš, ali, brate, ono... Kad bi mene video, rekao bi, evo ga, ovo ima 45, znaš. Metar i vape.
I did not think we'd see any duo break double digits, and they just...
Ma najbolji igrač, Akor i Cold. Opa! Alex i Vorti, ljudi, Vorti vam je onaj koji se šejko. Vorti je onaj koji se šejko, kad je pio vodu, koji se treso ovako. Evo ga, 7. Kvalo je, brate, sigurno, ne može sad da ne kvala. Kvalo je, to je to. Svaka čast. Svaka čast, brat. Drago mi je baš. Možda ti ne ideš teretano, rekli bi da imaš 5. 6. leza, ne hitam te uopšte. Ma meni su uvek govorili, meni su uvek dodavali godinu, 2, uvek. Kad sam imao 15, govorili su 6, 17, ono. Bukvalno. Sad mi govori da imam 19, 20, ono, pretpostavljaju kao. Ali to jer se ošao na čelavo, kontaš. I izgledamo starije dosta. Koji sens, ne znam, 6 tačka nešto. I ostao DPI.
Out, right? But they're kind of put in this situation where Poyon speaks on the low ground of all things. They have materials, they have the angles. You're sitting there like a fish in a barrel, like, yep, we're gonna jump down. You've got your angles. We hope we'll hit ours.
Au, šta je Sony napisao, brate? Ja sam clean izgledao, brate. Ja sam najclean izgledao sa 16 godina, bukvalno. Taman sam tad skinuo kile. Bukvalno ono, kad sam imao 6 godina ljeto, imao sam 67 kila, ovako faca, clean. Baš sam bio clean, brate. Mršav, ali clean.
Almost impossible for them not to have those builds necessary.
Of course, right? When you're racking them up over and over and over again, you're sort of just, even if it is just siphon that you're getting, right, it goes a long way, whereas Thomas and Malibuka weren't quite able to loot everything that they were getting.
No,
it's just, you know, part of the trade, especially when you're up there on the high towards the end of the game. It's standard procedure, but they won't be upset with that game.
Ljudi, možemo ostao lajkova, ljudi, možemo ostao lajkova za
And, you know, I gotta mention it, right? That Thomas HD Malibuka clutch all spawn. Malibuka with the 1v2. Actually awesome stuff. And honestly, coming into this, they should have been expecting stuff like this. Because throughout this chapter, Malibuka and Thomas, they have done that 7 times where one of them have gone down early and they've clutched it up.
no easy feat, especially when you look at the competition they've been facing. Thomas, towards the start of the day, said, look, I've faced much better competition off Spawn than Canada in ages, right? So I'm used to doing this. And if he's able to 1v2 against players like that, they'll be confident they can 1v2 against Canada in ages as well. So really good to see that happen. Like you said, the 2 clutches for them in that game.
You guys talk about Thomas HD, and I'm thinking Thomas HD, probably one of the best snipers in the world. Then I kind of flashback to mid-game. I want to just quickly highlight King with 2 of the back-to-back most disgusting snipes we've seen today.
Unbelievable. King is the kind of player that's always going to give you that special moment, right? You know, we all think back to the World Cup times, right? When he eliminated Tfue, we were all hyped thinking, you were nervous, this Argentinian kid taking out Tfue, right? Here again today. We expect Thomas HD to be the sniper machine. King sitting everybody down. You were saying it during the game, right? They were 200 down below Surge. Yeah. And then a couple minutes later, they're 600 above. That's ridiculous, all from his snipes alone.
Those shots were absolutely...
Ali opet, tad sam bio, na primjer, deblji malo i to kad se ušao na 0, ono izgleda starije kontaš. I sada pustim malu kosicu, brate, izgleda bi mlađi. Ali ne znam, jebe me to mnogo, brate. Ne znam da li da puštam kosu ili da se šiša na 0, brate, majke.
Bubble, 68 points is the minimum going into these next games. Just take a look at some of the names. Even
svako, pa verovatno da ne čuju korake i vriskove u pozadini.
Agent as well, but as we've seen, it just takes one good game and you can just change everything. Now, even look at 31st, Podesai and Snazy. M8, y'all out there? Yo, Snazy and Podesai?
They're asleep, man.
There they are. Y'all can hear them in the ground. They're going crazy. But even someone like Bugha and Threats, right, they've kind of been relatively quiet. Currently sitting in 34th. They can make up the ground, but they really need to come online here in this last game.
Yeah, 100%. You know, we are at the Global Championship, right? Let's talk about regional representation in that top 5 or top 25 right now. EU, there are currently 13 duos. NA currently has 8 duos. And then 1 per each of the regions in OCE, Brazil, Middle East, and Asia.
Jocki, ti si mene vidio I čelavog uživo I vidio si me ono... Kad sam izašao, ono kad sam dolazio iz Panča pa sam se vratio na Banovo Brdo. Tad si me vidio, tad sam imao basket bukvalno. Meni dobro stoji sve.
I think what we've seen is not just the trailblazers, the typical NA teams you expect to dominate. Some of the ones just in that beneath tier, right, that have come through and really made their mark on this competition, right? Showed us that they aren't just here to sort of hang around and enjoy, you know, Copenhagen and have a good time, find a girlfriend, some of them were saying, right?
U stvari ja si konto, znate šta, ja furam, brate, furam čelavu u Nemačkoj, u Srbiji se šišem svaki 3 dana. Ovdje šišanje 30 eje, ja se sad to skontalo, bukvalno, tako je. U Srbiji se šišam, brate, 500 dinara.
I asked you the question, Levin. Do you think NA hangs if we get to globals? At the time, it was no, right? And I think for a lot of players in NA, they're thinking, okay, 11-2K, we'll see you at LAN then. Because it feels like NA is playing with a chip on their shoulder. And I also kind of want to play a little bit of devil's advocate. What if we're revealing strategies a little too soon? What if EU is like, yeah, you guys are ahead. That's cool. Then Championship Sunday, they're like, okay, so we were just holding it all back. You know, we were letting you play out there thinking you had something. It's all a show.
Maybe not an element of showing strats too.
Ove ne pričam svoje priče UK drill.
It's just the upper bracket, right? You know, the finals coming. Right? And that's when we've got to be looking at the leaderboard and really going, okay, how are the NA teams doing, how are the EU teams doing? I think once we get to that point, see, that's when we can really start to give that analysis of, you know, regionally around the world, who looks the strongest. I'm still going to say the EU boys, right? But there are some top NA teams out there that are showcasing that they can hang with anyone.
Yeah, man. I mean, listen, you know, NA teams are finding themselves out there. I'm very happy to see so far the performance out of some of the top ones.
Okay, let's take a look at some of the stats we're seeing here out of the competition so far. This is the upper bracket. Let's break it down by the numbers. Currently, as we look at this list. Okay, most eliminations. Here we go. Acorn and Cold, that's not surprising, right? They're currently sitting in that #1 spot. It makes sense. Queasy and Veno right behind, though. Do you guys feel like this is the level of aggression we would see coming into day #1 of the competition?
For me, probably, yeah, I'd say, right? I think, especially seeing those 2 teams there is great for me in terms of Acorn and Cold, you know, Queasy, Vino. I look at Vino, I look at Cold as individuals. Throughout the year, they were the 2 players I think were going head-to-head for, you know, best player in the world a lot of the year. And so to see them up there in terms of eliminations just makes sense.
You'll love to see it. Guess what? Fortnite fam, it is time. The last game of the day here in the upper bracket is about to kick off. So casters, on over to you.
Thanks so much, Zeke, Vivid, and 11 for all the insight on the analyst desk. But our final game of today's upper bracket, match number 5, is just on the horizon. We've seen so many teams now in that 26th to 50th position trying to escalate themselves into the top 25 so that they don't have to worry about tomorrow's lower bracket matches, Jacob. They want to make sure that they are already guaranteed for Championship Sunday.
Yeah, and if you look at that leaderboard, as our analyst broke it down, some teams, they just have to do the bare minimum. Other teams, they need a top placement, and then some teams need a win and you're in scenario. And I just want to go ahead and talk about Kanata and Agers, Thomas and Malabuka. Thomas and Malabuka have, you know, narrowly clinched their spot. You saw them into the top 10. Kanata and Aegis around 39th place. They're one of the teams I'm talking about, a top 10 finish, but they have to be able to survive that off-spawn battle, which hasn't really been going their way today.
Even just now, we saw the collection of players just outside of where Queasy and Venno are sitting. I mean, it was Threats. We also saw Kanata there, and the conversation that he looked like he was having with Thomas, you know, maybe he's like, hey, man, chill on me at that drift bridge, because this 50-50 is not the kind of 50-50 that Kanata and Aegis were hoping for at the start of today. But again, when you keep in mind the fact that Kanata and Aegis coming out
Loki, danas 25 timova ne igra. Jer čekaju ovih 25 da ispadnu da bi sutra igrali. I onda sutra je laš Lega Buga, Bučko.
When we had NA East, when we had NA West, nobody gave NA West a single chance. Even myself said it might take a month. It might take a major for them to get in that groove, but there are a number of not only NA teams, but these NA players boosting to the top of the leaderboard that we could see on Championship Sunday. And then obviously our regular NA residents towards the top side of that leaderboard as well. Cold and Acorn, and I want to talk about them just a little bit as well. You know, you saw Pink and Vico, but we're going to see them here again because the battle bus is ready. Let's get this last and final game underway.
Čekaj da utumiti Andifon.
Kreće game.
It has been a beautiful day so far of matches containing our 50 teams.
Meni ubi ga sad i vinaj game, jebem mat.
Some of the strongest teams even from their respective regions, but only 25 can actually break through and guarantee themselves a seat on that battle bus for Championship Sunday. We've seen a handful of them in the top 10 feeling relatively safe, but the relief can't come quick enough for those teams just outside the top 25.
And I can count at the top of my head at least 3 of these off-spawn battles that would decide if a team goes towards the lower...
Znaš što Forti treba da doda, da se kladimo? Lupam, ko će vinat game, kvota na ovo, kvota na ono, ko vinao spawn? Jer je ovo 50-50, gle ovo.
And judging by their elevation, it is on.
It's looking like Agers might have
Kanada opet izgubio.
On the punch though. Agers and Kanata quicker as far as the drop is concerned. Opening of the chest, but it's a tactical DMR here that Kanata's got to work with, trying to break Thomas's initial build. Agers gonna follow it up with the Maven Auto. That's gonna be Thomas down for the count. Already. Agers taking full advantage of the siphon as well. And another benefit is the weapons that came with it.
Yeah, basically gave himself, you know, a full loadout minus the heals, and you see Malabuka now on the run, grabs that slurp truck, and now he has decisions to make. Do I try to fight the 2v1 while I have the underhand, or do I go ahead and try to disengage and just already see it on the mini-map? He's just trying to survive. Even though they did lose the off-spawn battle, they know they have their spot secured, so now it's just for bragging rights.
Extremely unlikely that we see Malabuka try to lap back anytime soon here at the racetrack. He knows that it's going to take some time before Agers and Kanata fully clear this area out. And if he wants to get Thomas's reboot card, he might force himself into waiting. Wait is over as far as threats and are concerned. That's going to be a quick elimination to start things off for a team that desperately needs it.
Yeah, you see Red's taking advantage of what is usually a triple chest on the side of that mountain. Mixing goes down. That's not only important points for Bugha and Threads, that's a Storm Surge to really give themselves a little bit of a cushion, because we know that's not going to be enough. But another one of our off-spawn battles that are paramount for our team success. King and Phaser, CowGamer 7-man. Shots are being fired. Phaser's going to quickly disengage. He doesn't want to give up too much. He wants a chance to heal. You see, he has big pots, and if King can get to him, that'll allow him to heal up as well.
But even with the
Tada su ih kupili, nisu klali finals, razumiješ.
CowGamer and 7-man have it in their best interest to just prioritize that, but King applying a little bit of pressure here from a distance. Keep in mind the resources, though. Builds not looking the best as far as 7-man is concerned. And CowGamer, again, seems as though he has none at all. So this is definitely going to put CowGamer and 7-man's push to a halt, and that is more than enough time for Phaser and King to get into the vault here at Relentless Retreat.
Yeah, both of these teams need to have a solid performance if they want to see Sunday right here. Otherwise, they'll have to go to the lower bracket and earn it yet again. But you see a switch up of what we saw last game. King and Phaser this time around getting control of that ball over towards Relentless Retreat. But instead of just disengaging, 7-man and CowGamer are still looting up. There's a lot of loot there to grab, and what a huge battle going down yet again. But Cammy and Seti, they're separated, but they're trying to pincer them in. They're trying to surround from multiple angles and trap them in that little barn.
One of the most common fights that we've seen so far today. And Stain and Datas, though, holding their own. Now, what a way to represent Asia, though. I mean, we talk all the time, ever since the Invitational, really, where we saw some of the potential, I think, from Asia's fraggers. And so Datas and Stain looking to try and follow that up as much as possible. They have been going toe-to-toe here with Cammy and Seti. And granted, Frenzy Fields hasn't necessarily always gone their way, but it's definitely made a little bit of an impact against Seti and Cammy, because they had to go nuclear basically the last two matches to play catch up.
Break down a lot of early game skirmishes. Back up against Law, almost leaves you no choice but try to get the elimination points. Axe-Force, Robob going against PHN and Kitos. Kitos and PHN actually do need this. They are outside of the bubble, 26th place, and a nice shot to try to back down Axe-Force. They pounce, they get the 2v1, give themselves at least a one-man advantage. Kitos trying to heal up. They're not wanting to give them that opportunity. Drop them down into the palm of their hands. They're attacking from both angles. Time is running out unless a miracle happens here, as Axe forced a little bit of a jump ball and a misstep, but his teammate is there to rise to the occasion and get that elimination. So we see our first team.
Ma da, ljudi, sve regije igraju, ali ja mislim da su, da su oni na drugim akauntima. Custom akaunti za turnire, bukvalno kao za FNCS kad ovako dođe u LAN, i oni imaju sve skinove, sve pickaxe. To je naša pretpostavka.
I like this. I like this. Pink may have called it griefing, but no, this is just using your brain. Acorn and Cold, even though they've already qualified, letting Pink and Vico qualify off of their spot, which means they're going to get contested again on Sunday. So they want to make sure that team has as little loot, push them back as much as possible. As Anon and Sons, they need a big game here going against Queasy and Vino, who already got their spot secured. And I like the aggressive nature coming out of this. Start to build that confidence. Get some points, and then you could probably take what they've been doing and put it to the test yourselves. But it all really comes down here if they want to actually fight it, because Anon looks like he's disengaging. He doesn't want to get trapped between both Vino and Queasy.
This is a very risky team to try and tango with when your position in that top 25 is on the line here. Sons and Anon, they cannot afford to get eliminated just yet. But Queasy and Veno, they're not the sort to let anything go. We've got some player listen-ins coming our way, starting with Kanata.
I got a Maven. 16 white. Going to you. I'm running.
He's on my right. Yeah, run at him.
20 white.
Kill him. 40 white, 40 white, 40 white.
Nice. Oh, the one's at the height. He's at the height.
Get the finish. Get the finish.
They're dead.
Nice. We need a cam, bro.
He's running. He's running back. He's just running to rise. He's trying to not give us the kill points.
He's at the hut right now. 9 damage? No, he ran, bro. We just camped the card.
See a lot go down in that listen-in. The great teamwork, the great chemistry. but then the plan for the future. They're going to camp that card so that way Malibuka can't come back and get it safely. Which leaves him as a solo at the start of the game. So remember that, because if he does amazing things, he did it all by himself. As Vino just so much damage from the storm. But just a sliver of HP, you gotta imagine as it continues to pop low. Yeah, I was gonna say a med kit's probably getting popped. Queasy does have some splashes. He's just trying to hound, be the predator towards his prey. Suns and Anon gotta figure out what they're going to do, because they're just getting followed right now by Queasy and Venom.
And Ken, that's definitely not the team that you want trailing behind you, because just like that, Queasy's gonna give some quick reminders of what he's capable of. But for Misha and Teeny, they've also deal with Baka and Pars, and it's such an impressive day so far from Baka and Pars. We've really been seeing them.
Uzeli su tower,
come out on top in numerous situations.
Baka ih prati, gle koja pička smrdljiva.
To be all the same here, and Kanata and Agers, even though Racetrack might have gone their way, running into Yamzo and Rise is a different story altogether, as Agers now forced to bounce, has to leave Kanata. Eliminate Collected, and
Boras, jebena Baka, onaj raspalic.
Reboot cards, and now Agers potentially having to worry about whether or not they do that. Yamzo and Rise will do the same to Kanata.
Yeah, this is very troublesome for Agers and Kanata, the duo that needs at minimum a top 10 performance here in this game if they're looking to skip Saturday and go directly to our championship. The fight that we saw start as a 2v2 ends up in a 1v1. Baka gets the piece control away from Teeny, not really letting him get any footing in this round. The real estate here and that piece control is going to be important, and another shot getting fired. Teeny getting back down little by little. Baka just playing a game of peekaboo. It's working out for him, but everything good comes to an end eventually, and Baka takes a massive shot. The thing here, doesn't matter where he's at, because he goes down, and the only place he's going to be is back to the lobby.
That was a huge shot here for Teeny, but it's not over just yet. Bryce and Chubbs now deciding to join the fray. Teeny gonna look to see if he can find an escape route somehow, or at least an opportunity to get this revive going off onto Misha and Chubbs, Bryce. They don't seem to be aware just how far back Teeny and Misha actually are, so a successful revive does come through. A 2v2 potential situation here, but again, Misha and Teeny have resources after that last engagement.
You gotta imagine it to be true. That's Teeny trying to hold the covers, give his teammate some time to try to heal up. First it's going to be the medkit, now it's going to be the shields, and the forecast.
Oni imaju karticu za zone, alo, to imaju još 3 plena, imaju...
And that's probably what drawed Bryce and Chubbs over to this direction, but they don't know that he was weak necessarily. So for them, they're just trying to play the game. They're outside of that top 25. They want to give themselves a fighting chance to get towards that championship Sunday and not really fight towards that Saturday.
Kak je choke ovaj lik, what the fuck? Teni bio 50 HP-a, ali ne znam, to samo Teni može. Znači, Teni ima 40 HP-a, ova je full i Teni ga ubije. Kako Teni hita shot? To ne razumijem.
30-60 on him. Nice. I got headshot sniped through the bush. This is so sad, man.
Oof. That is really all that can be said in some circumstances. Yamzo is actually just a monster for that one. I mean, and if you're in Kanata's position as well, sometimes it is what it is. But Yamzo, he's got a lot more to deal with for the time being. Being a little lackadaisical on the rotation, quickly reminded that there's still other players waiting around in this lobby for him.
And you can see towards the mini-map, we're on kind of edge of zone towards the southeastern side, and that's where a lot of these caches will spawn, either south towards the east, where a lot of these teams are congested at. And just judging by the lack of the slurp juice, they haven't grabbed theirs just yet. They're hoping to try to beat another team to that punch. And even though they found some dangers there, just a little bit, you can see that they have not too many teams nearby, as we see the other side of what went down. And the headshot onto Mappy, that is a huge step. He is just on fire. He's feeling it. Look at the confidence.
Can't blame him at this point. It's just, what are you really meant to do in that sort of situation, other than just fall victim to Yamza there? But fortunately for Agers and Kanata, they're still going to be able to play things out as a duo. Successful reboot
Alo.
ban there for
Teni
Angers.
Miša imaju srđ, imaju
Health
zone.
replenish as well. Got a handful of slot
To je
splashes
to,
left to
ovaj
work
game
through.
kolaju i čao.
So seeming as though the dream is still alive for Angers and Kanata.
Buraz, ja se usro, zamisli kak je njemu bilo nala...
Da.
Lik
Još
je
ga ovaj
full...
ga, neko je koga edito, Teni je njega edito. I ovaj ga hita nešto malo i Teni ga ja sam mislio prvo da je umro.
Ne, to samo Teni može sigurno, Buraz, ja bi se usro i samo bi opucao u zid, a lik ga maksa i ubije ga. Ne znam kak je to moguće, Buraz.
Directly in front of them, so they got themselves a safe spot as long as they continue to pull that zone. And my only question, Taco, is going to be how much surge do they have? Because if they're on the slow side, there's not going to be many opportunities to grab it.
That's exactly what I wanted to bring up, because with only one elimination, and from what we've been seeing consistently throughout today, there have been circumstances where teams have had several or more eliminations and still found themselves just barely above that surge damage threshold. So if Bugha and Threats making these dead side rotations, yeah, you might have the best positioning in the world, but it doesn't really mean a whole lot if you don't have any damage with it, because then you still have to compromise your positioning ultimately just to find some damage. Damage something they do plenty here.
Opet su bili...
Can say that was big, but it comes to an end yet again, and Pink and Vico outside of that top 25, so I think Cold and Acorn
Acorn i Cold dobili Pinka i...
They're actually in 24th place. They have 74 points. That's going to be a tough one to watch.
Eyes on Cooper and Miro as well. One of our teams in that 28th position, but for the team on our screen right now, Vanyak and Karmi, they've also got to ensure that they're able to stay within this top 25, because, again, just barely being above as far as the points are concerned, it does not leave you in a guaranteed position. There are ample teams that could look to leapfrog over you.
Lekve Bengice su claimala Island.
So we'll definitely keep that in mind and continue trying to be as methodical as possible with their movements.
Yeah, you can basically see the tail end of that top 25. Pink and Vinko down 74. Batman, Bugha, and Rapid 80. The points continue to climb the more you go up. A lot of these teams don't really need to do everything. They just need to do the bare minimum as Snazy gets spotted out by himself. And Shari and Rue, they have a chance to sneak up. Snazy's all by himself. Podesai, we already saw him go down earlier on in the game. The strike from above, the sneak attack, and it's worked to perfection. And Shari and Rue, they get that elimination, and that's huge because they were the team in the 25th spot. They started the game with 68 points. 68. Now you can kind of count them up, 72, but they still haven't passed up Pink and Vico.
I još imaju Island poene, to je 15.
Snazy was just so focused on teams that weren't on that Rift Island. He had no clue that those two were sneaking up behind him. The ultimate crouch maneuver, essentially, all the way up until they had
Buraz, 90% ovih likova cheatuje I ne može kursa.
And that's big as well from Shari and Rue, because again, another team just barely managing to hang on to that top 25 threshold. They are currently 25th and looking to go higher.
Yeah, and this is a team, you know, Major won. They became champions. They stayed towards the top of leaderboards in duo cash cups, in FNCSs. They're just trying to continue to mimic that, just like Cooper and Miro. Not even duoing this season. It was left to a coin flip of all things. And what a coin flip it was. I hope Cooper kept that coin. Maybe framed it on a wall.
One would think, but I guess it maybe depends on how this weekend goes possibly for the duo. Regardless, they've done an excellent job as a team, but more importantly still, their placements, you saw it jump just a little bit. Part of that due to the fact that Cooper able to find a really nice elimination here, and this is a massive one as well.
Cold never the build
shut down onto Cold essentially, and that is huge for Cooper and Miro because they have had some problems in their rotations dealing with some of these teams that are already guaranteed to be participants of our championship Sunday. So knowing that Cooper was able to find that elimination on the Cold, it just makes the rotation all that easier.
It probably builds a little bit of confidence too, because even though they went down and they got their spot on Sunday, Cold and Acorn, they're going to finish first in this bracket more than likely with how they've been playing. And when you see Cold go down, when you see Acorn go down, it makes that much more better. It's like a sigh of relief. That's one less dangerous player in the lobby that I have to go through towards the very end.
I mean, 3 out of 5 teams in our top 5 are just not in the lobby any longer. They've all been eliminated. Only Cammy and Seti and Ritual and Reed. Again, the point difference so high. These guys can essentially choose exactly how they want to wrap things up for today. Meanwhile, Bugha doesn't get that same luxury. Bugha and Threats have to be on their A game.
Yeah, it's going to be a must. 44 points. We saw the threshold. Around 72
Dobro, najbolji loot na svijetu ima, tako sad ne hvalate ste samo bonge I to je to.
Inside of that bubble or within contention, which really isn't much.
Taj sam tamo. Gdje se teni miša, alo? Vjerojatno centru u zoni tamo. Pošto imaju zoni.
Was Thomas and Malabuka in that off-spawn battle, but now they have a chance here to hold on to their own destiny. Fate is in their hands, and they just need to be able to find a little bit of a refresh. Where are they going to get their refresh? How long can they survive without it? If they stop just short of going deeper into the zone, they got themselves the edge for a team like this with 329 above the damage threshold. That's just going to be enough for now.
Considering that Agers had to get a reboot off onto Kanata, they were a little bit of shambles.
Yeah.
When you think about how this game started out for them, sure, that initial 50-50 might have been relatively successful. Granted, they would have definitely loved the double elimination factor there, only getting one onto Thomas. Retreating, but it is an endeavor to see the least to reboot your
Možda tamo napravili na planini najveću bazu na svijetu.
Successfully deep enough into a late game lobby to potentially catapult yourself into the top 25 leaderboards.
Napisao neki lik Miša umro, ali ne prije 5 minuta.
Taken down Mappy. They're just trying to continue to control their own destiny as well. Teeny taking down Fast Roki.
Ten je ubio Festrokija.
I just saw iDrop go down to ping, so that's another team eliminated out of this lobby.
Pazi, svi chillaju,
King chilla i... They're still in it, and they're here to win it overall. You see the loot getting passed around. They have quite some distance to cover, and a lot of players to run through if they want to make it there.
On the bright side, though, they're not the only ones that have a decent amount of map coverage to go. Granted, when you are one of those last teams to come in behind everybody else, your primary concern is going to be, well, depending on where those other teams are situated, depending on where they're positioned, they might be able to cut beyond entirely, and that's exactly what King and FaZe are trying to avoid. They're trying
Boraz lik ima zone, ono, bit će u najboljem pozicionu, sigurno.
Controlling the way that the lobby actually flows.
Yeah, they don't want to get held
Čemo
out, they want to do
360p.
the holding. They're rotating parallel to both Muzz and Paper, a team that is inside of the top 25. I wouldn't say they're as safe as can be. Anything could still happen. But FaZe's doing a good job of leading the charge.
Ma Boraz, ako teni danas ne hvala, samo ću mu napisati da ste lik fajta za flag svaki game. To je to.
Alex Worthy being one of them on the other side.
Ko se to dere, Boraz?
81 below Taco. This isn't looking good for now.
They might not have the damage threshold just yet, but they
Also,
do
don't
have
neko
a
dero
few crash
tamo.
pads. FaZe are going to instantly use one to jump a little bit further, a little bit more up on that height as well, but the shots come through all the way across the lobby, and that's going to be an instantaneous, not just about onto FaZe or King now, under heavy duress, trying to do what he can, forced to build down, forced to drop numerous layers, but again, with this legendary slurp juice, will be able to just barely prevent himself from being eliminated by the damage threshold on the Storm Surge, but still, it's tough stuff right now for King.
Yeah, if it wasn't Trulex and Chicho on the other side, it's Storm Surge. They're below the threshold, even with the slurp juice.
Kako su Trulex I Chicho below ako...
Team who took down Kanata Agers in the beginning. Well, it's just Kanata this time around, but if he can go back to his OG self, we used to call him one of the more prolific solo players in the game, being able to pick up a massive amount of points, a huge amount of clutches. We saw Agers do it in their major championship run. Now it's Kanata's turn to pick up the pace. You see him going low. He doesn't have a lot of builds, not a lot of resources. The only thing he really has going for him is the damage threshold when it comes to Storm Surge.
A nice little gift, though, just off the ground. Managed to pick up some materials. It's going to provide him more than the 4 builds he had initially to work with. Shot him up to 30, but still. Kanata also now with this nicely Breacher in tow. Breaking through the floors of some of these builds and just hoping that there is not a full team on the other side of it, because you're looking at a 1v1 with Kanata, decent chance, but 2 versus 1 situations is tough for any player to deal with.
There are more teams left alive right now that are outside of the top 25 trying to earn their spot than there is inside of the top 25. And placement points haven't even begun to kick in yet. That puts a lot of pressure on the King. He's already survived Storm Surge once. He has the Slurp Juice. He has a couple minis, but he's still 100 below. He's not even peeking out going for shots. He's just trying to survive it. If he looks down low, there's a bit of blue. I thought I saw the tip of a big pot down there as well, which will be crucial for his survival. He finally looks down. There's a med mist as well. He found a and a miracle to keep himself alive. But he knows he needs to go. He knows he needs to continue moving forward, get towards the zone. You don't want to fall behind, but a nice shot from the backside. King forced to stabilize himself, stop the rotation. So that means a lot of teams are going to be able to hop over and get to zone first.
Again, right now it seems the King, he's trying to prioritize positioning, just hoping that some other team, some other solo gets eliminated first, and that could potentially put him to where he actually isn't below that search threshold. But Kanata right now just barely clinging on, but it won't be enough. Finally finds himself eliminated from the lobby. Unfortunate run there. Kanata and H is in our final game.
He's
got this experience of playing on the big stage because he's going to have to go
against mu mamu, nikad ne zna u kojoj igri. Ne znam, neke banger.
You got to imagine they've been climbing up that ladder just like Booga and Threats. You talked about it yourself. You've been casting
Kako misliš svi
They
šotove?
have yet to play a solid game as a duo. This is their chance. But the solo's trying to push back.
Se zove Nat.
And Worthy as well. A lot
Ubio
of damage
lika.
being done.
Ten je ubio Kamija, nice.
Super.
Najbolji.
Što ne specaju njih?
Ne znam, spektataju Natka koji je umro svakako, ne znam što da gledam. Ajmo, kako stane?
Mero umri, što pre, dužno placement.
Mero umri, ajde, ne znaš što buildaš. Ne znaš šta buildaš. Okej, slušaj me, teni više imaju zone, buras. Treba da bude ahead non stop, a i ubili su Kamija. Kami sigurno ima 5v5 u ovoj zoni.
Daju nek umru solo si ovi.
Dobro, ovaj Nati win game.
Nice, super.
No, disrobi.
Ne vidim.
Back zone, gore second high. Ajmo, winat the game, sigurno.
Nemo da je malo fali, Smorić. Teni ubio lika!
Najbolji? Okej, ovo im je osiguralo top 5 za taj kill, sigurno. Još su na second high.
Ovi će se ubit sad, super.
Okej, top 10.
Buga mrtav, Buga je umro, super solo.
Umre ovaj će isto umret za čas. Evo ga Miško desno.
Puno solo.
Ten je low, winaju game. Umri,
Miša ubio lika.
Nice. Umreli su ovi.
Ne, Teni umro. Miša klače, molim te. Puno solo sam, Miša, molim te.
Miša, top 5, uzmi win. Top 6, je li umro Miša? Nije. Trec umri, jebem ti mamu.
Ne, to je to. Ajde, top 3 uzmi.
Top 3 kola je sigurno, znaš? Trec treba da umre. Miška umre, jebi ga.
Daj da uzme top 3 nekako.
Ne, umre Miška.
Again, another elimination, trying to go
A
ahead
bolji, on je bio živ kad je bilo 20 ljudi, ili ću winat game, sad ne bi se skupila. Jesko? Jel ste hvalili ovi, molim, koliko su uzeli top 4?
Da, top 4 su imali sigurno 6-7 kilova.
One of the most dangerous teams coming into the global championship. It may have taken them some time to heat up, but they have finally won the game. And I want to go ahead and hear exactly what they have to say, so I'm going to throw it over to Frankie to let us know how they're feeling in this moment.
Top 4 je 48, nije
and what a day it's been for the two of you. A spot in Sunday's grand final
24 su, znaš?
but how did you ramp things up for the victory royale at the end of today?
It was a rough first two games. We had a 2-0
Bravo,
back-to-back,
doktori,
so
alo!
said we win last, and
Da,
he
updatealo se,
hit
full
3 headshot
24
snipes this
su.
game, so it set us up in the beginning of the game and
Ne
got the win.
seri, alo.
And you are currently in
8
fourth
kilova,
place, so you
4.
say you've had a tough day, but you've had incredible performance. For you, Rise, what's it been like getting to compete with so many people here?
It's been awesome. It's my first LAN, and I'm just excited to be here.
It's your first LAN, that's incredible because you're taking to it like a duck to water. Let me ask you about this year and getting ready for LAN, because we know the two of you love to go for eliminations, but you've had to find consistency and stability to make it to the end games, and now you make it look successful. What do you think was the key to making that change?
To be honest, we've just been playing the whole year, and we just kept the same play style.
Yeah. And for the two of you now, how are you finding the pressure of being on LAN? Is it affecting the comms in any way?
I think the first game we're a little nervous, of course, both our first LANs, but after game 1, it went away, and it feels good to be playing an international stage, so.
Do you think you could get used to being on LAN? Do you feel like this is your natural, your favorite place to be now?
Yeah, I just have to get used to it, and once you get used to it, it's kind of easy.
You make it look easy, I'm not going to lie, but I know it's definitely not. Yomzo, Rise, congratulations. We'll see you on Sunday, and we'll see the guys on the desk right now, I think.
Thank you so much.
Klaske Fortniter priča s ljudima sa rukama u džepovima. Da, to svi rade.
Type of duo, okay? I'm talking you're bringing together two people who are unique in gameplay.
Jedni borazi koji su vinali game. Drugi game vinali, ja mislim, ili treći. Braća, ovim kažu ustani, ovi automatski ustaju, ruke u džepove i kao intervju.
First day? Global Championship first day? That's a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, listen.
Znaš koliko su oni sad hype, te mi miša.
Ma alo, u finalsima 0 shake, znaš? Jer su objasnili sada.
They're gonna be like, hey, by the way, guys, like, we're one of the best teams here, by the way.
Yeah, 100%, man. The Ginger Giants, hey? These guys, look, you said a bit quiet. I had seen them sort of within almost every end game, right, towards the back end, right? You said, you know, he had the double 0-point games or whatnot, but then the rest of it was very consistent, exactly what you expect to see from the Yomzo and Rise. They're one of the teams I love the most from NA, right? Because tactically, they are sound, right? They are as good tactically as any other team in the world. And when they are feeling confident, when they are in their rhythm, they are so, so good, and they showed it there in that last game.
Yomzo's always been one of those guys, right, that is just ridiculously confident. And it's not in like a cocky way, it's just he knows what he can do.
He's good.
And now they're like, hey, look, kind of what he's saying, once we figured it out, it's easy. It's not necessarily easy. They are just that good.
Yeah, and I mean, I want to put out the fact that, you know, they mentioned that, yeah, sure, the first game we were a little bit nervous. And a lot of the times we talk about...
Da mi ja pokažem kako hvalo. Cold, Kvizi, ovi likovi, Yomzo, Kami, Seti, Alex, oni koji su se tresli kad su pili, brate, vodu. Na kraju 6. doktori, svaka čast. Kjužat Rulix, Bobby, ovaj Baca koji kona tenija, Flixi, Grippy, Stroki, Mali Buca, Tyson, Kvala. To je to, brat. I iDrop 25. Ljudi, to je to dog live-a, jedan malo da odmorim i pičimo, šta da odmaram za pola sata u teretanu. Malo odmorim i u teretanu, brate. Uživajte, braću, hvala na podršci. Bacite sab ako još niste. Ako budete sad igrali Fortnite posle live-a, Invictus shop i to je to, braću. Možda late night ako ne budem spavao. Ali ono, sutra se vidimo. Uživajte.